Welcome in and step inside. The facts will hit hard here, yeah, they cannot hide. From courtroom heat to drama spills, Trisha breaks it down to facts with the skills. Crazy stories, even messy tea, yeah, she covers it all. No fear here, step inside to come along for this ride. Grab your saber, take your seat. The journey begins after this beat. Welcome to Trisha Talks, where the facts are on fire. Real talks on panel, we'll take it higher. Pick your lightsaber, any color will do. Let it spark to guide you through. We're diving through the chaos and lighting up the dark. Welcome to Trisha Talks. Buckle up and come aboard. The journey here can be yours. In this galaxy glow, Trisha gives facts to stories untold. Trisha Talks is here to unfold the lies that get told. Are you brave enough to be that bold? It's time to start the show. The journey begins into the unknown. Welcome to Trisha Talks. Welcome to Trisha Talks. Welcome in and step inside. The facts will hit hard here, yeah, they cannot hide. From courtroom heat to drama spills, Trisha breaks it down to facts with the skills. Crazy stories, even messy tea, yeah, she covers it all. No fear here, step inside to come along for this ride. Grab your saber, take your seat. The journey begins after this beat. Welcome to Trisha Talks, where the facts are on fire. Real talks on panel, we'll take it higher. Pick your lightsaber, any color will do. Let it spark to guide you through. We're diving through the chaos and lighting up the dark. Welcome to Trisha Talks. Buckle up and come aboard. The journey here can be yours. In this galaxy glow, Trisha gives facts to stories untold. Trisha Talks is here to unfold the lies that get told. Are you brave enough to be that bold? It's time to start the show. The journey begins into the unknown. Welcome to Trisha Talks. Welcome to Trisha Talks. Welcome in and step inside. The facts will hit hard here, yeah, they cannot hide. From courtroom heat to drama spills, Trisha breaks it down to facts with the skills. Crazy stories, even messy tea, yeah, she covers it all. No fear here, step inside to come along for this ride. Grab your saber, take your seat. The journey begins after this beat. Welcome to Trisha Talks, where the facts are on fire. Real talks on panel, we'll take it higher. Pick your lightsaber, any color will do. Let it spark to guide you through. We're diving through the chaos and lighting up the dark. Welcome to Trisha Talks. Buckle up and come aboard. The journey here can be yours. In this galaxy glow, Trisha gives facts to stories untold. Trisha Talks is here to unfold the lies that get told. Are you brave enough to be that bold? It's time to start the show. The journey begins into the unknown. Welcome to Trisha Talks.
Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. I had to let the intro go through again because I'd left it on loop, and with StreamYard, you can't stop it, I don't think, midway through. So we're a little bit late starting than I anticipated, but we're here now. Good to see Vixen. You love it, these emojis look cool, don't they? Bio Bow, oops, evening love, I always forget that not everyone lives in the same time zone as me, bad habit. So I've realized, I was like, oh, it's not putting the notifications in Discord. I've just shared it to Discord, we're live, because I've realized the bot's set up for the other Kick account, so I've got to speak to Solara. Hopefully, I've got my fan on. Let me know if you can hear it on the mic, because it's blowing right at me, because it's really warm. So let me know if you can hear it. It should have noise cancelling on, but let me know if it doesn't. So I've got to ask him if we can attach both bots to the one Discord for two different Kick accounts. I'm not sure if I can. I've got to ask him. If not, I'll just have to remember to share it. Good to see you, Ariel. BCTV. BCTV, were you in Britney's chat yesterday trolling her? Was it yesterday you were trolling her or the day before? Yeah, we can speed through the breaks. You don't hear anything. Awesome, because it was warm. It was very warm. So I've got my Shark bladeless fan blaring at me right now. BCTV, I saw you. Were you trolling Brittany or were you hanging out with Brittany? I need to know. People have questions. Everybody was going, what's BCTV doing in there? I'm sure she's just trolling, but I thought so. Hey, Justy, good to see you. So we're on the True Crime Kick and we're on YouTube. If you can share out, that would be awesome. Good to see you, Jennifer Lynn. Okay. And if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, all the jazz, double tap the screen, and we will drop the links periodically. I thought you were trolling. Yes, wonder what's going to happen today. I think they're going to wrap up this week, it might be over this week. Nightbot's awake club. That's one thing. Okay, let's get started. I think that's everything. Hope you all had a good weekend. Okay, 24th of August. Wow, nearly Christmas, right? At this rate. Right, I've skipped ahead. I got everything set up and I was like, where's my dongle? Why has my mic not been picked up? These little lapel mics so I can walk about more. You have to put a dongle in the back of the laptop, and I was like, oh no. Where is it? I found it. Should be.
Yes, please.
In future, it has to go in my little box with all my little bits, so it all stays, my bits and bobs, as I say, so I don't lose those little important pieces of equipment. Got the TV screen on.
Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Council.
Morning.
Good morning, Ms. Clancy.
Morning, Your Honor.
All right. So, are we ready for the jury?
Okay.
All right. So, what we'll do is
Out in Vegas.
can I see Council just very
Hello,
briefly,
Jason.
just in regards to today's schedule?
Hello. Let's do this screen, and then we want captions. Oh, did anybody notice on Kick when I was watching Clue last night before I went live? There was live captions on the screen. They're finally working. Well, they work for me. That's my other Kick channel. Who saw the real live captions? Have we got them over on Trisha Talks? No. Maybe it's not every account. Oh, I'm on mod chat. I gotta share this out to club. Let me go back. Has anybody got captions on Kick? No, it's not on the screen. It was on Clues. I don't have them on my side. Come join in the chat. Just sharing it out on X and Club. Club have got a phone app now, which I had access to before, but maybe I had something different. Now let's skip this. We didn't drop the sidebar emojis, did we? Remember we got a sidebar?
292. LBBB.
Oh, Jennifer, I haven't put the emojis on YouTube. I'll do that while we're live. I've just remembered. Jennifer, were you thinking about emojis right now? Because it just popped in my head. I'm like, oh, damn, I didn't put them on YouTube yet. We're not talking yet.
Hey. All persons having anything to do before the
All
Honorable
rise.
William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting at Plymouth, within and for the Commonwealth. Draw near.
Oh, wow.
You
It
shall
popped
be
in my
heard.
head.
Well, I can see the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial
Points
in the
drop
matter of
on YouTube.
Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning, members of the jury. I hope everybody had a nice weekend. And so what we're going to do, as we have done so many times before, I'm going to ask you those questions, and then we're kind of going to go over what today's schedule is, and then we'll get right back to the trial. So the first question: has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror? All right. Last question: is there any other serious matter of concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention at this time? Again, thank you so much for following those instructions. What we're going to do from the schedule today, if you remember on Friday, we were in during cross-examination of Dr. Mack, who had testified Friday afternoon. We're going to return to the cross-examination, and the only difference is Dr. Mack is going to be available by Zoom here. We've had a couple other witnesses, so you all kind of know how that's going to work. So we're going to finish the cross-examination of Dr. Mack by Zoom. Commonwealth, if they have redirect question, and then we're going to continue with the Commonwealth's rebuttal. All right, and so just to kind of go back as far as the procedures that we followed, so the Commonwealth presented their case. Then after they were done, the defendant presented their case, and we're now on to the Commonwealth's rebuttal. All right, and when the Commonwealth's rebuttal is done, we're going to move to the next portion of the procedure process, which will be the closing arguments and the legal instructions. All right, so that comes after the Commonwealth's rebuttal witnesses. So that's kind of where we are at this point. And so as we go through today, I'll kind of keep you up to date in regards to the schedule for going forward. All right, so that's where we are. So at this point, we'll get Dr. Mack on the screen, and then it'll be Mr. Reddington continuing cross-examination. Yeah, please.
Dr. Mack, could you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant at the bar shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Attorney Reddington.
Thank you. Sir, how many times have you testified in courts on the issue of criminal responsibility?
I would estimate one or two.
So if you estimate one or two times, would this be your third time?
By that estimation, yes.
Hold on, I was thinking, who was on Zoom when we last and we ended? And I was thinking nobody was on Zoom, were they? And now I realise, oh, he doesn't look too friendly there, does he? He looks quite evil through Zoom. Yeah, I was like, hang on a minute, he was on the stand, not on Zoom. Yeah, I did announce them a second ago, so YouTube points are still on. But I will announce them if you're busy, like doing your jobs while listening. I will do that. You might not have heard me before. Okay.
Okay, so it's not by my estimation, though, it's by your estimation, and you would know better than me, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the third time in your career that you've testified on a criminal trial on the issue of lack of criminal responsibility. Is that correct?
I know there are other times that I've created opinions.
Oh, I'm sure.
I'm not sure how many.
I'm just asking about criminal responsibility. That's it.
I'm talking about criminal responsibility. And I know there are other times I've created opinions, but I'm not sure that I've testified about them in the courtroom.
So my question was simply, how many times have you testified in court on criminal cases regarding the issue of lack of criminal responsibility? And this would be your third time, right?
That is my recollection.
Okay. And you have testified in court on behalf of various governmental agencies on other matters in addition to criminal responsibility, correct?
Yes.
And you are operating under the umbrella, if you will, of the Park Dietz conglomerate of a lot of expert witnesses that, as I understand, would parcel out cases to different people. Is that right?
There are times that I do cases through Park Dietz and Associates. I can't speak to how many experts they have and exactly how they, as you put it, parcel things out. But over the span of my career, there have been times that I've done it when cases have been presented through Park Dietz and Associates, and times that I've done it through other entities. As I discussed the other day, I had a role for the state of Maryland, and at times, and in this case, there was a criminal responsibility trial that I was a part of when I had a role for the state of Maryland. So going throughout my career, it's been multiple different entities.
You've also testified, since we're talking about it, in the state of Pennsylvania, right?
What's your question?
You've also testified, since we're talking about it, in the state of Pennsylvania, right?
I believe I have.
Was that at Park Dietz, or was that you individually, or one of your other entities?
You'd have to specify which case.
Commonwealth versus Torres, 342 MAL 2021, Pennsylvania.
Can you cite that case again, please?
Sure. Commonwealth versus Torres, 342 MAL 2021, Pennsylvania, where the court held that that would be Abram Mack, was apparently certified only in child and adolescent psychiatry. You lacked forensic certification to testify in the field that you were ostensibly going to testify in. Does that refresh your memory?
No.
Did you testify in? Did you testify in Commonwealth versus Torres in Pennsylvania?
I don't remember.
He's thinking, I ain't going into court today to fight with that mofo. I'm going to do it from home.
How about Commonwealth versus Carter in New Jersey? You remember that one?
No.
Do you recall that the court held on an appeal that you used an approach that fell below the standard of forensic practice?
No.
How about Feder LeBron versus the Secretary of DCF, 710 Fed 3rd, 1202 in Florida? You remember that case, I'm sure, right?
I do.
And in Feder, there was a gentleman, Mr. Feder LeBron, who was a Navy veteran, who was a single father and had a child. And he was a member or a person that was able to get benefits from what's called TANF, T-A-N-F, Temporary Aid to Needy Families. You remember that?
I do.
And the state of Florida decided that because needy families consisted of either minorities or drug users or people that would not be reliable to work in the confines of working underneath the TANF, so they wanted to have blood testing and drug testing of all the people that were temporary aid to needy families, right?
That's your conception of what was happening with that.
Well, it's my conception from reading the case, sir. Do you agree, sir, that TANF is an acronym for temporary aid to needy families?
Yes, it is.
Do you agree, sir, that this gentleman, Mr. Federal LeBron, was a plaintiff in a lawsuit against the state of Florida?
Yes.
Do you agree, sir, that it was in federal court?
Yes.
Do you agree, sir, that in federal court, the court held that, in fact, you were unqualified to give an opinion that you attempted to give, saying that it was perfectly appropriate to test by way of urine or blood people that are benefiting from the TANF program, because your testimony was that they belong to a class of people that I guess had.
We've got a points drop on YouTube right now and Kick. We've got a points drop, okay, for the next 3 minutes.
To be tested, right?
I don't agree with your conceptualization.
Okay, so the court ultimately ruled that your argument, your testimony on behalf of the state of Florida, the government, and you indicated that TANF benefits, applicants for TANF were people that were involved with drug use, violence, and higher rates of suicide. Remember those words, those 3 words?
The testimony that I provided.
Do you remember testifying, sir, about the people that are the beneficiaries of the TANF program, people that need aid because of needy families, are people that should be tested by way of blood or urine? And your argument, sir, was because they are of a class that would be more likely to commit a crime or have suicide or drug use. Did you testify to that?
That is not the way that that testimony or that report was presented. No.
Okay, so your answer is no. Let's keep it that way. Your answer is no. So you recall, sir, that there was an appeal, and in fact, on the appeal, it was determined that, again, yet again, you were not qualified to offer a relevant opinion because, number one, you never studied the TANF population. Recall that?
No, that is not the correct conceptualization.
Says you. Number two, that you did not survey any data. Recall that, sir?
Specifically in Florida is the nuance on that issue.
And number three, that you had no research whatsoever on the data that you based your opinion on. Would you agree with that, sir?
No.
Do you agree, sir, that the court held that you relied on other researchers' studies and didn't make any effort whatsoever to form an opinion based on your own research? Do you agree with that?
I don't remember the specific language of the court.
All right. Do you recall that ultimately your testimony was stricken?
No, I don't believe that it was stricken.
Okay. In any event, sir, you would agree with me that you have a memory of Avram Mack being subject to this attack, if you will, by the attorneys on behalf of the people that were involved with TANF, right? You remember that much, right?
Yes,
okay.
I do.
Thank you. Now, in summary, sir, you're here to testify in front of this jury regarding your testimony and opinion that you've given regarding Lindsay Clancy's state of mind at the time of the killing of her children. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you evaluated her
Welcome in, everybody.
2026. Is that right?
Yes.
So you really evaluated her about 3 years after the incident that occurred
the one
in
that got away.
January 22, right?
January 2023.
So you do
It was
recall the
Sharon.
date that the incident occurred, 23, right?
Right, so to answer
Okay,
your question about
the answer is right.
yeah.
Okay. And in reference to your answer, sir, you would agree with me that there was a significant passage of time between the incident in 2023 and
Mhm.
when you saw her about 2
I
or
hear
3
you.
months ago, right?
Correct.
Okay, and you drove out there with the guy that's going to be in here testifying in about an hour or so. Helbrun, is it Helbrun or Heilbrun?
Uh-oh.
When you say that I drove out there,
I'm just asking the guy's name. Is it Helbrun or Heilbrun?
you'll have to ask him how he likes to pronounce it.
Well, did you know how to call him or what to call him when you were out there with him for 2 days at Tewksbury?
Kirk.
Kirk, okay. And you met Kirk, I imagine, that morning that you were going to evaluate Lindsay?
Yes.
And what was the date that you evaluated her? Was it February?
It's
date?
Cross, I think.
The first date was April 10th.
Okay.
The second date
I can't remember.
April 12th.
Hey, Viv.
And those were the 2 days that I was there.
Right, because Kirk had to give her psychological testing on the middle day, right?
Correct.
Okay, so did you stay in a hotel or a van, or where'd you stay?
You're asking me where I stayed?
Yeah, I don't want to meet up. I just want to know where you stayed.
I don't want to
stayed
meet you, but
in Massachusetts.
Where?
uh-oh.
I believe in Wellesley.
Relevance?
Where? Was it like Holiday Inn? Was it a Ritz-Carlton? Where?
Relevance.
A private home.
A private home.
Oh.
Okay. Kirk didn't stay there, did he?
I don't know.
You don't
No, he
know?
didn't stay there. He didn't stay there, that's for sure.
Okay. So in any event, you must have had plans to meet up with Kirk at Tewksbury Hospital, right?
I did meet
Objection.
Dr. Halpern at Tewksbury Hospital, yes.
Okay, I'm calling him Kirk
Relevance.
because that's what you told me is that you refer to him as. But Dr. Hoffman, how do you pronounce it?
He's been
I
nuts.
believe it's Halpern, but you'll have to ask him how he prefers it.
Okay, I will. And then did you meet him in the parking lot of Tewksbury?
Yes, I think that's right.
And
Or in
you
the
had,
lobby.
sorry, what'd you say?
Or in the lobby.
Okay. So when you went there on that date in April, the first day, you already had your information that you were able to form your opinion based upon. Is that right?
At the time that I initiated the examination, I had reviewed records related to Ms. Clancy. But creation of the ultimate opinion.
No.
And,
I'm asking about the records, sir. Real simple. The records that you reviewed. You had already reviewed them before you went to Tewksbury Hospital. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay.
Wow.
And the records would be obviously cell phone extraction records. Yes.
I don't know exactly when
That's
I reviewed
wild.
those cell phone records.
How about defense expert forensic psychiatric evaluations? Dr. Philip Resnick, Dr. Margaret Spinelli, you reviewed the reports that were already prepared by my experts. Is that correct?
And also Dr. Zeisel.
Zeisel, yeah,
Right,
thank
the
you.
one that got away?
Okay, because I had sent them to you, isn't that right?
You had sent them, I believe, to Dr. Heilbrun.
To Dr. Who? I'm sorry.
I think Dr. Kirk Heilbrun. And I think he was able to give them to me.
Okay, fine. So you also were able to review Division or Department of Children and Family Records dated February 3rd of 2023, correct?
Correct.
And those would be records that pertained obviously after the death of the children, but it was just an interview of Patrick, the father, and Lindsay's husband, right? That's what those were.
That was a substantial component of that, but that was the DCF evaluation that occurred, and they, I believe, interviewed him when he was at Boston Children's Hospital.
Okay, all I'm asking is that the DCF, in other words, there's no DCF records that shows that Lindsay was abusive to her children, right?
I don't think that that was necessarily the conclusion of that report.
Well, it wasn't the conclusion of any report. There were no other reports other than February 3rd, correct?
Yes, that's
Okay.
right.
And that would be interviewing Pat, the father and the husband, right?
As I said, I think effectively that
Okay.
is the
So,
core component of that report.
okay, that's the component of the report. The answer is yes. You also had medical records from Astor Mental Health Records, right?
Yes,
That would be Jennifer Tufts,
yes.
Jennifer McAllister, right?
I'm not sure if that's the name of another doctor in that practice, but substantially, Astor Mental Health included the work of Dr. Tuff.
Dr. Tufts. And how about nurse practitioner Gelada? Did you review her records as well?
The records of hers that came from the organization that she worked in, yes.
What organization was that, do you know?
I'm not exactly recalling the title of it, but I believe it's South Shore Mental Health, but I'm not exactly sure of the
Okay.
exact title.
Boston Children's Hospital, Brigham and Women's Hospital, and
Points
McLean
drop.
Hospital records.
Points
You
drop,
reviewed them,
everybody.
correct?
Yes,
Spalding Rehab, right?
yep,
Tewksbury Hospital from March 27th of 23 up through April 1st of 26,
YouTube
which
points
is a
drop.
little bit before you saw Lindsay, right?
correct.
They were about 7,000 pages, a lot of paper, right?
I think it's just a YouTube one.
Yes,
Toxicology records, police reports, grand jury testimony, you read all that too, right?
correct,
Police interviews of witnesses, right?
correct.
And you had met with, I imagine, or spoken to, by telephone perhaps, with the district attorneys, the prosecutors here.
Yes,
And where did you meet them?
the prosecutors?
Yeah.
Only by phone.
Okay, so you met them by phone. When was that?
I don't know offhand when that was.
How long was the conversation?
I don't recall. It could have been somewhere between 15 minutes to 45 minutes.
And basically, they told you that they wanted you to evaluate a defendant who had been indicted for triple homicide of her own children by the name of Lindsay Clancy. You knew that from speaking with them, right?
Effectively, I knew that, yes.
And, you know, I normally don't go there with expert witnesses, but it was fair game on Dr. Zeisel. How much money do you make a year on your forensic evaluations?
Uh-oh.
It ranges over the years, several $100,000 of dollars.
Yeah.
Can be
Uh-oh.
a few.
And a lot of that,
More.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
So a lot of that
I see.
would be appointed cases or cases either from Park Dietz or some other warehouse that asks you to evaluate people and testify in the court, right?
Or over the years, people contact me directly.
Really?
We're talking about over the last 15 to 20 years.
Right. So when you were contacted by, strike that, did the DAs here call you or did you call them?
I don't recall.
Do you recall that they told you what a horrible case this was, that this woman killed her 3 children by strangling them? Did they tell you that?
Sustained. Next question.
Well, did you know what the factual allegations were of the case? Yes or no?
Well, all the factual allegations, yes, I believe they were conveyed to me during a phone call.
Yeah. Okay. And when you were engaged or retained through Park Dietz and Associates to work for the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office, I mean, that's fair to say. You were working for them, right?
Effectively, I was retained by the district attorney's office. Yeah.
All right. And let's talk about confirmatory bias. You know what that is?
Well, you were asking me the other day about the cognitive bias think tank, and we talked about how, as a part of my work in patient safety.
No. This is Doctor.
I would like to be able
Hold on, doctor, please. Listen to the question and answer the question. Go ahead.
This is confirmatory bias, sir, not a think tank talking about safety of anybody, okay? Confirmatory bias. Have you heard of that term?
I have.
And what does it mean?
Well, if you're talking about the work in diagnosis in medicine, as I was getting at before, it refers to the idea that an individual has a idea as to what they're aiming for, and they gather information that accedes to that, and that brings that point together.
Okay, so would you agree with me, sir, that when you are retained in your practice, working, whether it's for Dietz or somebody else, and you are engaged by a prosecutor, such as the Plymouth County DA's office, is it fair to say that you go into your work and your evaluation, and I hesitate to use the word investigation, but you have a confirmatory bias? You're hoping that you're going to be able to help them out, right?
No.
No. Okay. So you had read all this material, you had spoken with the prosecutors, and I imagine you had done a team back with Kirk Heilbrunn, right?
A what?
You talked to Kirk Heilbrunn about the fact that you guys were going to go in and evaluate Lindsay, right?
We had worked with the prosecutors, and I believe them with you.
No, you didn't. Excuse me. You didn't work with me. What do you mean? You didn't work with me.
I imagine there was interactions in terms of setting up the dates on which this would occur.
I had nothing to do with it. My office manager, Laura Mather, would have done that. I had nothing to do with it, sir.
Yeah, okay, next question.
So when you went out there on the 2 days that you went out, forget the middle day, because that's when Kurt was by himself. When you went out there, the two of you met in the parking lot or the lobby, one or the other, correct?
Yes.
Yes?
I said yes.
And the purpose was to go interview her, right?
Ms. Clancy, yes.
So you guys go down the hallway, you go in the elevator, you go upstairs to the locked wards, they have to open the door, they have orderlies and people that escort you. Is that right?
Yes.
You have to sign in, you have to have ID because it's a locked ward, right?
Effectively, yes.
Effectively. And the two of you, you and Kirk, go into a room where she's sitting in her wheelchair by herself so that you two of you can interview her. Is that correct?
Yes.
For how many hours did you interview her the first time?
First day, it was roughly ended up being about, I think, 4 or 5 hours.
And have in mind, sir, as counsel has already elicited, she's incontinent. She has issues because of being paralyzed and had to have a break, didn't she?
Uh-oh.
She did not ask for a break.
Oh, she was able to power through the 4 hours?
I don't know if that's the appropriate way to frame it. We took a break. During the interview, we discussed the schedule that she has for catheterization, if that's your question.
So you and Kirk Heilbrunn sat down and you questioned Lindsay. Were both of you together or one at a time, or how'd that work out?
One would ask questions, and if another one had additional questions to ask about that particular topic, then the other would ask. And
she was, fair to say, she was pretty cooperative with you guys, right?
Yes.
She was polite, she was affable, right?
Yes.
She answered your questions, right?
Yes.
And then when you concluded that first day, then the next day, Kurt Heilbrunn went on his own to Tewksbury and had another multi-hour interrogation, questioning, or whatever of Lindsay, right?
He was there for a second day for psychological testing.
So you're aware of the fact that he was there for psychological testing, right?
Yeah.
Now, a psychiatrist doesn't do psychological testing. The psychologist does, right?
Typically, that's true.
And there are a number of tests that are administered to people when they are being evaluated for purposes of a criminal case such as this, right?
There is a number of different tests that test different aspects of an individual's psychiatric or psychologic or cognitive functioning.
Right. Like, for example, you want to determine, I would imagine, whether or not they're lying or exaggerating or minimizing their symptoms, right?
That's always an interest, yes.
And it's of interest because if a person is, in fact, masking or lying about their mind, trying to fake out an evaluating forensic psychiatrist or psychologist, when you say that's of interest, that's something that can be the test result that a jury could look at, right?
Well, I'm not sure if there's a test that specifically states a person is lying.
No. You ever heard of the MMPI?
I have.
Okay. You ever heard of the K scale?
Yes.
What is that?
Well, the K scale is among the internal validity scales of the MMPI. The
Okay.
MMPI is an assessment of the individual's personality.
Okay. So let's focus on the K scale, sir. When you say that it's a, let me ask you again, what is your understanding of what the K scale is seeking to find out?
I answer this in the context of the purpose of the MMPI and what the MMPI is designed.
What are you smiling for? This is not funny, sir.
Sustained. Next
Well,
question.
you know,
Next question.
Wow.
MMPI,
Spicy.
K scale,
Shit.
focus. What does it mean, sir?
Plain points drop.
So the MMPI is an assessment of personality, and it is a set of questions that the individual responds to provide the test and to provide the user of the test to understand what is their personality like. The K scale is a set of questions embedded in the MMPI that are designed to see whether or not the individual is exaggerating.
He was in person on Friday, like unscripted, but for some reason today he's not, and I don't know why. Maybe he's got to be somewhere.
In their
I don't know.
responses, generally speaking.
Oh, okay. Or lying, right? They call the K scale the lie scale, right?
I think he's got one of them faces that smiles even when he's not really. Do you know some people have like smiley eyes, don't they? Even when they've been serious. I think he's
Well,
got that.
if you're simply referring to your own personality style, the issue is whether or not the answers are reliable or valid. It's not a matter of assessing if the person is lying on the MMPI.
Does the MMPI assess to any degree whether or not a person is lying, in your opinion?
Yeah, but he was
No.
in person
No.
on Friday.
So let's stay
Hi,
with
Callan.
Dr. Mack's opinion on the K scale. What would that do? It would determine if somebody is not being truthful about their symptoms or they're exaggerating their symptoms?
Well, the MMPI assesses the individual's personality and their thoughts about themselves. So the question is how to get an accurate reading of the person's personality. If it is the case that they are having a deviation on the K scale, then you might not utilize the MMPI as a whole. But
So-
the MMPI is not designed in a sense as a lie detector.
So what does that mean, sir, when you say if there's a manipulation of the K scale? What does that mean?
I don't think I used the word manipulation.
What word did you use?
I may have said deviation.
Okay. So if there's a deviation on the K scale, according to you, what does that mean?
It may come to a threshold that the MMPI is not usable, and
Because
the users cannot gather information about the individual's personality as a result.
Because they're lying, and it's not a reliable test, right? That's the ultimate consideration, right?
Right. So it's not saying that
Okay.
the person is lying. It's saying that the test is not reliable.
Because the person who's the subject of the test is not being, let's say, forthright. Is that fair?
I don't know that it's always necessarily a conscious act. An individual, it simply reflects the tendency the individual has when answering the questions that are on that subpart of the test.
Okay, so if somebody has been indicted by the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office for triple murder, and you are working for the DA, evaluating whether or not they are suffering from a mental disease or defect, would you agree with me, sir, that there may be a tendency for somebody to exaggerate their symptoms to try to paint a positive picture of themselves?
Overruled.
Not necessarily.
Well, how about a little bit necessarily?
I don't know that there's a relationship.
Okay, so you are aware, regardless, that when Lindsay took the test for Dr. Kirk Halbrun, that there was no indication whatsoever of any malingering, exaggeration, or anything along those lines in that test. Would you agree with that?
If you're talking about the MMPI, correct.
That's what we've been talking about.
Uh-oh.
I don't know. We're looking at each other.
I wasn't sure if he was going to answer, but let's yes next.
Yeah, okay. So you, tell me again what your answer was, sir?
That effectively, that's what the testing elicited, that her case scale, effectively, it was a valid test.
Okay. Now, you, in your review of all of the records, Tufts, Gelada, McLean, you knew that one of the healthcare providers, which would be Gelada, was focusing on the possibility that Lindsay could have been suffering from bipolar 2. Is that right?
I am aware that that was on her mind, that was something she was concerned about, yes.
And bipolar 2 is quite common, is it not, sir, as a precursor of a person who is suffering from postpartum depression or postpartum psychosis, right?
I don't understand your question.
Okay, well, how about, is it appropriate in Dr. Mack's opinion to give a person suffering from bipolar 2 or bipolar 1 an SSRI?
An individual, there is a need in one's practice, traditionally at least, that if an individual might be suffering from bipolar 1 or bipolar 2, to avoid using SSRI medications. However, that has been reduced in terms of our worry about that over time, but that was maybe 20 years ago, 15 years ago, something that psychiatrists were more concerned about, but the concern has lessened over time.
It has. So in your opinion, sir, it's okay to give a woman who is coming to you for help, who's been diagnosed with a bipolar 2, it's okay to give her the SSRI, in your opinion. Is that what you're telling this jury?
That's not what I said.
Oh, okay. Tell me what you said.
I said the concern about the relationship between SSRIs and mania or bipolar disorder has lessened, but that doesn't necessarily mean that people's practices have changed.
And when you say mania, what does that mean to you, sir?
Mania is a state defined in the DSM. I believe we discussed this the other day.
Uh-oh. Who's laughing now?
What is it?
Reddington?
What are the symptoms of mania?
So mania is a condition, and it's defined not only by symptoms that I'm going to mention, but also by a time frame. And as we discussed the other day, it is a mood state that is used as a building block for bipolar type 1. So one would need to see 7 days consecutive, and where the following symptoms, 4 at least of the following symptoms are present most of the day for all of these days. And that would include a thought process called flight of ideas.
Okay,
Secondly, distractibility. Thirdly, an engagement in activities that are pleasurable but have painful consequences. Rapid speech, or what we would call pressured speech.
Pressured speech.
Or rapid speech. Additionally, grandiosity and an exaggerated amount or excess degree of goal-directed behavior.
And what is your, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
What is your understanding, sir, of the symptoms of bipolar 2?
So bipolar 2, well, we didn't finish the definition of bipolar 1, but in terms of bipolar type 2, one would need to have had a major depressive episode. I believe we discussed that the other day as well. And also one needs to have had what's called a hypomanic episode, which is similar to a manic episode, but lesser in terms of time course that's required. And only 3 out of the 7 symptoms are required.
So bipolar 2, you would agree with me, sir, is in fact a major or a serious mental illness, right?
Yes.
And your opinion, after you had your opportunity to go back again with Kirk on the 3rd day and interview Lindsay in Tewksbury Hospital. And how long did you interview her for the 3rd day, asking her questions?
I'm not sure I remember. It was perhaps 3 hours.
So after you completed your evaluation, you came to a conclusion that, in fact, Lindsay was suffering from a major mental disease or defect, to wit, bipolar 2. Is that correct?
No.
No. So why don't we look at your report and you tell me what your ultimate opinion was of your diagnosis of Lindsay after evaluating her, sir.
I think I said this the other day that my
Why don't you say it again, sir?
Yes, I'm happy to. My opinion was that, and is, that she suffered from a major depressive episode and that was a part of major depressive disorder.
Well, looking at your report, sir, on your conclusions, would you agree with?
You're right.
So do you have your report?
He's reading from the wrong report.
Do you have your report, sir?
Can I see it sidebar just for a second?
It's not the wrong report.
Right, Jennifer, so let me put a few up. I only have space for 16 emojis, but I'm going to go in and amend a few. On YouTube, you get so many emojis depending on how many active members you've got, paying members you've got. So we've only got 16 slots. So on YouTube, we've got let's do it again. Got hearsay, all right, and they're not moving emojis. It doesn't let you do moving emojis. Got overruled, recess, all rise, and hearsay, but I'll change a few of those as well. I could take some of these cat ones out. I got a clue and crease one in there, but they're not moving. Okay, that's good. Sidebar, drop the sidebars in the chat.
Depressive episode. Did I get the wrongfulness?
But he's arguing with the judge. I need to get the sidebar one up.
On page 35, is that at the time of the incident, that Lindsay Clancy was suffering from a mental disease, and then you have the opinion, however, she retained substantial capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness or criminality of her conduct. Is that correct? Did I read that right? And the mental disease from which she suffered, in your opinion, was a mood disorder, major depressive episode. Is that right?
Yes.
And you further opined that she may have also had an anxiety disorder that preceded or continued to be present while the major depressive episode proceeded through January 24th. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you're aware that she has been at Tewksbury under a particular diagnosis of a mental disease or defect, right?
Yes.
What is that?
I believe it's adjustment disorder.
Adjustment disorder. Is it not your understanding, sir, that she's suffering, according to diagnosis, bipolar disorder?
I think you'd have to show me where you're referring to.
So did you have a chance to review Dr. Helbrin's report?
I did.
And do you know what Dr. Helbrin's opinion was of the
In terms
diagnosis?
of,
Diagnosis.
yeah,
What was it?
I think he made a diagnosis of bipolar type 2.
So you have nurse practitioner Gelada, who, as a treating practitioner, indicates that the diagnosis possibly is bipolar disorder, correct?
I don't know that she used those terms, but I know that she was concerned about the possibility.
And you know, because you've obviously read and incorporated into your report Dr. Resnick's opinion, correct?
Correct.
And what is Dr. Resnick's opinion, sir, to your understanding?
In terms of the diagnosis?
Yeah.
Bipolar type 2.
Okay. How about Dr. Zeisel? You also had access to and incorporated into his report, your report, his diagnosis. What was that?
No, offhand, I don't remember what his diagnosis was.
How about Meg Spinelli? Did you have a chance to review her report and incorporate that into your report?
I reviewed her report.
Do you know what her diagnosis was, sir?
I believe it was bipolar type 1.
Right. So with all of the various healthcare providers that have an opinion of bipolar type 1, would you agree that that is a very strong indicator that a person could very well be suffering from postpartum depression?
I'm confused by your question because that last piece is not necessarily inconsistent with the diagnosis of major depressive episode.
I'm asking you, sir, about
your... I discussed the other day was when that specifier is able to be used, that would be a diagnostic question.
So with the understanding that nurse practitioner Gelada is bipolar, or looking at bipolar, that Zeisel report, you don't know or recall what it is, but you incorporated it into your report. Dr. Resnick is bipolar too. You feel that this is or is not indicative of a precursor to a person suffering from postpartum depression? It's in the books, in the articles, right?
Your use of terms, to me, seems apples and oranges. The question of postpartum depression would be, does the person have a mood disorder, and is it in the time frame following birth?
I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
So,
I can't, can you say that again, please?
we're talking about categories that are not aligned with each other.
No, I'm asking you what your answer was,
Diagnosis.
okay? What's your answer?
You'd have to restate the question.
Okay. You recall Friday, sir, that you were talking about onset of postpartum
Hey, big girl.
depression symptoms occurring within a particular time frame. Do you recall that, sir?
The diagnosis
Hey,
would
No,
be
my
a
question is
depressive
simple. Do you
episode.
recall saying what the time frame was Friday?
I'm trying to answer your question.
Yeah, I'm going to
What
change
is
it,
the
Jennifer.
time frame designated for the diagnostic specifier.
Thank you, Pugs and Kiwis, for the full send. Yeah, I'm going to change some of them. I know I'm moving some around. I was just seeing if they showed up at all. I'm in the middle of changing it.
Called with postpartum onset is 4 weeks.
Okay. And that's your opinion, right?
Well, I believe that's what the
Okay, love.
DSM says. It's a
Okay.
4-week
So
period.
let's
in
talk
which-
about,
the 4-week period. The 4-week period in which that specifier may be added.
okay. You recall saying
The
that
diagnostic rule.
a person can be postpartum and it has to be within 4 weeks. You recall saying that Friday?
What I would have intended to say.
No.
Which I believe
What did you say to the, come on, what did you say to the
All right,
jury
hold on,
last
hold on.
Friday?
Doctor, please listen to the question and just answer the question as asked, okay? And then if the Commonwealth has any redirect, they can follow up with their questions. Go ahead.
Thank you. Do you recall saying that the person has to be postpartum within 4 weeks, according to the DSM? Recall saying
To
that?
meet that specifier, yeah.
Right. Well, do you understand, sir, that every woman that has a baby for the rest of their life is postpartum? Because postpartum, quite frankly, means having a baby, right?
Oh my God! Come on.
So,
But that wouldn't be the specifier of with postpartum onset.
yeah, but you
in the
can't,
DSM.
postpartum is not a disease, doctor.
Right,
Postpartum,
it's an application
Well, obviously,
that is defined in terms of 4 weeks.
okay, according to you,
After
right? You
Layla.
understand that World Health Organization is different, right?
If you're talking about the ICD,
What is that time frame,
I
sir?
will, Jennifer.
I'm not sure what it is. I think you said it was 12 weeks.
How about the proposal to amend
MRCC.
the DSM-5 text revision, or TR? What's the proposal for that?
Well, there's a proposal specifically around the proposed diagnosis called postpartum psychosis, and for that, it's a 6-week period.
So you've got 4 weeks, you got 6 weeks.
We don't go through life saying I'm postpartum because I would be postpartum 27 years later.
You got 12 weeks. Would you agree, sir, that postpartum depression, postpartum
Still got
psychosis
points
can
drop
occur
on
up to
both
a
sides.
year or even a year or longer?
I don't know, but I am telling you what the DSM says in terms of how to diagnose it and how to code it.
Okay. You would agree, sir, that she is at Tewksbury with a diagnosis of bipolar, right?
That may be among her diagnoses.
Okay. And she's on medication, right?
Yes?
And she hasn't had, over the past 3.5 years, any problems with sleep, anxiety, depression, symptomology of the same while she's been medicated at Tewksbury, right?
She has not demonstrated any signs of mania.
And she hasn't demonstrated any signs of anxiety either, has she, while she's been on the medication, the right medication, right?
I note that she's complaining of anxiety. I'm not sure she's demonstrating signs of anxiety.
Other than the fact that she's paralyzed and has to be in a wheelchair, she's not exhibiting the inability to bathe, the inability to emote, to have feelings, to talk to people. She's able to communicate with people, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what medications that she's on while she's at Tewksbury?
She's taking, I think we discussed this the other day, a low dose of Zyprexa, I believe clonidine and trazodone, and propranolol occasionally.
Okay. Now, after you had a chance to review the medical records from Dr. Tufts, which would be from end of September of 22 up through October of 22, for example, initial prescription, right?
I've reviewed all the records from Dr. Tops, yes.
And you recall what the first prescription was that she got, right?
Sertraline?
And that would be what, 25?
Yes,
Was that increased?
it was.
And was there an issue or a problem, according to Lindsay, when that was increased from 25 to 50?
Yes.
And what was the problem that she indicated to the doctor?
She wanted to sleep, but she was finding it hard to sleep.
She was unable to sleep for a period in excess of 48 hours, is what she said, right?
I think it was at that point, yes.
And also, she indicated that there was, in her opinion, a symptom that she didn't really have a need to sleep, even though she had gone 48 hours without sleeping, right?
No, she wanted to sleep.
Well, would you agree with me, sir?
She was tolerating, she described that she was tolerating during the daytime and functional sufficiently without the sleep, but she found that she was trying very hard to sleep and she couldn't sleep.
And do you recall her indicating that she did not feel, regardless of 48 hours straight without sleep, that she had a need? She said she didn't feel like she had a need to sleep. Did you see that in the records?
I'm not sure that it would be characterized that way.
Did you
As
see,
she discussed
okay,
with us,
did you
she
see anything in the
desperately
records?
wanted to sleep.
All right, one at a time. Go ahead, Mr. Reddington.
Did you see anything in the records that indicated that she complained of the fact that she had gone 48 hours without sleeping after she was on the sertraline and then felt that she did not need to sleep, even though she'd been without for 48 hours?
I don't exactly recall what was written by Dr. Tufts, but she described to me that in that period.
Doctor, I'm asking you about the medical records, not what you think she told you 3 years later. The medical records.
The medical records review the fact that she was not able to sleep.
And would you agree with me that one of the symptoms, sir, that you would be concerned about as a psychiatrist is when a woman who is postpartum, after having a baby, is complaining of a number of symptoms, one of which is that she went a long period of time unable to sleep, but didn't feel that she had the need to sleep. That's textbook, isn't it?
Well, the DSM textbook refers to a decreased need for sleep as the seventh element of mania.
Okay, so that is an indicia of mania. Can I get that out of you?
The way it's written is a decreased need for sleep.
Okay.
I don't know that she has decreased need.
And in
She
the
was
medical.
trying very
Uh-oh.
Go
hard.
ahead.
Damn.
I think she desperately wanted to
Hey,
sleep.
Kathy.
Is that what you think, sir, or is that what your opinion is based on the medical records?
That is my understanding based on the totality of the information.
Okay. So is it your understanding that she also exhibited signs or symptoms of postpartum depression?
I
So
clicked
to the
Emily's
extent
thing.
that she had depression in a period after having had a baby, that is not how DSM would refer to it, but as you said, everybody would be postpartum in that regard. So my opinion is that she had major depressive episodes in this year or within 4 or 5 months following birth.
Sir, you're familiar with the postpartum psychosis. You're familiar with that, right?
So there's the concept of having
Are
psychosis.
you
in this
familiar with
brain.
postpartum psychosis, sir? Yes or no?
I'm familiar with a proposed diagnostic entity called postpartum psychosis and the idea that people can have psychosis as a mental disorder at other times.
You're familiar with the Department of Mental Health in Massachusetts, right?
Yes.
You're familiar with the funding of the Department of Mental Health for the Massachusetts Child Psychiatry Access Product. You're familiar with that, right?
No.
Called the MCPAP, that focuses on postpartum psychosis and postpartum depression. Are you familiar with that, sir?
No.
Would you agree with me that when a person has a child and is within the postpartum period, that they may present to a doctor with symptoms that might lead the doctor to believe that they are suffering from postpartum depression? Would you agree with that?
I'm not familiar with that particular program. I'm happy to.
All right, no, I know you're happy, but I'm just asking, sir, about postpartum depression. Forget the program. You're not familiar with the program. We get it. I'm asking you now, sir, about your familiarity with postpartum depression.
Getting frustrated, look.
Yes.
Okay. And there are symptoms of postpartum depression. Fair to say?
Postpartum depression.
Are there symptoms, sir? Yes.
I am familiar.
Okay. And forget the DSM. Let's just focus on the symptoms as you understand it for postpartum depression, which according to you has to occur within the first 4 weeks of birth. But quite frankly, it could be 6 weeks, it could be 12 weeks, it could be a year, right?
You said forget the DSM, except that making diagnoses in psychiatry requires an authority, and we utilize, in this country, the DSM.
Maybe we shouldn't?
All right, sustained. Next question.
So you're familiar, sir, you're not familiar with MCPAP for mothers in Massachusetts. You're not familiar with that subsidiary of the Department of Mental Health, right?
No.
Are you familiar with the Department of Mental Health postpartum psychosis provider training? In other words, what the LISCWs are learning and what the psychologists or psychiatrists working for the DMH are learning about postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis. Are you familiar with those standards?
No.
How about the Edinburgh postnatal depression scale? We talked about that Friday. You're familiar with that, sir?
I am.
But you don't feel it's important. You think the regular GAD scale, general anxiety scale, is sufficient, I guess, right?
I don't think I said that.
Oh, okay. So do you think that the Edinburgh postnatal depression scale is important as a tool for a diagnosing physician dealing with a woman that's within the time frame and exhibiting symptoms of postpartum depression?
Yes.
Okay. So what was Lindsay's scale, if you know now? You had the weekend, I imagine, to look it up.
I don't offhand know what it was.
Okay. So if I offhand told you that it was pretty much off the chart, would that have any impact on your opinion as to the utility of the postnatal depression scale that was administered to her?
That's not a form of the question.
No, sustained. I mean, overruled. Let me ask. Sorry.
It's a scale that elicits distress, which she had, and it elicits depression, which she had.
And it's not just limited to distress and depression. It's focused on, and again, I'll read it, the Edinburgh postnatal depression scale, right?
Right.
So, no, the answer's right.
She had diagnosis of depression. She was being treated for depression.
All right. So you, in any event, you don't utilize, apparently, the EPDS, right? You don't utilize it in your practice, whatever that may be.
Correct.
Okay.
Not that I'm against it. I just haven't had the opportunity to use it in some time.
Right. Just like you think that, an episiotomy is a tear, I guess, when a person has a baby, right?
I'm sorry?
You remember Friday you said that when a baby is born and the woman suffers a tear, that you called it a particular name?
Okay, beautiful.
An episiotomy.
Right.
When there's a need for a tear, there are several different degrees.
No, wait a minute. Hold on now. Hold on. Excuse me, sir. Friday you said
Oh my God.
that the episiotomy is, in fact, a tear. Do you remember saying that?
I'm not sure exactly the wording.
Did somebody tell you that you were way off base on that testimony Friday, sir?
I'm not sure what you're referring to.
I'm referring to you saying that an episiotomy is a tear. And it's not.
And, Your Honor, is there a question before the witness?
I already asked the question. I'm looking at him staring back at me.
All right, why don't
The last,
just,
Wow.
you can rephrase that.
Do you remember saying Friday that episiotomy is a tear? Do you remember saying that to this jury, sir?
I thought it was the fixing of the tear.
I don't remember the exact words that I stated.
Okay. Did anybody
After a tear.
Did anybody over the weekend tell you that in fact you were wrong and that it is a surgical procedure and that a natural tear has nothing to do with that procedure other than repairing? Did anybody talk to you about that at all over the weekend?
No.
Okay.
No.
So you would agree with me at least that postpartum depression, even though you don't use the EPDS, does have symptoms that a doctor would consider if a patient came to him or her for help, right? Yes or no?
So-
Yes or no?
You're asking me about a condition which
Right.
is not the way that it's defined.
I'm asking you, sir, whether or not you understand as a doctor that if a woman has a baby and comes to you because she is in trouble, that you would look for symptoms, would you not? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And if the woman told you that she was less able to laugh, no emotion, unable to see the funny side, is that a symptom, sir, in your opinion, of postpartum depression? Yes or no?
It's a symptom of depression.
Was Lindsay Clancy complaining that she was unable to laugh or emote or see the funny side, if you will, of life when she went to see Dr. Tufts and Dr. Gelada? Do you recall that, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so let's just say the next issue would be stopped looking forward to things. You're familiar with that? People don't look forward to things and they, what is that called? Anhedonia or something like that?
Right. So that was one of the several elements of major depressive episode that I referred to the other.
Right, but it's also one of the symptoms of postpartum depression, correct?
They are the same. When
Okay.
you have depression and
How-
you meet the qualifier, then you can call it depression with postpartum onset.
How about a person that comes to you and says that they're anxious and worried constantly for no good reason? Would you agree, sir, yes or no, that that's a symptom of postpartum depression, according to the authorities?
So
Can you answer that yes or no, sir? It's real easy.
depression.
Sir,
And if it,
All right, hold on. If you can't answer the question as asked, doctor, just say you can't answer it as asked, and I'll ask counsel to rephrase it.
Very combative.
Go ahead.
yes.
so would you agree with me, sir, that the next symptom of postpartum depression would be anxious or worried for no good reason?
So I can't
that-
answer that question.
You can't. You can't?
I said I can't.
Okay. Was Lindsay Clancy expressing to the doctors and the nurse
Hey, Donna.
practitioners and the LICSWs or whatever on the medical records that she was anxious and worried on a daily basis for no apparent reason?
Yes.
Did Lindsay Clancy also indicate that she would have episodes of fear or panic for no good reason?
Yes.
Did she also indicate, sir, that she was overwhelmed by life, basically, overwhelmed?
Yes.
Did she also indicate that she was so unhappy and worried and anxious that she had trouble sleeping?
Yes.
Did she indicate that she was sad or miserable and unable to enjoy things like family, friends, society?
That is a symptom that progressed as those months moved on. Yes.
Sure did. Did she also say that she's unhappy? She was so unhappy that she was crying on a daily basis.
Yes.
Did she also indicate that she had thoughts of harming herself?
Well, or suiciding. Yes.
So if she's successful in harming herself and she dies, then it's suicide. Either way, it's a thought of harming herself, right?
I don't think she had the interest of harming herself simply for the interest of harming herself. She had the interest of suiciding.
And she wasn't successful, obviously, right?
Are you referring to January 24th?
So the postpartum depression, sir, which invariably involves the EPDS, which you don't use, consists of 1 to 10 symptoms, and she hits every one in the medical records that you reviewed. Is that correct?
First of all, I'm not sure what you're, well, I can't answer the question as you
Okay.
asked it. I'll put it.
Let's talk about postpartum psychosis, because that is something that can follow postpartum depression. Is that right?
You're using terms that make it that I can't answer your question.
Postpartum psychosis, you can't answer? You know what that is, don't you?
Are you referring to the proposed diagnosis that we referred to earlier? The one
I'm referring to the
published in
fact that
Maybe
this
Tim.
young lady was suffering from postpartum psychosis when she killed her kids. Do you know what postpartum psychosis means?
So there is a observation that a person may have psychosis, or there is the proposed diagnosis that we referred to the other day.
Let's do this.
Point
Symptoms of
drop
postpartum
on
psychosis.
YouTube and Kit.
Number 1, hearing voices.
Let's see.
Would you agree, sir, that hearing voices is indicative of having a symptom of postpartum psychosis?
You're referring to a condition or an illness called postpartum psychosis, and I don't know that I can answer questions as a psychiatrist based on that.
Would you agree, sir, that when a person is suffering from postpartum psychosis, you understand that term, do you not?
When we
Used to a
elicit,
broken
are
back.
you
Sir,
asking about
do you understand the
psychosis?
term postpartum psychosis? It's real easy. Do you understand that term?
It's actually not easy. It's serious. But when we
So,
do elicit
would you-
psychosis after a birth, we take it very seriously. Typically,
Who's we?
Yes, I
Who's
did,
we?
seen that
Jennifer.
We take it seriously.
Well,
Who's we?
we
Those new
psychiatrists,
ones,
I as a psychiatrist,
Yeah. So would you agree with me, sir, that when you are diagnosing, if you do, a patient that's coming to you for help after having a baby, so it's postpartum, and has been through, let's say, postpartum depression, and is now complaining of hearing voices or a voice commanding her to act, that is a symptom of postpartum psychosis, yes or no? Is it?
that would be psychosis. I don't know exactly based on your hypothetical as to whether it would count as the proposed postpartum psychosis illness, disease, but it certainly would be a concerning symptom or sign.
Okay, so if you had administered the Edinburgh test, that is something that may have assisted you in evaluating the claim that the person is hearing voices, because that's one of the things that you would be concerned about with a patient, right?
You're always concerned if you're encountering somebody who's hearing voices,
Right.
especially if they're new.
Especially if they're a mother, right?
Anybody.
How about thought broadcasting? You ever heard of that?
Yes.
Okay. How about a patient that says that they're worried about hearing voices and they're worried that people such as teachers could hear the voices in their head? Is that something that would concern you?
Yes.
How about if the person was afraid that somebody is able to hear the voices in their head and would call the police or DCF and they'd lose their kids? Is that something that would concern you?
Hypothetically, yes, it would be a
Or
concern.
how about actually in this case with Lindsay Clancy? Did you come across that in all of your investigation?
I came across in my evaluation a period where she worried that people could hear what she was thinking. That's different, first of all, from thought broadcasting. But in either event, as I've said, she was in a serious psychiatric state, and she was suffering.
How about number 2, postpartum psychosis symptomology, delusional beliefs with distorted reality? Did she complain to Tufts or Gelada about having distorted reality being disassociated. Things weren't real. Do you recall coming across that?
So there were times that in the context of some of the medication she was taking that she felt that things weren't real, yes.
Okay, so
Or that
my
she felt,
question, sir,
uncomfortable.
my question, sir, is whether or not she complained of that to her health care providers. You'd agree with me
Yes.
that she did, right?
Yes.
Okay. How about appears normal?
I was just waiting for him to get that out, and thank you, Jennifer, for the gifted sub that went to the 2 hours. Welcome to the dark side bushes. Let's have a little.
Welcome to the dark side bushes.
Unmuted. I am making you YouTube membership levels, but it's reverted back to the bog standard YouTube ones at the moment. So they are changing. I'm just going to make some new ones.
In between episodes, calm, even laughing.
Swiftly now.
Would you agree with me, sir, that postpartum psychosis waxes and wanes? It comes and it goes, right?
So are you referring to a particular
I'm asking you a simple question. Do you agree that postpartum psychosis waxes and wanes, that it can come out of nowhere and then leave, and a person can appear normal? They can even laugh. Would you agree with that, sir?
Are you referring to postpartum psychosis and illness, or the findings of psychosis in somebody who's postpartum?
I'm asking you about Lindsay Clancy, the young lady that's sitting right here that you're testifying against in front of this jury, telling this jury that she was responsible for the death of her children. You with me?
I'm not sure I understand exactly the context that you just stated.
Okay,
But
the
if your
context I'm giving it
question
is,
the natural course of an illness called postpartum psychosis. That illness has not been refined. It's not something that we in psychiatry, at least as far as I'm aware, can talk about as an illness where we understand its typical course. And we
okay,
understand
time out.
All right, hold on.
Are you
Let him
telling?
finish. Doctor, you done with that answer?
I'm done.
Okay, good.
You're telling me, sir, that you don't believe or buy postpartum psychosis. Is that what you're telling me?
I didn't say that at all.
Okay. So you do believe that postpartum psychosis is a serious mental illness?
I don't think it's a matter of belief or not belief. I'm aware of how to elicit the symptom or sign of psychosis. I am also aware that there's a proposal for an illness that would be recognized, where we understand its typical course and how it progresses, that has been proposed and that has not been approved for use in psychiatry in the United States.
Approved by who?
By the American Psychiatric Association.
The APA. So you're
Hold on.
By the team that let me, if I can finish, by
That's
the
the judge you're
particular
talking to, not
body
me.
within the American Psychiatric.
He just keep going, even though he's in court,
Do
doesn't
you
he?
agree
Doesn't.
that postpartum psychosis is a legitimate disease or defect? Yes or no?
When you have a symptom or sign of postpartum of psychosis at
Yes
any
or no?
time, but particularly in the postpartum period, it is a legitimate finding and something to be concerned about and to treat.
Okay. And when you say within the time frame, you're referring to the Dr. Mack time frame of 4 weeks, right?
No, I think, as I said, any time that a person has psychosis.
Okay. So
The issue about 4 weeks has to do with how we would diagnose it or what wording we would use to diagnose it, but that doesn't have to do with the reality of the individual.
Okay, so anytime that there is a psychosis, and if it's postpartum, you would agree that you can put the two words together and it's postpartum psychosis, right?
You would not utilize that in your diagnostic terminology.
Okay. Well, you would agree,
You
sir.
would read it and you would be concerned about it. According to the DSM, you would not
All right,
utilize that.
I'm sorry. Doctor, you repeat that answer. We had some problems following it. Go ahead.
So the presence of psychosis is always of concern, especially if it's new onset. To the extent that we are talking about the proper terminology of labeling something, whether it is postpartum onset or not, the DSM provides guidance as to the time frame. That is different than my saying that it is a not serious condition.
So, symptom number one, complaint, according to the Mass General Hospital, major research project, along with the Department of Mental Health, dealing with postpartum psychosis, would indicate that hearing voices, a voice commanding her to act, is a symptom of postpartum psychosis. Do you agree with that? Yes or no? Just give me a yes or no.
I can't answer that.
Okay, the answer is no. The answer is no.
All right. He just doesn't agree with it.
Oh,
Next question.
Objection. You can't just say that.
Really?
Overruled. You're going to let him ask that question if you want to ask that again.
So let's move on, sir, so we don't fight over number one. How about number two?
Yeah, an
Delusional
overrule.
beliefs, distorted reality. Would you
There's
agree
bias
that
in that.
that's a symptom of postpartum psychosis, sir? Yes or
You
no?
said number one, number two. I don't know what authority you're referring to.
Do you agree, sir, that a symptom of postpartum psychosis, in addition to the hearing of the voices, would be delusional beliefs and a distorted reality?
I can't answer because I still don't know if you're referring to the phenomenon of psychosis or you're referring to some illness.
I'm referring to the illness that Lindsay Clancy was suffering that's in her medical record, sir, that you tell this jury you read. That's all I'm asking.
Well, I didn't find any evidence of psychosis in her record.
Okay.
Other than
Was there any was there any indication that she was hearing voices? Did she complain about that, sir? Yes or no?
she complained about intrusive thoughts,
Okay.
if that's what you're referring.
How about the delusional beliefs and distorted reality? Do you recall her complaining about distorted reality, sir? Yes or no?
I'm not sure she used those terms. If you're referring
No,
to
never mind what I'm referring to. Your answer is no, right?
No, she did not display psychotic features.
I didn't ask about psychotic features. I'm asking you about delusional beliefs and distorted reality, doctor.
That is a type of psychosis.
Okay.
So I didn't see any evidence of any psychotic features throughout the medical records.
So it's your understanding from reviewing her medical records that Lindsay never indicated that she was not participating in reality, that she was in a disassociated state,
Right,
that she
and
was out of touch with reality. You're telling this jury you never saw that?
Bloody Nightbot.
I did see that evidence, that component that you discussed with her
Good.
physician.
Great.
I don't see that as a sign, strictly speaking, of psychosis. It may have been in some cases, but
Right.
I don't see any signs of psychosis or delusions.
Like in this postpartum psychosis, sir, you'd agree that delusional beliefs, distorted reality is a symptom, yes or no? Not waxing and waning with your answer, yes or no?
Are you referring to an authority there?
Doctor,
You agree.
Doctor, hold on. Here's the way this works, all right? You don't really ask a lot of questions. You answer the questions, all right? If I told you before, if you can't answer a question the way it's framed, just let me know, and I'll tell counsel to frame it in a different way, all right? So that's the rules. That's how it works here. So go ahead, Mr. Reddington.
Thank you. Would you agree, sir, that a symptom of postpartum psychosis with a woman who is coming to a physician for treatment indicates that they appear to have normal periods between episodes of disassociation where they're calm, they're even laughing, and they can drive cars, they can talk to people, they can use telephones, all of that, right?
It would be That description may be of other things, but it's not necessarily of psychosis.
How about severe sleep deprivation, sir? Do you agree that severe sleep deprivation is a symptom when you're considering the whole of the patient complaining of various symptoms? Severe sleep deprivation is a symptom of postpartum psychosis.
I can't answer the question the way you phrased it.
Okay, so let's say postpartum psychosis, you're somewhat familiar with it, and would you agree that severe sleep deprivation is a symptom of it?
I can't answer the question the way
Okay,
you
you
phrased
can't answer it, okay. How about rapid mood swings? Would you agree that rapid mood swings are a symptom of postpartum psychosis, sir?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Okay, how about a person saying that they're not herself? I want to be myself. I want to go back to being myself. I can't be myself. Is that a complaint that is a symptom of postpartum psychosis, sir?
It might be, if the person has psychosis.
Okay, the answer is it might be. Did Lindsay Clancy indicate that she wanted to go back to being herself?
Yes.
Now, did she also, was there any evidence, sir, of thoughts of harming her children?
There were periods when she had impulses or intrusive thoughts about harming her children.
And when you say intrusive, if I come to you and if a person comes to you and postpartum psychosis is on your radar and says that they're having intrusive thoughts about harming their children, would you not ask them what that means? In other words, is it a voice in their head? Is it their thought process? What is it? Do you ask that question?
Of course.
Did anybody ask that question when she was complaining about having intrusive thoughts about suicide, for example? Did anybody ask her what that meant? Voices in the head or thoughts?
I believe that the clinicians at McLean, at Mass General, Dr. Gelada, Dr. Tufts all asked about or all made inquiries to understand the nature of her suicidal ideation.
Do you believe that based on your review of the medical records and based on your review of the numerous cocktail of drugs that were prescribed to her that she received good medical care from Gelada and Tufts?
Objection. No, ruled.
I don't have an opinion on that.
Did she complain that she was not herself and her family could see the change?
Yes.
Okay. Did she also complain of thoughts of suicide?
Yes.
Did she also have poor insight?
I'm not sure that she had poor insight.
Well, if you are looking at postpartum psychosis and the symptoms are 1 through 10, if a person is complaining to you as a doctor, and when I say complain, I don't mean complaining, I mean that's medical language, that they're complaining or giving you a symptom, of 1 through 9, that is a very, very strong indicia that the person is suffering from postpartum psychosis, is it not?
1 through 9, I'm not sure I can answer that question.
Okay. How about blood tests? You think they're important when you're dealing with prescribing medications like Tufts was after a month?
They can be.
And do you think, sir, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that a person should be given a basic blood test when you're prescribing these medications to them?
No, overruled.
There are some situations where blood tests are required or needed, and other times when psychiatrists may feel comfortable making prescriptions without such tests.
So there is a further test that can be given that would actually determine whether or not a person's enzymes are reacting to the drugs, the narcotics that are being prescribed to them. Isn't that right?
You say narcotics?
Well, drugs, you know,
sure.
like sertraline or...
Can you say the question again?
Sure. Prescriptions. When a person is prescribed prescriptions, it is well within reason that a competent physician would, number one, take a simple blood test, right?
It's possible.
Okay. And I guess that's up to the doctor that you're seeing, right?
Well, sure, or depends on what concerns the person may have, what's their medical history, what's your awareness of other factors that are affecting their biological health.
So let's take Lindsay Clancy.
Depends on which medication we're talking about also.
Let's take Lindsay Clancy, for example, sir. The medical records that you reviewed when she's dealing with Tufts and Gelada, did they administer any blood test to her at all?
Not that I recall.
Is there a further analysis that can be performed on the blood that is drawn from the woman when she sees the doctor to determine whether or not there are enzyme reactions to the prescription drugs that they're prescribed?
There are tests that can be done to determine the relative degree of one enzyme or another and how much they would do in terms of breaking down the medications, if that's what you're talking about.
Well, that test wasn't administered to Lindsay, was it?
I don't think so.
In spite of innumerable, which we won't have to go through, complaints that she had and her husband about what was happening to her as a result of her postpartum, as well as postpartum depression, symptomology of postpartum psychosis in conjunction with the narcotics, the drugs, the prescriptions that she was given. They never did any further testing, right?
Correct.
How about thyroid? Is that something that's important to you as a doctor dealing with a postpartum depression or postpartum psychosis?
Thyroid would be important to assess in a person complaining of mood problems, yes.
Well, how about a woman who is complaining that during the postpartum, which goes on ad infinitum, is complaining of postpartum depression symptoms and or postpartum psychosis? It's important to check their thyroid level, isn't it?
It would be important to check thyroid in multiple different psychiatric conditions.
So the answer is yes, right? The answer is yes.
Well, I'm not sure that specifically answers your question.
I don't care. Thank you. That's all I have, Judge.
Uh-oh. I don't care.
Commonwealth redirect?
I don't care.
Good morning, Dr. Mack.
Here we go.
Now, defense counsel kept referring to your investigation in this case. Do you see your role as an investigator when you're retained to do these evaluations?
No.
And in fact, you are evaluating for a specific question, correct?
That's correct.
And in your evaluation in this case, you were asked to focus on the mental condition of Lindsay Clancy at the time of January 24, 2023, right?
So, excuse me, he's able to answer yes or no, but this is direct, so I'm objecting to the leading.
I'm going to allow just to kind of focus to the area.
Where's
and then
the
we'll
bow gone?
Go ahead, Counsel.
Thank you.
No bow.
You can answer that question.
Is there a bow?
Yes.
Oh, there is a bow.
Now, were you provided the information that you reviewed?
Yes.
And
Thanks for
were you
looking.
aware where that came from, whether it was the court or the district attorney's office or from defense?
I'm not necessarily aware of the origin of any of the documents that I reviewed, only that I did review them and I did possess them.
And as far as the timing of when you were retained in this case, I believe your testimony on Friday was that your memory was early 2025 you were retained. Is that right?
Yes, I would say that the initial discussion about it was at the end of 2024. I'm not exactly sure when the Commonwealth or the district attorney's office exactly made the retention happen, but I understand it to be early 2025.
And you were provided a significant amount of information after you were retained, correct?
Right, Gypsy.
Yes.
And that information continued to come to you up until the point that you were going to meet with the defendant in April of 2026. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
And were you able to set up that interview with her on your own?
No.
Is it your understanding that it had to be with the permission of the court and the parties?
That's my understanding.
And that date in April was a date that was provided to you as a date that you could go and speak with her, correct?
Yes, the 2 dates, April 10th and April 12th.
And in conducting these evaluations, is it standard or best practice to review as much information as you can prior to that interview?
That's correct.
And you were provided records from the Tewksbury State Hospital in the weeks prior to your interview. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, when you're retained on cases, this case and any other, you're paid for your time and your work regardless of what your ultimate opinion is, correct?
That's right.
Can you explain to us the relationship that you have with Park Dietz and Associates?
Yes. There are times that attorneys around the country go to Park Dietz and Associates seeking or asking if they have an expert in a particular field. And Park Dietz and Associates may be able to propose one expert or another who might be able to help that attorney or law firm.
And so in your relationship with that company, you are simply an independent contractor, or are you employed by the company?
Independent contractor.
And fair to say, there's not kind of a group email that somebody can send out asking for experts on all these types of areas in which you testify, right?
No, the Park Dietz and Associates would go to individual experts that they think might be appropriate for one or another case given the topic.
Now, you were asked some questions about Dr. Halbrin, and I think last week on Friday you indicated that you didn't know him prior to working on this case. Is that correct?
Correct. I had never met him.
And so is he a name that was familiar to you in your area of general psychiatry?
I knew that he was another expert that works with the Park Dietz and Associates group, but I had never met him.
And in fact, he's not a general psychiatrist, is he?
I believe he's a psychologist.
Okay. And so your focus is different than his focus, correct?
To some degree, yes.
Now, how did it come about that you and Dr. Halbrin ended up going to Tewksbury at the same time?
Well, my memory is that to the extent that he also had been retained, that there was a need to that there was only going to be one opportunity for an examination by the prosecution. And so rather than create two different sets of interviews for Ms. Clancy, it was better to overlap them and have them happen concurrently.
And in relation to the purpose of the interview with the person being evaluated, the defendant here, was there anything different about your approach and his approach as far as the information you were seeking to gather?
Generally, no. As has been mentioned, he went ahead and did psychological testing on the second day. But other than that, it's still the same topic, the individual's mental health.
And in regards to that particular, those days that you were there, it wasn't just you and Dr. Halbrin in the room with the defendant, correct?
That's right.
Who else was in the room?
One person who served as a videographer, well, two individuals who served as videographers.
Do you know who retained the videographer?
I don't.
And you're aware that Ms. Clancy was also on a one-to-one. So was there a staff member from Tewksbury close by, if not in the room?
Close by, but not in the room.
And the person who was conducting the video, they were in the room running the video the whole time?
That's correct.
And fair to say, as it pertained to taking breaks, you and Dr. Halburn offered the defendant multiple opportunities to take a break, correct?
Yes.
And
We made it clear that we could take a break anytime.
And she repeatedly declined a break, right?
I recall that, yes.
Okay. And that would be contained within the video that was running throughout the course of your interaction with her, correct?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, I'd like to present as the next exhibit the recorded interview with the experts.
I see counsel at sidebar.
Sidebar, sidebar. Can we drop some sidebars in chat? I don't know if I've got the sidebar on YouTube yet. I'm working on it. So you got the size for emojis on Kick and YouTube are completely different. So, and you can't have moving ones on YouTube. I'm working on it. I'm multitasking. Now where's my video gone? Got too many tabs open. Avram's an unusual name, isn't it? Avram. Avram Mac.
Dr. Mack, on cross-examination, you were asked about the LeBron case that you were involved in. You recall that line of questioning?
I do.
And in that case, you were retained by the state of Florida. Is that right?
Hey, Pinky.
Yes, the executive office of the governor.
And you offered an opinion in that case, correct?
Yes.
And was that testimony or by way of a declaration?
All
Or
right.
a report?
It was a report and then there was a deposition.
And so you were part of a hearing with the court in Florida to determine whether your ultimate opinions could be considered in the case, correct?
I don't think that there was a specific separate hearing after that point.
Okay.
My recollection is that in the phase of a summary judgment proceeding, that the use of my testimony was discussed in the summary judgment documents from each side.
And then ultimately, your opinion wasn't utilized by the court, correct?
If I recall the statement of the court in the document, it was that Dr. Mack is not an expert in this case, or it may have said Dr. Mack is not a qualified expert in this case.
And why was that?
My recollection of the case, which is now almost 15 years ago, was that the information that I was aware of in terms of the rate of substance use in individuals who received TANF was nationwide and was not specific to Florida.
And the issue was a Florida TANF case, right? Having to do with residents in the state of Florida. So as far as the limitations there, and
Oh, yeah, I know Jennifer.
your testimony in these types of cases could be nationwide. In that particular case, it was just that you didn't have enough information about the residents in that state, correct?
Well, that was,
Okay, if you can answer that, and then, go ahead.
my understanding is that that was one of the elements by which the court determined or made the statement that it did.
Okay. And you were offering some opinions about your expertise in the area of addiction during that time period, correct?
Yes,
Okay. Had nothing to do with criminal responsibility.
correct.
Now, you talked a lot with defense counsel about the DSM, so I don't want to go too far into it, but on Friday, you directed Attorney Reddington to a particular part of the bipolar and related disorder chapter having to do with specifiers. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you directed him to page 173, which referred to the specifier with peripartum onset. Can you just explain to us first what is a specifier when we're talking about the DSM?
Specifiers are a way in which the DSM allows a diagnostician to highlight certain details of the individual's presentation. But as I was mentioning the other day, psychiatric classification nowadays refers to the larger presenting symptoms that the individual has, and specifiers can be added on. So a person can have a severe mood disorder, and then one can add on the specifier of with postpartum onset or atypical features or other specifiers that have been defined.
And so when you were referring to page 173, where it starts the long paragraph about with peripartum onset, is that the portion of the specifier categories for bipolar related disorders where we're talking about postpartum periods?
Yes, there is a defined way in which a person can add as a diagnosis whether or not there was onset in that particular time frame.
And that's where we find the 4-week timeline, correct?
Correct.
And it also talks about different mood episodes, including manic and depressive episodes in that section, right?
That's right.
And that section also talks about the fact that it could present, mood episodes could present with psychotic symptoms and without psychotic symptoms, or psychotic features, I should say. Is that right?
Right. Bipolar disorder is bipolar disorder is a disorder of mood. Abnormal mood is what the diagnostician observes and is aware of. And if there is a way to determine that it's a major depressive episode or a manic episode or a hypomanic episode, that will help to determine if this severe mood condition is bipolar or major depressive disorder.
And so in that regard, the same specifier is also part of the major depressive category, correct? As
right. As I said, the specifiers provide detail, but they are not the, so to speak, the major element of the diagnosis. The major element of the diagnoses in DSM are the observable major symptoms and signs.
Well, I'm asking about just what's contained within those specifiers, because you and counsel went back and forth quite a bit on Friday about what's in there and what's not in the DSM when it comes to the peripartum onset. But as far as in both the specifier for bipolar and depressive.
So I just realized that Gypsy has subscribed to the Dark Side, but Patricia Talks True Crime, you're a Dark Side Bush True Crime, and you'll be a founding member on the second channel. Thank you so much, Gypsy. I just realized, I don't know that give me a notification, did it?
Welcome to the Dark Side Bushes.
But then I'm not on OBS, so we won't get the normal notifications. So, okay.
Disorder, there are a number of those features that you were discussing that is in the DSM as a specifier. Okay.
Yeah.
And those are presentation with psychotic features, the frequency of occurrence or reoccurrence of the peripartum onset for these disorders, right? That's in there.
The description has that, yes.
as well as the risk of postpartum episodes being greater when people have history of depressive disorders or bipolar disorder. That's within that specifier for each of those two chapters, is it not?
Yes, that portion of the specifier is a description of what's been observed over time. It's not necessarily the criteria, but it's the observations that have been so commonly observed that they were able to write that in the manual.
So this concept of a peripartum onset, or we've been using it as postpartum interchangeably, it's within the DSM-5, right?
Yes, the DSM-5 provides a manner by which to make a diagnosis that provides this specification or highlights this detail of the individual's illness.
And as far as your conclusions, again, when you're asked to do an evaluation, do you rely on other people's conclusions about diagnosis when making your own diagnosis?
It's important to understand what others have observed and what they're concerned about. And then as a physician, one will make one's own diagnosis.
And so in this case, you came to the conclusion that the defendant presented with a major depressive episode, right?
Correct.
And you relied on diagnostic criteria in the major depressive disorder category. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that was the diagnostic criteria that I used to support that diagnosis.
And counsel went through with you today a number of different, I think he called them symptoms of postpartum depression. But as far as major depressive disorder, what are the 9 general symptoms that you see, or you can find 5 or more of, to find that somebody suffers from a major depressive disorder?
So a major depressive episode is defined, and this is parallel to the description I was giving earlier of a manic episode. They're both problems of mood. They're both discrete periods of mood problems. So a major depressive episode would be a 2-week discrete change in a person's mood, and you have to have at least 5 of 9 different symptoms or signs, and it has to be persistent, and it has to be most of the day. So the 9 include starting out with anhedonia, meaning lack of feeling pleasure. Secondly, actually feeling depressed mood. It can be feelings of guilt or worthlessness. And then it also may include problems with thinking about death or suicidality. Furthermore, problems with sleep, eating, what we call energy, psychomotor activity, either psychomotor slowing or agitation. And then all these, you have to have 5 out of these 9 in order to meet the major depressive episode.
And I think maybe you might have missed one, diminished ability to think or concentrate. Is that one?
Sure. Concentration.
So a lot of the symptoms that counsel read to you are symptoms that are in the category of a major depressive disorder. Is that correct?
Yes, this is the method of making the diagnosis of a major depressive episode.
So when you were asked on cross-examination about postpartum depression, and you kept answering that you found her to have a depressive disorder, are those the symptoms that you were speaking of when you were saying you found a major depressive disorder?
Can I object?
No, overruled.
But bleeding?
Correct.
No, overruled. I'll allow it.
I have nothing further.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anything further?
Just briefly, sir, are you suggesting that my office had any control over when you were able to go visit Lindsay in the hospital?
Objection.
No, overruled.
I don't know if your office was involved, but I imagine, so I don't know.
You don't know. Okay.
I imagine your office was aware,
Thank you.
but I don't know.
Doctor, I think you've answered the question. All right. Next, anything further?
Thank you, Judge.
Anything further, Como? All right. Thank you, doctor. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, so members of the jury, we're going to take the morning break at this point, and we're going to come back, continue with the Commonwealth's rebuttal case. We'll have a witness who'll go on the stand after we get back. All right, so we'll take the break at this time. Thank you.
Cora, all rise. Jurors, are you close the notebook? Next month's chair, please. This way.
Jurors have exited the courtroom.
All right. Anything we need to discuss before the break, Como?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so we'll be in the morning recess at this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we return back to the?
All right.
Cora, all rise. Jurors entering. This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Attorney Sprague, you call your next witness?
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth calls Dr. Callan.
Good morning, sir. Good morning. You start right here. Raise your right hand for the clerk, please.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony in the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. You may have a seat.
Watch your step, please.
All right, good morning, Doctor.
Good morning, sir.
All right, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up so the jury can hear you. And with that, Attorney Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Kirk Heilbrun. That's spelled K-I-R-K, and then H-E-I-L-B-R-U-N.
What is your occupation?
I'm a psychologist. I am in the Department of Psychology at Drexel University in Philadelphia. And as part of that, I run two clinics. One is a clinic where I conduct psychological evaluations for, thanks, sir, for courts and attorneys, and the other is what we call the reentry project, where we provide assessment and treatment services to individuals who are either returning from federal prison or under the jurisdiction of a federal mental health court or have been exonerated following a false conviction.
And do you specialize in certain areas of psychology?
Yes, I do. I'm a forensic psychologist, and that means that I take the application of clinical psychology and I apply it to legal proceedings in criminal and civil matters.
Can you describe your training in clinical psychology?
Yes, I can. I received a doctoral degree from the University of Texas at Austin in 1980. And as part of that, I received training in various sorts of assessment and treatment and therapy and research and things like that. And then as part of that, I was involved in a full-time internship between 1979 and 1980 at the University of Texas Health Science Center at San Antonio.
And did you receive specialized postgraduate training in forensic psychology?
I did. I received from 1981 to 1982, I did a postdoctoral fellowship in the applications of psychology to crime and criminal justice.
And what did that involve?
That involved full-time exposure to clinical work in correctional and forensic populations, and also a thorough exposure to the clinical and research literature on assessment and interventions with these individuals.
And are you licensed to practice psychology?
I am licensed in the state of Pennsylvania, and I'm also part of something called PsyPact, which allows people licensed in one state to practice on a temporary basis in another state.
And are you board certified in clinical psychology?
I'm board certified with the American Board of Professional Psychology, which is the oldest and most rigorous kind of board certification agency organization in the country.
And are you board certified in forensic psychology?
Yes, I'm also board certified in forensic psychology with the American Board of Professional Psychology.
And do you have experience in the treatment of individuals found either incompetent to stand trial or not guilty due to lack of criminal responsibility?
I do. Between 1982 and 1991, I was first a staff psychologist, then a chief psychologist at the Florida State Hospital in Chattahoochee, Florida. And then between 1991 and 1994, I served as the clinical director of the forensic unit at Central State Hospital in Petersburg, Virginia. And at that time, I was also serving as an associate professor in the Department of Psychiatry at the Medical College of Virginia in Richmond. And as a part of these positions, I had responsibilities for providing assessment and treatment services myself, and also for supervising such services provided by others.
And could you describe your job responsibilities at Drexel University?
I could. I teach graduate and undergraduate courses in forensic assessment and law and psychology. And as part of the clinic that I mentioned a moment ago, I conduct forensic evaluations at the request of judges and attorneys, and I supervise individuals who are providing services to the individuals who are either coming back to the community from prison or under the jurisdiction of a federal mental health court, or who are leaving prison having been exonerated following a false conviction. And finally, I conduct research and supervise students who are working in psychology and law areas.
And have you conducted research in the areas of abnormal behavior and criminality?
I have. Over the course of my career, I've published about 240 articles, chapters, and books in the areas of aggression and violence, juveniles, mentally disordered adult offenders, forensic assessment, ethics, and malingering and deception. And two of those interests that are particularly applicable to the present case are risk assessment, which helps us understand the influences contributing to violent behavior, and also forensic mental health assessment, where we consider the important principles and steps that are connected with psychological and psychiatric evaluations in legal contexts such as criminal or civil proceedings.
And are you involved in providing continuing education to mental health and legal professionals?
Yes, over the past 15 years, I've presented about 50 lectures and workshops in the areas of forensic assessment, risk assessment, treatment, sexual offenders, and ethics.
And Doctor, in your experience in doing forensic evaluations and in teaching people how to do forensic evaluations, would you call someone you're doing a forensic evaluation on your patient?
No, I would call them perhaps someone who's being evaluated or an evaluee or something like that. They're not a patient because the role of therapist in treating a patient is different from the role of a psychologist or psychiatrist in conducting a forensic mental health assessment. They're different in a number of different ways, but basically what we try to do as a forensic evaluator is we try our best to conduct a thorough evaluation in which we are out there and trying our best to be accurate and just come up with something that is as true and accurate as we can possibly make it in terms of evaluating the questions that were asked. When we're working as a therapist, basically we're working to help somebody improve in their in various kinds of difficulties that they're having in life, symptoms, problems, and that sort of thing. And the two can conflict sometimes because as a therapist, I just want to do my best to help somebody. As a forensic evaluator, I want to do my best to be as accurate and open and thorough as possible, even if it doesn't necessarily help someone.
And seeing as you've treated patients and you've conducted forensic evaluations, would you conduct a forensic evaluation on one of your patients if requested?
I would not, no. If I were asked to do that, I would explain that those are two different roles, that there is very likely a conflict of interest that could arise if I tried to do both, and I would refer whoever requested it to another individual to conduct the evaluation.
And have you testified in cases as a witness on issues like competence to stand trial, criminal responsibility at the time of an offense, civil commitment, and other areas?
I have. Over the course of my career, I've testified about 330 times with adults and juveniles. The issues have included things like transfer and sentencing, competence to stand trial, mental state at the time of the offense, civil commitment, and personal injury. I've testified on behalf of both the defense and the prosecution, and I've been qualified as an expert in juvenile criminal and civil litigation in both state and federal court. And I estimate that over the course of my career, I have conducted about 75% of the time I've conducted an evaluation and testified on behalf of the defense. And the remaining 25% have been conducted and have testified on behalf of the prosecution or by order of the court.
And have there been times in that 25% of your casework that you've been retained by the prosecution, say for a criminal responsibility evaluation, where you find that the defendant is not criminally responsible and you have to tell the prosecutor that?
Yes, that happens with the prosecutor, and it also happens with the defense. And it's just something that we have to be able to do if we're in the profession of forensic psychology, because if we try to be thorough and accurate and impartial, then sometimes the results will favor whoever asks us to conduct the evaluation, and sometimes they won't. And what they have to hear, if my findings don't favor them, is that they're probably not going to want to use it.
And is there something called retention bias?
There is. That's something that's been discussed, particularly in the last 10 or 15 years. And there are a number of different kinds of biases that the field has paid particular attention to, potentially, over the last 20 years or so. And retention bias is the bias that is a part of what we can experience when we want to or inclined to favor the side that asks us to conduct the evaluation. And that's an important consideration. And I'm aware of it, and I try to guard against it as much as possible by talking with others, getting multiple sources of information, and a variety of other ways of doing that.
So when you conduct a forensic evaluation, you're actively guarding against having that retention bias?
Yes.
Now, have you specialized in any particular diagnosis or type of offense or legal question?
I have not specialized in that way. Most of my forensic evaluation experience has been with criminal and juvenile matters, and they have often included alleged crimes of violence, but I haven't specialized in any particular kind of mental or emotional disorder, any particular kind of crime, anything like that.
And when you say criminal and juvenile matters, are you referring to adults as the criminal portion and juveniles as juvenile?
I am, yes.
Okay. And do you find that there's a benefit to not focusing in on a particular illness or diagnosis or type of offense?
Yes, I do. Among the biases I talked about a minute ago, there's something called confirmation bias. And basically that's if you make up your mind earlier or incline toward one particular diagnosis or anything like that, then there can be a real problem, because when you get conflicting information, that is information that's not consistent with that decision that you've made or lean toward early on, then the problem becomes you pay attention to the information that's consistent with it, and you stay away from the information that isn't. And so in some ways, for me, not specializing gives me an advantage, because what I can do is come in and not be inclined toward any particular diagnosis or possible answer to a particular set of questions or a particular hypothesis or anything like that. What I can do is do my best to look at the different possibilities, and when there's evidence favoring one or supporting one, I'm inclined toward that. And when there's not, then I set it aside.
And have you had leadership experience in your field?
I have, yes. I served as the chair of my department at Drexel for 15 years. And I've also served as the president of two national organizations, the two that are most strongly associated with forensic psychology in this country. One is the American Psychology Law Society, and the other is the American Board of Forensic Psychology.
Your Honor, I'd move to submit Dr. Halbern's CV as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
Doctor, were you asked to conduct a forensic evaluation of Lindsay Clancy?
I was, yes.
And what did that entail, that forensic evaluation?
One of the things it entailed is doing my best to review a lot of information, to meet with Ms. Clancy in an interview, to speak with her in particular about what happened around the time of the alleged offense, to conduct collateral interviews with other individuals and review a wide range of documents. And so I have been reviewing documents since January of 2025. I had the opportunity to meet with Ms. Clancy in April of this year, 2026. And at that time, spent 3 days with her, along with Dr. Abram Mack. One of those days, which was video recorded, we talked about her background and a lot of information like that. The second day, where I met with her myself and did not video that because some of these psychological tests are private and they should not be videoed. So we did some psychological testing during that second day, and then on the third day, back with the video, back with Dr. Mack, we talked with Ms. Clancy about the things that she was thinking and feeling and doing around the time of the alleged offense. And so I mentioned that I reviewed records. I've got a report sitting in front of me, and those records are spelled out over 4 pages, so I'm not going to run through the whole list with you. But those records did include things like cell phone records, the defense expert forensic psychiatric evaluation reports by Dr. Resnick and Dr. Spinelli, some Department of Children and Family records, digital forensic records, including texts and information that was provided by the watch that she wore, the Apple Watch, and the phone. Variety of medical records, police investigative records, police interviews with many people, and grand jury proceedings, as well as surveillance footage of the Clancy family going to various places, Museum of Science visit, Cape Cod, CVs, that sort of thing.
And in total, all the time that you took to review these documents, look at the evidence, interview and test Ms. Clancy, approximately how much time have you spent on this case?
About 180 hours prior to coming to Plymouth. So most of that was spent in reviewing records. About 10 and a half hours was spent in meeting with Ms. Clancy and doing the testing. And then another hour and a half was spent in collateral interviews.
And who did you interview in collateral interviews?
I interviewed her former husband, Patrick Clancy, and his mother, Ms. Clancy's mother-in-law, Sue Clancy.
And did you also request to interview Ms. Clancy's mother and sister?
Not her mother. I did request to interview her sister, and I think she decided against that.
Now, you mentioned that when you interviewed Ms. Clancy on the first and third days, you were with Dr. Mack, correct?
Correct.
Why is it that you two were interviewing Ms. Clancy together on those days?
Well, that's something that I do sometimes, conduct a joint interview. That's done in training contexts, for example, a fair amount. And in this case, many of the questions that we were going to ask her, a large number of the questions that we were going to ask her about her background and her history were going to be similar. So we were able to conduct those, ask those questions in a way and save some time, keep her from having to go through and ask and answer them twice. Then the third day, again, many of the questions that we were going to ask had to do with her thinking, feeling, and behavior leading up to the time of January 24th. And basically, it involves kind of a step-by-step process, going very slowly, getting a lot of detail. And we expected that many of those questions, sort of step-by-step detail, were going to be things that we would be able to work on, or they were going to be things that we could ask twice, or we could ask once and see it on the video.
And in terms of your interviewing Ms. Clancy together, after that was done, did the two of you come up with a joint opinion on a diagnosis?
We did not, no. Although we were interviewing her together on 2 days, we took that information and we each independently came up with our own report, our own review of that information, our own analysis of what it meant, and so on. So, no, we wrote separate reports. We actually did not agree on the diagnosis.
Now, if we could have the PowerPoint. In terms of your evaluation of Ms. Clancy, including the records and the collateral interviews and your interviews of her, did you form some main conclusions?
I did, yes.
And if you could tell us, what were your major findings regarding Ms. Clancy's mental health history before September of 2022?
She had a fairly limited mental health history before September 2022. She did experience some anxiety related to achievement. She's a very strong student in school, and she got straight A's, basically. She experienced some anxiety while in nursing school doing case presentations because you have to stand up in front of a group, and that made her kind of anxious. And then she had some anxiety connected with her 3 pregnancies, some in the beginning about the ultrasounds and so on, and some sort of as she was returning to work. So after each child, she'd have some time off with a child, and then after several months, she would return to work. And on each of those occasions, with Cora and Dawson and Callan, she had some anxiety because she didn't like to leave her children. That was an important consideration for her, whether it was dropping them off at school or returning to work or leaving them with a babysitter or going out with friends, going out on date night. She didn't like to leave them. And so those were some of the things that were connected with her mental health history before September of 2022. And this was in the context of her growing up as a highly achieving individual, getting very strong grades, competing in sports and competitive cheerleading. These are all things that the anxiety probably pushed her a little bit more in the direction of doing this very well, because she was a very hardworking and highly self-disciplined individual. She also grew up in a family that was close and comfortable, and had a number of friends that she spent time with, both as a girl and a teenager and so on. But she was very highly achieving. And I think one of the important aspects of her mental health history before September of 2022 is that she really did not experience anxiety in a way that interfered very much with her functioning. She had a little bit of she had about 6 months worth of treatment for the anxiety connected with the nursing school. But it was not something that interfered with her life very much prior to September of 2022.
And doctor, did you also learn that growing up as a child, she didn't experience any type of abuse, witness any domestic violence, have any sort of trauma or anything like that as she was growing up?
Yes, one of the psychological tests, which I'll talk about a little bit later, is called the Adverse Childhood Experiences measure. And that's something that asks an individual whether they went through what we would call adverse experiences or traumatic experiences as a child and an adolescent. And there are 10 of them. And if you have 4 or more of them, that puts you at higher risk for different kinds of adverse outcomes as an adult. She did not endorse any of those. So on the ACEs questionnaire, she had a 0, which really goes to the question that you ask of whether she had adverse or traumatic experiences as a child.
And so she did not, correct? She did not report any.
She did not report any, and there were any number of individuals who were asked similar questions about her childhood and her adolescence, and they all said basically no, she did not.
And then can you tell us about your major findings for the mental health history beginning in September 2022?
Yes, I can. So it was about 12 weeks after her son Callan was born, and she was feeling very anxious and sometimes depressed about having to leave him when he went back to work. There were two reasons for that. One is that she had felt anxious about leaving her children on a number of occasions and with the previous kids. But the second reason was she was breastfeeding and Callan was not taking the bottle. And so she was worried if she went back to work. She worked as a labor and delivery nurse on the night shifts. And she was worried that if she left Callan home and he woke up in the night and wouldn't take the bottle, there would be a problem. And so that was what got her particularly anxious. And what happened was she searched for a psychiatrist, found one, Dr. Jennifer Tufts, in September, and went to Dr. Tufts and got a prescription for Zoloft she wanted to reduce her anxiety somewhat. And she didn't begin taking it immediately. She was a little bit worried about the impact that it might have on the breast milk. But sometime in October, she began taking the Zoloft. And things started getting very difficult at that point.
And doctor, did you learn how things became difficult from the records in your interview of her?
I did, both of those, and from, I guess you could say the records, because a number of people had talked about that, including her husband, Patrick. And I also got some of that information from him as well during the collateral interview.
And what did you learn?
What was happening toward the end of his 12-week paternity leave is that she was getting more anxious when she started in mid-October taking the Zoloft. She immediately began to have some difficulty. The anxiety did not get better. In fact, it got worse. There were some symptoms of depression. She immediately started having some really difficult insomnia and felt a lot of stress and so on. And so in October and moving into November, she had hoped to return to work and planned to return to work, but it was not going to work out for her because her symptoms were really difficult. So in the middle of November, she texted her mother-in-law, Sue Clancy, who was at work, also a nurse, and she was in the emergency room at South Shore Hospital. She felt unwell. She was having problems sleeping. She had a racing heart. She had lost some of her appetite. Continuing into November, she was struggling with anxiety, severe insomnia, palpitations. She was just having a lot of difficulty with the thought of leaving the baby, erasing thoughts, feeling overwhelmed, and things like that. So moving further into November, into late November, she was just having real difficulty with sleep disruption, and she had concerns all along, starting in mid-October, about the impact of the medications. It was her thought that the medications were giving her some of these adverse reactions because it was really difficult for her to look at this and say, I wanted to get some improvement in the anxiety, and I did not. Instead, it got worse. And so late in November, she was still having a lot of trouble sleeping. She thought that she was close to what she called the end of her rope. She was feeling off and disconnected and sort of like a zombie. And she began to report panic symptoms, concerns about being addicted or dependent on the benzodiazepines, some kind of disoriented and forgetful and disconnected from her body. So she was having a lot of difficulty with what she thought were the medication that was resulting in this kind of impact. And then into December, it was not getting better.
And sir, if I could just interrupt you.
Yes.
On your PowerPoint here, are we still on number 3 here, or have we moved on?
I don't know as he finished his answer.
When she's coming in focus.
Are we still on number 3, or have we moved on?
We're still on number 2, but,
okay.
but I'm also slipping in a little bit of number 3 as I answer number 2.
Okay. And if you could please continue describing what was happening in December of 2022.
Yes. Around this time, late November, early December, she began to experience what she called horrible, intrusive thoughts. And those thoughts were about harming herself, potentially. And as she continued to experience these kinds of thoughts later into December and January, they would occasionally be about harming the children. But for the most part, particularly early on, these were thoughts about possible suicide and harming herself. And the way she described it is these thoughts would just pop into my head, and they included things like, your brain is damaged, you need to kill yourself. Now, the way she described these is they were not auditory hallucinations. Instead, they were her own thoughts. They were intrusive and unwelcome, but they were not auditory hallucinations. And that's important because if she had been hearing a voice like you're hearing my voice right now, it comes from outside of your head. And that's a different kind of a symptom than having thoughts, even unwelcome and intrusive thoughts that are in your head. If it's coming from outside, that is very likely a psychotic symptom. And if it's a psychotic symptom, then that has different implications for what's wrong with you, as opposed to something that is unwelcome and intrusive, but inside your own head.
And doctor, the way she described these thoughts that she was having in December about harming herself, in the medical records and in her conversations with you, she described those as unwelcome but internal thoughts, correct?
Yes, that's right. It was important because of what I just said that I asked her the question, when you were experiencing these thoughts, were they like your own thoughts or were they like auditory hallucinations? And she said they were like my own thoughts. And she made it clear that they were unwelcome and intrusive, but they were like my own thoughts. And she didn't get to talking about experiencing auditory hallucinations, as I will talk about a little bit later, until January 24th. And so she continued to have real difficulty with various kinds of problems. She had lost about 15 pounds, not intending to. She was having tremors and sweating and GI symptoms and sadness, severe depression, that sort of thing, as she described it. Feeling numb and zombie-like were her words, again in December. And then by middle December, it was getting very difficult for her as she talked about it. Her sleep was getting a little bit better, but she was continuing to have significant symptoms of depression, things like hopelessness and the loss of capacity for pleasure and things like that. She described her experience on December 15th of 2022 as one of her worst days. She went to her husband took her to Mass General that day, and she did not stay very long, but it was one of those things that was really difficult. The symptoms were, as she saw it, pretty bad. And then on December 20th, she went to a hospital called Women and Infants in Rhode Island, and they had a day program for postpartum individuals having difficulties. And they said that they weren't going to take her, that she didn't meet their criteria for the postpartum program. Generally, that was because they said that she looked like she was having a general anxiety symptoms and depressive disorders, but not so much the postpartum necessarily. And
doctor, if I could just stop you
No,
Yes.
a moment.
You finished with that description of what information you got from that provider?
not quite, Judge, but almost.
Okay.
I
all right.
apologize.
Yes.
You can finish.
So she was not going to remain in Women and Infants, and the next step that she took was hospitalization at McLean.
And so if I could ask you a follow-up question now, before we
Yes.
go on to McLean,
Yes,
about women and infants, were you able to review the women and infants records?
I was, yes.
And looking at the women and infants records, on page 9 I have here, it states that patient was offered several options for her, including inpatient treatment for medication management, a partial hospital program focused on general mental health, or continued outpatient management. Patient plans to follow up with her outpatient provider for guidance. So even though they said she didn't necessarily fit into their postpartum program, they did offer her 3 other programs, correct?
They did, yes.
And her response, Ms. Clancy's response, was that she was going to discuss that with her provider for guidance, correct?
Yes.
And in reviewing the records of Dr. Tufts and Rebecca Gelada, did you ever see any mention of the defendant actually following through with that and discussing with them those 3 options that were offered by women and infants?
No, what I saw is that they were back to being treated according to the plan and the medication and so on. But she was back to being treated, discussing with Dr. Tufts what the best implications were for treatment.
Okay. And then you were about to talk about what happened at McLean. So if you could please tell us what you learned about McLean
be
and how that was
perfect.
impactful to your analysis or your
Just
evaluation.
been getting a drink.
Yes, she was admitted to McLean on January 1st of 2023, and what got her there was suicidal thinking. That was very difficult for her. That was a very difficult time to experience that sort of thing. And so she went into
I look
McLean on
before you leave.
January 1st, and
Look
their
before you
admission
leave, even.
documentation listed postpartum depression and major depressive disorder, which they described as recurrent and
We're on a
mild.
different channel.
While she was in McLean, what she reported as her primary concern was insomnia.
We're streaming from the new channel today, not the normal one.
And she said that while she was hospitalized, it actually made her more anxious than being at home. And when she was asked about the suicidal impulses and thoughts, she said that she would not commit suicide because of her children and her mother. So she had they asked about reasons for living, among other things, and those were some of the ones that she cited.
Doctor, would that be called a protective factor?
Yes, sometimes it's called a protective factor.
And that's something that protects you or prevents you from committing suicide?
Yes, would keep you from doing something like that.
And then what were your further findings?
So she stayed at McLean for 5 days, and she was documented as not having safety concerns and at minimal risk for returning to the community by January 3rd.
No, we don't do a high storm,
She
no.
described her mood there as numb, but she denied things like delusions or hallucinations or suicidal thoughts that were continuing or homicidal thinking. And at the time she was discharged on the 5th of January, she was described as cooperative and pleasant, with no psychosis, no suicidal or homicidal thinking. And she said, when I was asking her about it, that when she left McLean, she had what she described as a small shred of hope after discharge, because she was off of medication, Seroquel, which she thought was causing her a lot of trouble. But the intrusive suicidal thoughts returned, she said, within a week or so following her discharge from McLean.
And would we be moving on now to number 3 on your PowerPoint?
Yes, we are.
Symptoms following the beginning of medication. So what were your major findings in that area?
Well, I have, I think I've combined 2 and 3 as I've talked about this, because one of the things about this is after she started taking the medication in October, the Zoloft, she had, the anxiety didn't get better. She had great difficulty with insomnia. And she said she was numb. She felt like a zombie. It wasn't something that she was able to see any improvement in. In fact, she thought it was getting a lot worse. And so basically, what she thought is that the symptoms that she was experiencing following taking the medication that was prescribed beginning in October, she said the symptoms were getting worse, particularly a new symptom, which was insomnia.
We could move on to the next slide. Doctor, and does that bring us to number 4 on your PowerPoint, the adverse response to medications, including bad insomnia?
Yes, and I won't take nearly as long in talking about that, because one of the things that she thought was happening when she began taking that medication in October is that the medication itself was far from making the anxiety better. It was making it worse and keeping her from sleeping, and it was, she thought, making it difficult for her to she thought that the medication was actually making it a real problem for her to sleep, to feel. She felt emotionally numb and that sort of thing. And so accompanying the bad insomnia with the apparent adverse responses, producing the insomnia and other things, was a real problem for her as she saw it. And it's one of the things that she continued to emphasize to providers, whether it was Dr. Tufts or Ms. Gelada, a nurse practitioner. She said, basically, I think these medications are making me worse. But one of the things, moving on to number 5 there, one of the things she also said is that she was focusing on helping the anxiety get better through medication. There was a little bit of counseling going on with Ms. Gelada, but one of the things that she did not really have was, say, a cognitive behavioral therapist or something like that to help her work through the problems. She thought that medication was going to try to help, and it really did. It was something that she focused on a good deal.
And when you say she was focused, the defendant was focused on medication resolving her problems, would that include talking to doctors about different medications to try, researching medications on her own, asking friends and family for tips on medications, things like that?
Yes, all of those things.
Okay. And then should we move on to number 6, the mixed evidence about diagnosis and the nature of her problems?
Yes.
And what were your major findings in that area?
Excuse me just a moment.
Okay, Peggy, if you're still here.
Over the course of the time that she was going through these experiences between
I agree, Ariel.
mid-October and late January, she'd had a lot of providers
Hey, Elizabeth.
offer a lot of diagnoses, and there were a lot of complicating considerations. So among some of the diagnoses that she'd been given were adjustment disorder with anxiety and depression, generalized anxiety disorder, major depressive disorder, bipolar disorder 2, postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis, post-traumatic stress disorder. That last one was not before January of 2023, but it's something that she has right now. And in addition to those diagnoses, which sort of implies that she has a disorder and she has symptoms, there were complicating factors. She had psychotropic medication with apparent adverse reaction. She had serious sleep deprivation over a 3-month period. She had between 5 and 8 months after the birth of her third child. She had anxiety about returning to work in the fall of 22. She was worried about leaving her baby for work, and he was not taking the bottle. And the other thing, which was important for her, is she was always someone who was she was into exercise, and she stopped exercising sometime in October when she started having these adverse reactions. But it's one of these things that it was a real difficult thing for her to handle when she couldn't do the running or the yoga or the Peloton or other things that she used to keep her anxiety managed.
Were you aware that she was able to return to exercising on several dates in December and in January, going to the Kingsbury Club where she was a member?
Yes, she was trying that, yes.
Yeah. And is that something that, as putting on your clinician hat for a moment, is that something that you would recommend to a patient that they, in this situation, that they try to do things like exercise to complement medication and therapy?
Well, if it works, it does work for some people, and they use it effectively over the course of their lives, particularly if they have some anxiety that might not fully need treatment, but it's something that might interfere with your life a little bit.
And what were your next observations?
Well, if we could move on to the next slide, please.
So here we have number 7, your diagnosis, bipolar 2 disorder. So was that your diagnosis of Ms. Clancy?
It was, and it was hard because of all the diagnoses in the records and all the symptoms that she experienced and so on. To make a diagnosis of bipolar disorder or bipolar 2 disorder, which is a kind of a less serious way of experiencing bipolar disorder, you have to have identifiable mood swings. And one is a period of depression, which she certainly had, but a period of depression. And that was something that made a big difference over a certain period of time, and depressed symptoms and sadness and not having much or not having much motivation and things like that. But you also, for a bipolar diagnosis, need something where you have an identifiable period where the mood is much greater. It's much, one of the things that I might say is that one feels during a manic period sort of high, jumpy, decreased need for sleep, racing thoughts, a sort of flight of ideas, thinking really fast, excessive appetites for different kinds of things, not getting tired, feeling important and powerful, and things like that. And I was having a hard time finding something that looked like it was a manic episode. There were times when she felt, as she described it after the birth of different children, she felt good, she felt on top of the world, she felt really close to them, her husband and her kids, and so on. But it's also something that it didn't look like a manic episode so much as it looked like she was really feeling good and getting back into exercise and things like that. So it's one of those considerations where the thing that sort of gave me pause for a while in diagnosing a bipolar disorder is that I didn't see that manic episode. But what really convinced me is that she's been at Tewksbury now for more than 3.5 years. And the diagnosis of record at Tewksbury is bipolar disorder. And they are, as I read the records, very careful about what they prescribe and how much, and various other kinds of considerations. And one of the things that the records reflect is that when she was on some medication that's prescribed to help stabilize her mood, and it was discontinued for medical reasons, she had a kind of immediate response to that, which is to say, she noticed it, and that's a consideration as well. So I ended up with making a diagnosis of bipolar 2 disorder, which is a slightly less, not slightly, it's a less severe form of bipolar disorder.
And doctor, why did you diagnose with bipolar 2 and not bipolar?
Because bipolar, as I said, is a more severe kind of diagnosis. It's more noticeable. And if you had a bipolar diagnosis, then I would want to see something that clearly and definitely looks like a manic episode. And I did not see any evidence of that before January 24th of 2023.
And there were some incidents that have been described by witnesses who have testified and in the medical records, things like the defendant cleaning out her garage with her husband at one point in time. Was that something that you did or did not see as manic, and why?
Well, there was some indication in the records that some people thought it was manic. I did not see it that way. She did not describe, when I asked her, she did not describe that as a manic episode. She didn't think it was. And when I talked to Patrick Clancy, he said he didn't think it was either. And basically it was cleaning out the garage and getting a lot of stuff into 20 trash bags and so on. But one of the things he said is, they were both working hard, but it wasn't all her.
Do you think this is the ace they've had up their sleeve that they thought? I don't know if it was explained, but the points at the end of every month, I do a giveaway. It could be a cash giveaway, it could be merch giveaway. On here, it's going to be the top first person, but on the main Kick channel, it's the top 3. We're doing a big cash prize giveaway this month. It varies. Sometimes it's weekly, sometimes it's monthly. It's whoever's got the most points at the end of whatever period we're doing.
We're out there putting stuff in 20 trash bags, and he wasn't a part of it. He said he was
I
definitely
wish they'd move his mic, though. I can't see his face.
And would it be accurate that bipolar disorder requires that period of mania for, I believe it's 7 days, where bipolar 2 requires hypomania for 4 days? Is that right?
Yes,
Yeah,
that's right.
end of the month.
And so did you see signs of hypomania?
Well, that's something where it's less clear that it's manic, and that's one of the things that inclined me toward bipolar 2 is I just did not see signs that were clearly manic episodes, but it looked like something that it possibly could have been a less serious or less severe manic episode.
And in terms of this diagnosis, this bipolar 2, is there a way to determine whether she always had this disorder or if it's something new, and if it's something new, when it appeared?
It's a disorder that typically
Well, you
comes
never know, Ariel.
on in adulthood. It's not something that you have as a kid or even for the most part as an adolescent. It's something
Welcome
that
in,
you
Z-Man.
start to show the signs of when you are in your 20s or 30s.
And so at this point, would it be time to move on to number 8 on your PowerPoint?
Yes.
Which would be criminal responsibility evaluation. So mental state and legal standard are relevant. So what were your findings on number 8?
Well, one of the things that I wanted to say about number 8 is that I wasn't called up here just to make a diagnosis or talk about symptoms. This is a criminal responsibility evaluation. And one of the things that I take a look at very carefully when I'm doing something like this is what's the standard for criminal responsibility in the jurisdiction. Now, I'm aware that the court will instruct the jury about the standard and how you apply it and so on, but my understanding of the standard for criminal responsibility in Massachusetts is that a person is not criminally responsible if at the time of the offense they suffered from a mental disease or defect and as a result lacked substantial capacity either to appreciate the criminality or wrongfulness of their conduct or to conform their conduct to the requirements of the law. So there were really 3 parts. There really are 3 parts to that criminal responsibility standard. The first is mental disease or defect, and that's one of the reasons why I've paid so much attention to the symptoms and when they began and things like that. But the other thing that I try to do is take those symptoms and see how they affect somebody, in this case, Ms. Clancy's capacity for knowing that something like this was illegal or wrong, or how they affected her capacity for conforming her conduct to the requirements of the law, which I think of as kind of controlling her behavior.
And to determine, is that something that those 3 elements are those things that you kept in mind throughout your evaluation of the records and your interview of the defendant and the psychological testing that you did?
It is, yes. And it's something that I put on page 1 of my report because I always try to do that to try to make it as clear as I can that this is something I'm paying attention to throughout the entire evaluation.
So that's your mindset when approaching the evaluation of Ms. Clancy?
It is, yes.
Okay. And so what types of psychological testing did you do with Ms. Clancy?
Are you ready for Reddington? Get ready. So they're saying bipolar 2, which is the least serious.
There were several reasons why I wanted to do psychological testing. One is what we call response style. In a matter like this, somebody like Ms. Clancy during an interview could respond what we call reliably, which is within the limits of her memory, as accurately as she possibly can. But there are other response styles. One is that somebody could do what we call exaggeration or even fabrication. Sometimes that's called malingering, which is they distort or they take the kind of report that they do and they exaggerate or even fabricate the severity of what they are experiencing. And then the other kind of response style is to underreport, basically to say, I'm going to minimize or even deny things that I actually experience. So response style is always important in doing a forensic evaluation like this, and I paid attention to it. And one of the psychological tests that I administered, something called the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory, has scales that allow me to look and say, is she being kind of reliable, or is she exaggerating or fabricating, or is she minimizing or denying? So that was one of the reasons that I wanted to do these tests. The second is I wanted to pay attention to possible symptoms of what we call severe mental illness, things like hallucinations or delusions or mental disorganization. They can't really kind of focus on what's being discussed so much as you tend to get off track or have tangential speech, which is kind of running off the topic and going to different ways and so on. Cognitive disorganization.
How much do you earn, sir?
There's also a review of her reported symptoms around January 24th of 2023, and I wanted to ask her questions in a fairly comprehensive way about that. There are other symptoms that she was experiencing reportedly, depression in particular, and I wanted to know how depressed she was feeling. And so that was something that I could also measure with these psychological tests. And then finally, suicidal thinking was quite important. And I wanted to ask her questions about her thinking and feeling and behavior related to suicide, kind of leading up to January 24th and then around that time. So these are all reasons why I gave her psychological tests.
I'm going to have you pause there for a moment.
Yes.
I'm not sure if it's a good time to break.
It's a good time to break. All right, why don't we do that? Thank you. All right, so members of the jury, we're going to take the afternoon recess at this point. You know my instructions, so they're going to be the same. Don't talk about this case. Don't do any research about this case. Don't listen to anything about it. Don't read anything about it. Have a nice break, and we'll have you come back here about 2 o'clock. Okay?
Court, all right. All right, please. Good. Close the notebook, page 110. Just like this.
I've been using Nightbot all this time and didn't realize you could do timed links to drop. Like just like that. Save as dropping them, so they'll just drop automatically.
All right, Doc, give me a step down.
Yeah, we start later.
All right.
Look, before you
Anything
leave.
we need to address before 2 o'clock? All right, so we'll be in recess till approximately 2 o'clock.
We start later so we can skip all the breaks. And then we don't have to hang around. So we're going to skip the break. So what's everybody thinking? Do you think they've left him till near the end for a bit of an ace up the sleeve? Or what do you think? I've got some other podcasts and videos.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Julia Janae. It's good to be with you on this Monday afternoon as we are in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. The fate of Lindsay Clancy.
I'm going to skip these because I've got some podcasts I want to share with you. Also a video by Nate Eaton about Patrick's civil lawsuit.
Been listening to, which there is a
postpartum psychosis.
No, that's what we already said.
In addition, she was unable to conform her behaviors to the rule of law.
Or what would
his testimony, but it also creates that doubt.
Yes, I can. On the MMPI, which...
All right, I just want to get rid of it. There we go.
Your Honor, for the purpose of...
She doesn't look as confident today, does she? And so they're saying she's got bipolar 2, which is the lesser degree of the two. What do you think? Do you think the jury... I don't know how this jury is going to vote because I'm I'm not going for psychosis at the minute, but like, what do I know? None of us are doctors. You got to go by what these experts say and what.
The record, we return back to the trial, Commonwealth versus Lindsay
I'm less
Clancy.
and less
All parties
feeling
are present, including the
psychosis right
defendant
now.
and including the 18 jurors.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Members of the jury, we're going to return now to the direct exam of this witness. All right, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, before we broke, you were describing the various psychological tests that you conducted on Ms. Clancy. Can you tell us the results of those tests?
Yes, I can.
What's the big surprise then? I think you're in for a big surprise. Look before you leap. In what way? About this trial, or are you talking about something else? Well, what do you mean an extension? I had a schedule. She just looked worried today. I'm not going for psychosis either. She's weird. Or in the trial. What do you think the surprise is going to be, though? Do you think she's going to take the stand, or is it too late for that?
On the MMPI, which I spoke about first, and this was, of course, 3.5 years after the alleged offense. So it's going to describe, much of it is going to describe her thinking and feeling and behavior in April of 2026 rather than January of 2023. But it's something that's always a challenge when you try to reconstruct what happened some time ago. And so some of these tests were administered from the standpoint of what was it like for you back then. But the MMPI was delivered in terms of how you're doing right now. And she, on the response style scales that I talked about earlier, she showed a slight tendency to underreport, to deny unusual experiences, although she did that in a way that was pretty sophisticated. She's a bright woman. And so given this, we kind of take into account a little bit the fact that she might be underreporting a little bit in terms of what's really wrong with her. However, there are a number of what we call clinical scales on this test, and she was not elevated on any of them, meaning that she's not actively symptomatic in many areas or in great distress in certain ways. But there was one scale that is elevated, and that is the suicide and death ideation scale, thinking about suicide and death. And I should say that Ms. Clancy has been on 1-to-1 suicide precautions, which is the highest level of precautions that a hospital can take, since she came to Tewksbury. This is a very long time to be on that kind of precautions. And what it says to me is that she was at risk for suicide. She remains at risk for suicide. And so she still is. The adverse childhood experience questionnaire I mentioned earlier, basically it's a measure of whether somebody is reporting experiencing as a child or adolescent adverse or traumatic events. And she was not. So she had a 0 on that. There were 2 measures of suicide intent. One is called Beck's Suicide Intent Scale, and the other is called the Columbia Suicide Severity Rating Scale. And I can sum up those results very quickly by saying that when she responded to one of them as she would have if she'd been filling it out in January of 2023, what it suggested is that this was a very serious suicide attempt at that time. And when she responded to both of them as she...
Because you probably... Because we're behind. I get you now, I get you. Sorry, it's been a bit slow. Because we're behind in the stream. There's a surprise coming. So, yeah, don't spoil it for us. I get you now. Sorry, I was been a bit slow there. I was like, what do you mean?
Feels right now. She also was indicating that she remains at high risk for
No,
suicide.
I don't think
and
anyone
hence
else was involved. With
the one-to-one supervision for 3.5 years.
I'm sorry, I was a bit slow one night.
The brief symptom inventory is something where you ask people about a number of possible symptoms that they've been experiencing within the last month or so. Gave it to her under two circumstances. One is, how are you doing right now? That is around April of this year. And the other was, how are you doing in January of 2023? Her description of how she was doing in January of 2023 is that she endorsed feeling blue or still extremely depressed, feeling no interest in things, thoughts of death or dying, feeling hopeless about the future, feeling very self-conscious with others, and the idea that something is wrong with her mind. She thought depression, suspiciousness, memory problems, problems with attention and concentration, and things like she was having trouble concentrating. So she'd be cooking, for instance, and she'd forget what step she was on. So most of these are consistent with symptoms of depression. And so I thought that they were good indications that she was endorsing feelings of depression, although she was improving somewhat from her December feelings. Something called the Obsessional Beliefs Questionnaire has 3 scales. One scale is kind of responsibility threat estimation, which is a belief about your personal responsibility and overestimation of threats. She was not elevated on that. A second was perfectionism and certainty. She was not elevated on that either, although she works hard and so on, but she was not elevated on the perfectionist aspect of this test right now. However, she was elevated on something called importance and control of thoughts, meaning that for her, it's always been important to be able to work hard and control what's going on with her mind and her life. And one of the things that I'm going to talk about in a few minutes that I think was making her depressed and hopeless and sad and so on is that she had been trying very hard since October to basically control the problems that she was having, and it wasn't working. It was not succeeding for her. Okay, and then there was something called the Lahoney-Slade hallucination scale. And so she endorsed the following things. Sometimes a passing thought will seem so real it frightens me. Sometimes I get distracted trying to concentrate on my work. That was something she endorsed back in 22 and 23. In the past, I've had the experience of hearing a person's voice and then found there was no one there. That was only on January 24th. I often hear a voice speaking my thoughts aloud, again, only on January 24th. I've been troubled by hearing voices in my head, again, only on January 24th. All right, so those were the psychological testing results, and I'm going to move to the last item on the PowerPoint here, which is why it was important for me to consider her motivation for killing her children. And this is something that, if you look at Lindsay Clancy, would be described as so out of character that I just like to know what could possibly have been going on. Because, for instance, when I talked to her and talked to her husband as well about how do you discipline your kids, it was never spanking, it was never hands-on, it was never anything like that. They both felt bad when they yelled at the kids. So it was one of those things that to imagine her doing something like this is really seems so out of character that I thought it was very important to try to figure out why it might have happened. So this is how I approached it. The other thing about the why question is it could well be something that is valuable to know when we're thinking about whether she understood that something was wrong, or when she was thinking about whether she could conform her conduct to the requirements of the law or control herself. The why question seemed important. So if I could have the next slide.
Sure. And in evaluating the why, did you come up with 2 possible explanations?
I did, yes, which is on this slide.
And so can you explain that, please?
I can, yes. There are a number of reasons in my experience why people harm one another, why people kill one another. And most of these reasons ended up not applying to Miss Clancy. I mean, it wasn't job related. She wasn't in the military, the police. Didn't have to do with money or property or fame or anger or being callous or abusive or being afraid or doing it himself. None of those there was any evidence for. But there were a couple of things that started to have some evidence for, and this is what it looked like. One is the psychosis, the possibility that she had a severe mental illness, experiencing hallucinations, delusions, that sort of thing. And as part of that, on January 24th, experienced those symptoms that we're going to talk about in a minute. And I'm calling that the first bullet point there, acute psychosis with command hallucinations. The second possible explanation was as part of an attempt to take one's own life, as part of a suicide, one might harm one's children if you thought that would prevent them from suffering. And let me see if I can give you an example of that. If one of us were to learn, and we had no doubt in our mind that the Holocaust was coming tomorrow, and we thought that was going to be awful, and I can't live through that, and so I'm going to take my own life. If I had children, the question might come up, do I take them with me? Do I take their lives as well? Now, I'm not saying that I would definitely do that, but what I'm saying is that it would come up as a possibility in what I thought about. And so there ended up being, in my mind, 2 possible explanations for why she did what she did. The first being the acute psychosis with command hallucinations, and the second being this was a serious suicide attempt, and she wanted the children to be with her so she wouldn't be separated from them, and so they wouldn't have to suffer after she was gone. Now, in a minute, I'm going to talk about the evidence that I saw supporting each of those, but I will tell you right now, in advance of talking about that most of the evidence that I saw supported the second one and not the first.
And so, Doctor, if we could go to the next slide and you could talk to us, tell us what evidence you saw for acute psychosis with command hallucinations.
Yes. The first was, that's what she said. I asked her that question, and that's the way she explained it happened. She said, sometime on the afternoon of January 24th, 2023, that she heard a voice, and the voice said, "This is your last chance. You have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself." If she actually heard a voice like that, that would be evidence of psychosis being experienced and what we call command hallucinations, where the voice is instructing her to do something. There were some other possible things that made me think that it could be a severe mental illness that she was experiencing, and two in particular. One was thinking that others might know her thoughts. Now, this is something that is a symptom of psychosis called thought broadcasting if it's experienced in a certain way. In thought broadcasting, if I'm experiencing that, I literally have the idea that that if I'm thinking it, you can hear what I'm saying, just as if I were putting it on the television or podcast or a movie or whatever. It's just coming out that way. I asked her about that, and she said, and other people asked her about that too, and she said it was not thought broadcasting, but these were very vivid thoughts, and she thought that it might be that people could hear them as vivid and strong as they were. The second possible symptom is that thinking police might take her children. Now, in some of the records I saw people saying, wow, this looks like a paranoid delusion to me. And I will tell you that it didn't look either paranoid or like a delusion to me. And here's why. I'm a healthcare professional, and that means that in Pennsylvania and every other state I know, I'm a mandated reporter. If someone tells me in therapy or in an assessment that they think that a child is going to be injured or severely hurt or that might happen, then I'm required by law to contact Childline in Pennsylvania. Ms. Clancy is a labor and delivery nurse. She's a healthcare professional as well. And so it's one of those things where if she had said to a psychiatrist, psychologist, anyone providing treatment, that she thought she was experiencing ideas like she might harm her kids, she would know as a mandated reporter that they were legally required to report that. Now, that might not mean that the police would literally come and take her kids away, but it would mean that there would be an investigation. She would have to answer questions, and it might be that for a period of time she would be separated from the children.
And Doctor, is it? I thought he was done.
I don't know.
Well, we'll find out. Were you done?
I just want to ask a follow-up point.
We have to
question about your
surprise
last
you.
point. Is that okay?
Oh, yes, that's okay.
And so you mentioned you didn't think it was a delusion. Is it true that a delusion is a fixed false belief?
Yes, that's the way it's defined.
And so Ms. Clancy thinking that if someone knew she thought of harming her kids might be taken away, that's not a false belief, correct?
Well, that was what I was trying to say, is that it is not a false belief. It's quite possible that it could come to pass.
And if you could continue with your discussion of why the evidence you saw for acute psychosis.
Yes. The other point there at the bottom is that it's appealing as an explanation because it could explain acts that seem so out of character for her. You don't have to get complicated at all. It's just, I had a psychotic episode. I heard a voice. The voice told me to do something terrible. I did it.
And after considering the evidence for acute psychosis, command hallucinations, did you then consider evidence against acute psychosis with command hallucinations?
I did, yes.
And what did you see?
One of the reasons, well, the first bullet point here is that the way she described this as happening is that she heard a voice that she'd never heard before, experienced an hallucination, and she's never experienced it since, but she only experienced it for the 18 minutes or so that it took to kill the children. And to put it mildly, that would be a very, very unusual pattern or manifestation of how this kind of thing comes about. Very unusual. I've been doing this kind of evaluation for many, many years, and I'm always very careful when someone tells me that they experienced a symptom only during the course of committing an offense.
Why is that, doctor? Why are you careful when someone tells you that they only experience this voice during a criminal offense?
Well, because it provides a convenient way of lessening your own culpability.
No.
I mean, it's always.
Respectfully, Sydney, I can do my own card readings, but we're not going to bring card readings into this right now, if you don't mind. I can do my own anyway.
Possible, but as I said, I find it very, very rare.
Business.
Whereas an explanation for why somebody did something, somebody might look at that and say, it's a convenient way of somebody looks at me and I don't have the same culpability that I would otherwise.
And what was the next part of evidence that you saw against acute psychosis?
There was some discussion of whether this was postpartum. And so she was about 8 months away.
Yeah, thank you for asking, Sydney. I appreciate that.
Having given birth to Callan, her youngest child. And most of the explanations, or most of the sources of.
Actually, I'm just going to jump in. I used to do readings on true crime, not to get, but I've refrained from doing that, even though I'm pretty good at what I do. I never contact families. I never would. I would never give them tips. But the horrors I've seen of people doing terrible readings and then contacting the police and family, I actually decided to just keep it more in my private practice, not bringing it into true crime. That's a decision I made a while ago. Because people will run with it and they'll go and call bloody law enforcement and say, oh, I saw a card reader who gave me a tip, and it horrifies me, and I don't want to be part of that.
Authority like DSM-5 or the Cleveland Clinic will point to maybe 1 month after birth or 2 months after birth or something like that. But the farther away you get time-wise from the birth, the less likely it is under those kinds of authority to be postpartum. Now, it could be something else. And there were certainly some things that I saw that were symptoms of depression and other sorts of things that she experienced in January. But it was, given the time, it was less likely, I thought, to be postpartum. Then the next bullet was inconsistencies in her account. To me, when asked about this, she said, the voice said, "This is your last chance. You have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself." And it just kept repeating that, and only that, and only that, for about 18 minutes, or the duration of the time it took to do this. There were other times, though, for instance, when she was in the hospital after this happened and was talking to a psychiatric attending, when she said that the voice had said other things, for example, the children will suffer without you, or you have to take the kids with you, or things like that. So inconsistency is important because it suggests inaccuracy. In other words, which version is accurate? Is it the first? Is it the second? Is it neither? I mean, here it couldn't be both, because she said, I only heard this. To some people, she said that. And then I heard this plus this. To other people, she said that.
And doctor, if she had said to a third person that it was a different version, such as you have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself because there's a danger to you and the kids, would that be a further consideration of the inconsistencies?
Objection. Yeah, overall.
The more inconsistency there is.
Can we have a basis for that, at least?
What's this asked as a hypothetical?
Hypothetical, yes.
I'll allow that.
So it's not based on evidence, it's a hypothetical.
It's a hypothetical.
Overruled. I wouldn't, Eileen. No way.
So if the person has a third version of what happened, what the voice said, and what the reasons the voice gave, would that be important in your assessment as well regarding inconsistency?
Objection. It's speculation. It's not based on evidence, and there's no foundation for a hypothetical question.
Let's just ask it as the hypothetical. Assuming this and then go that way.
We haven't got a
Doctor,
speculation badge yet.
A hypothetical question for you.
Objection,
Assuming
Your Honor.
that a person has already given two versions of a voice, what the voice said for them to do, and then gives a third version of what the voice told them to do, would that be significant to you in assessing the inconsistencies?
Objection for the record.
Yeah, overruled. Go ahead.
What I would say is the more inconsistency there is, the more problematic I find it to take any one particular account and say this is the accurate one.
And then what other evidence did you find against acute psychosis?
I'm in the UK.
There is some research that's been conducted on malingered hallucinations, which are accounts of hallucinations that are exaggerated or fabricated. And I found it useful to look at those, look at that research and see what it suggested and kind of lay it out there in terms of the way she described it. So some research suggests that that one consideration is whether the voices are internal or external, whether they're coming from your own thoughts or whether they're coming from outside of your head. And Ms. Clancy perceived this voice as external, which is more consistent with genuine hallucinations. However, command hallucinations are often, in about 88% of individuals reporting them by one account, accompanied by a related delusion. Ms. Clancy did not report any accompanied delusions. So thus far, you've got 1 point for genuine and 1 point for possible exaggerated. Then there's frequency and control. Genuine psychotic hallucinations are more often intermittent than constant. They'll come and they'll go. You'll hear it, stop hearing it. You'll hear it again, stop hearing it, and this can extend over a period of time. Ms. Clancy, in this instance, reported that the voice was constant for 18 to 20 minutes, and then it stopped. It had not been experienced before, and it has not been experienced since. And she also did not report having any control over the voice or over her actions in response to the voice. Then the next item is content. So genuine hallucinations are often familiar, use both genders, and are clear rather than vague. Ms. Clancy described this voice as clear, but it was unfamiliar and it was a single male voice. So that was sort of mixed. I'm not counting it as one direction or another. And then finally, reaction and coping. Individuals who experience hallucinations like this often try to reduce their influence in different ways. Could be praying, could be listening to music. And while those who inaccurately report the experience of such hallucinations often do not describe coping mechanisms. And Ms. Clancy didn't report any attempt to stop the voice or distract herself from it or what have you. So there were about 3 points on which her account more closely resembled exaggerated or fabricated hallucinations. One where it looked more genuine and one that was kind of mixed.
If I could ask you a question, you said that there were more points indicating malingering or exaggerating the existence of the voice. But earlier you testified about your psychological testing of Ms. Clancy, and it showed minimization, and it didn't show malingering. Could you explain how those two things could occur in the same person at the same time?
Yes. When we try to appraise through testing or specialized measures something that looks like malingering or exaggeration, the way we typically do it as psychologists who develop the measures is it looks like somebody who is going to take a shotgun approach. They're going to say, unusual things are wrong, and strange things are wrong, and many things are wrong, and things like that. If you do that, we're pretty good at picking up that shotgun approach to malingering. But if I ask you a bunch of questions and you answer them almost entirely in a genuine way, that you're being as accurate as you can, except with one exception, when I ask you about one experience or one symptom and you exaggerate or fabricate that, it's we can't pick that up through our testing. So what we have to do instead is we have to kind of develop our ideas about how it might have been experienced, what it was consistent with, what the disorder is. We take a broader approach, which is what I've tried to do in talking about this.
We'll go to the next slide, please. And was there further evidence against acute psychosis?
Yes. I'm going to start with the question of thoughts or hallucinations. I've already said that I found the account of hallucinations to be, as she described it, it would be very, very unusual to experience it that way. Never having, not before, not since, constantly for 18 minutes. However, if this was a thought, an unwelcome, intrusive thought, but still a thought, that's basically, this is your last chance, you have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself, then that would be consistent with thoughts that she'd been experiencing for some time. She'd been having thoughts about harming herself, that she was, it was going to be very difficult for her to do this in a way that was that made sense. She was experiencing thoughts about hurting herself because her brain might have been damaged. She was experiencing thoughts about hurting the kids. She was experiencing all sorts of unwelcome thoughts. If that were the case on January 24th, if these were thoughts, then that would be consistent with what she'd been experiencing for months before. So that was something that made more sense to me, that rather than an auditory hallucination, it would have been an unwelcome, intrusive thought. The next bullet is her response to her husband's question, what did you do? So when he got home around 6 p.m. on January 24th, and the house was quiet, and he went in, thought people might have been playing hide and seek with him, called downstairs, didn't get an answer, called upstairs, didn't get an answer, went upstairs, found the bedroom door locked, unlocked it with his key, went in, saw some blood there, saw the window was open, ran downstairs, and he saw his wife, Lindsay, lying there semi-conscious. And he said his first question was, what did you do? And her response was, I tried to kill myself. Now, I thought that if she had actually experienced this command hallucination, that she might have said something like, I did what I had to do. Or I did what the voice said, or something like that. But no, she said, I tried to kill myself. And this is consistent with my looking at this and starting from the perspective of this is a serious, highly lethal suicide attempt. And that's the way to understand it. And then the last bullet point has to do with the recovery of memories. So when she regained consciousness that night in the hospital, one of the things she said is that she wasn't able to remember what had happened. And she was informed of it, but if this had been a genuine memory loss, then human memory is funny. And one of the things that happens is that when you're trying to remember something that actually happened, things can interfere with that. Things that you read, things that you're told, other sorts of things like that. So it would have been hard to understand how she would recover that memory accurately, including the particular memory of the command auditory hallucination when it said.
And doctor, did you already go over the first bullet point, the inconsistencies in her description of knowing wrongfulness?
Yeah, I'm gonna pass on that one. Go to the next slide.
Okay, you don't have that's not a consideration?
Well, there were some additional inconsistencies in terms of whether she knew that when I asked her whether she was aware that it was illegal or immoral, she said basically, I wasn't thinking about this at all. No thoughts, no decisions, none of that. It was just all action. One of the things that Dr. Resnick wrote in his report is that she was intellectually aware that it was wrong or illegal, but not morally. And what she said to me is that I just don't think I wasn't thinking about that at all. I didn't know any of that.
Okay. And if we could go to the next slide, I think if you could describe for us the evidence that you saw for suicide combined with altruistic filicide.
Yeah. Altruistic filicide is a term that's used that means killing your kids out of love, not because you're trying to be cruel or for material gain or because you want them out of your lives or any of that.
Or revenge.
But killing them
the partner
out of love so that you could basically, they wouldn't have to suffer, so you could prevent their suffering. And what she did, I thought, was begin with what I said a minute ago was a highly lethal and very serious suicide attempt.
And that was preceded
It
by
was preceded by months of thoughts and impulses about you should harm yourself, you should kill yourself, your brain is damaged, that sort of thing. And that, I think, is the beginning of the way to understand what happened that day. The second point is that, as I've said before, she didn't like to leave her children. Whether that was
That is a good
for
point.
date night,
She didn't
or
like to leave them.
school, or going back to work, or anything. She did not like to leave her children. And if she had taken her own life, then her children would have been without her, and she thought that they would suffer. And she'd been having these thoughts both about herself and about her children over a several-month period. And the other thing that I will say is that she was in pain. She was suffering. She was doing a little bit better than she had been before she went into McLean, but she was still in pain. She was suffering. I think she was even desperate. And that is something that is often characterized as people who try to take their own life. They're in pain, they're suffering, and they're trying to put a stop to it. And I think when she decided at some point that she was going to put a stop to it, then she had to answer the question of what to do about the kids. And she didn't want to leave them. And she was convinced that they would suffer without her.
For the next slide. And further evidence that you saw for the suicide combined with altruistic filicide?
There was. One of the things that she said when asked about what happened is that in the course of strangling each child, she said, "Go to God, baby, go to God."
Oh, we've not heard that before.
And
have we?
That was part of her expectation
that
she and the children would be together in heaven with God. She was raised as a Catholic, and this, as I understand, Catholic considerations, that's not necessarily what happens, but when I asked her about that, when I said, isn't suicide a mortal sin?
Yeah, can I see counsel over here?
Uh-oh. Objection. Wow, here we go. Is this the thing? Bringing religion into it. Objection, Your Honor. He's going to have a field day, isn't he? We're nearly caught up. Then
and then we'll bring you back in a couple of minutes. And so, all right, and so I'm going to ask you to go back to the jury room, and then we'll bring you back in a couple of minutes. All right?
Court, all rise.
sidebar. We're having a very long sidebar. Yeah, that's it. I can't remember it. We've listened to so much. I thought, have I heard that before? Or have I not mentioned it? Yeah, I can't remember if I'd heard it. Okay. Go to God, baby. Okay. Yeah. There's a lot to take in, isn't it? We've got an objection. I think we're gonna. Have we got the objection emoji on YouTube?
Next to the forum, court's in session.
All right, we'll be in a short recess.
No, we haven't.
And I'll come out as soon as I can.
Court, all rise.
Don't know BCTV. That's what we've got to decide. Okay. How long are we going to be out? We're nearly up to
Can we
time.
return back?
Conference. I think the defendant made a motion. I'm going to allow argument in regards to the motion. I'll hear first from the defendant, and then I will hear from the Commonwealth. Mr. Reddington.
Thank you, Judge. Your Honor, this has been obviously a long trial and a lot of work on the part of everybody involved, from the court to the staff to the prosecutors to myself, and needless to say, the strain on Lindsay Clancy. I have to move for mistrial.
I'm not sure. You want to phone? Look,
the reason is that this is intentional misconduct on the part of the prosecution. You know that this whole idea of injecting Roman Catholic faith, the concept of mortal sin, into this trial occurred, I don't even remember now, about a week ago.
I don't know. Look,
And
before you leave, I'm not sure
I
how to do that.
objected, but before I could get the objection out, Your Honor had us at the sidebar at the same time, and very forcefully, in my opinion, indicated to the jurors that they should not consider that to any degree. At the time, I put on record the fact that I did not feel that I felt that the court's instructions were sufficient. They were forceful. They were right on point. And we moved forward without a motion for a mistrial. I made a tactical decision. But unfortunately, at this point, it's a concern I have because this is just over the top.
You might have
It's
to
the same thing
log out and in again.
talking about religion,
Go out.
talking about heaven,
mistrial.
talking about killing
Shreddington
people
wants a
and
mistrial.
the impact of the effect that it would have on Lindsay as well as her children. The fact that this is not the first time that it occurred during the trial, and the prosecution has previously brought up the concept of mortal sin, based on your ruling in the past, in conjunction with the fact that they brought it up again, I believe it was intentional misconduct, and I feel that the court should grant a motion for mistrial.
All right, thank you. Kamala?
Thank you, Your Honor.
I think the judge will deny it.
The question I asked the witness did not ask for any testimony about religion, about Catholicism, about mortal sins, or anything like that. And the slide is still up on the screen. There's nothing on the slide about Catholicism, about mortal sins, about any of that. The witness was explaining his reasoning. I don't think it was intentional on part of the witness either. If we look at his interview of Ms. Clancy, one of the things that this witness has to do is determine whether the defendant knew the wrongfulness of her conduct. And that can be either that it was criminally wrong or morally wrong. And he explored that with her in the interview and asked her about whether she knew it was legally wrong, and she said she had no concept of legal consequences. And then he went on to ask her about moral wrongfulness and about her religion and whether she knew it was morally wrong. And she did say that she had knowledge that suicide was considered sinful. So I believe that's where the witness was going in trying to explain his reasoning. I don't think he was intentionally trying to inflame the jury or cause an issue in this case. I know I certainly wasn't, because I didn't ask a question about her religion or a question that would invoke that kind of response. I asked him to explain what was on the slides, and that's not on the slides. So there was no intentional conduct by the Commonwealth. That was not where I intended to go with this questioning. And I don't think that the witness intended to do any harm either. He was just explaining his rationale. So I would ask that the jury be instructed to disregard the answer, and I can speak to the witness and tell him not to talk about that reasoning for behind his thoughts, that he can testify about his conclusions, but to leave that portion of his reasoning out of his testimony.
Well, here's the concern I have, is what the witness did say. In regards to go to God, baby, go to God. That was statements that had been made in evidence already. And then he indicated that was part of her expectation, that she and the children would be together in heaven with God. All right. Now we're getting a little closer to problematic area. Then he testified she was raised as a Catholic. And as I understand Catholic considerations, that's not necessarily what happens. How is any of that proper at this point? But it was not.
No shit.
I'm not going to declare a mistrial at this time.
Boom.
What I am going to do is I'm going to bring the jury in. I'm going to tell them to disregard it. I'm going to tell them that's an inappropriate area of inquiry, and that this witness's understanding of Catholic dogma or Catholic teaching is irrelevant. There's no evidence of his background or training or having been to the seminary or any of that. And so I think, and that's where he injected that. And so I am giving that, but the Commonwealth, I'm going to strongly, and perhaps the strongest language, talk to him and let him know that he can't go into that. And then my thought is, I'm going to bring the jury back in. I'm going to give them that instruction, and then I'm going to send them home. I don't want them leaving here today with the last thing they heard was a discussion about this witness's understanding of the Catholic teaching. That's not the last thing they're going to hear.
Oh, shoot.
And so my thought is that as best I can is to address that and minimize the damage or prejudice, because I do presume that this jury will be able to follow those instructions. And so that would be my thought. We'll come back. That will give the Commonwealth plenty of time to talk to this witness, to let him know the areas that he should and should not go into. And then we can come back tomorrow and we can resume his direct examination and cross-examination. All right, so that'll be my thought.
I haven't finished yet. We've got a podcast.
I'll give them that instruction, and then we will recess until tomorrow. Okay?
Your Honor, just for the record, could I note an objection?
Sure, absolutely. All right, so we ready for the jury?
Okay, Deanna. We haven't finished yet, though. We're going to go for a bit of a podcast.
Cora, are This court's now in session. Please be seated.
For the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Well, members of the jury, just before we broke, there was some testimony from that last witness. And I just want to give you some instructions in regards to that testimony. And I just wanted to let the religion that the defendant was raised with is absolutely an inappropriate area of testimony. It is to be stricken. It is not to be considered. I can't be any more clear of that. It cannot be considered. Secondly, the witness's understanding of Catholic teachings and considerations, again, is immaterial. It's irrelevant. It is to be disregarded based on that testimony. All right? And so because we had a little bit of a delay due to this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to excuse you until tomorrow. All right? And so the thought is we'll come in, we'll finish up with this witness. I believe the Commonwealth has another witness at that point, and then we'll talk about where we go. I apologize for any kind of confusion or delay, but I just wanted to make sure you had those instructions with you when you left here today. All right? So I'm sorry, but so I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.
Court, all right. Jurors, can I close the notebooks? Please on the chairs. This way, please.
I'm going to watch a bit of Surviving the Survivor. They've got some good guests on. Wow.
All right. Also, one more time, can I see it sidebar?
Sidebar. I think that'll be it, wouldn't it? Right, something else. I'm going to Surviving the Survivor. Got some good guests on. Bear with me while I switch it over. I feel like we need like a bit of a come down from that, like a chill out.
That was the fateful.
So it says, will jurors find Lindsay Clancy criminally responsible, legally insane? Oh, they're coming back. Hold on. I know you can't hear it, but the judge has come back. Let me just hear what he says. Charge conference tomorrow. I think they might do closing statements Wednesday, possibly. I think they'll be wrapped up this week. Awakens again, unless something dramatic happens. So they've gone now.
Day that Lindsay Clancy's own defense attorney and she herself admit that she took 3 different exercise bands and strangled the life out of her children while ex-husband Patrick Clancy was out running errands. All that happening in under.
So this was literally just finished, this stream.
1 hour's time. We're going to dive into what happened today, and it was perhaps the most dramatic moment in the 19 days of testimony on day 19 today. First, the best guests coming to us from the West Coast, I believe, is Matt Murphy, former homicide prosecutor in Orange County, legal analyst, and author of the Book of Murder. You've seen him on 2020. You've seen him just about everywhere. The man is ubiquitous. Next up, you've got Dr. Casey Jordan, the criminologist and host of Criminal Appeal. And last but certainly not least, he's humble about it, but he is Harvard educated, and his name is John Day, coming to us from Santa Fe, New Mexico. And he got into the law because of a horrific crime against his sister, He was a sex crimes prosecutor and knows the prosecution side of the law very, very well. Matt Murphy, I've got to start. I mean, today, for the second time in as many weeks, the phrase mortal sin comes up. And this time, everything just came to an absolute screeching.
I think they're back tomorrow, normal time, but they're going to do something tomorrow and then maybe closing arguments on Wednesday.
Hall, the judge, before there could be an objection, said, come to sidebar. And then there was an immediate break. What do you think of the way things unraveled?
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on with that, to be honest. It's kind of it's a very simple rule. You can't invoke religion in any criminal prosecution. It's kind of the third rail. I don't know how they make that mistake twice, to be honest with you. I think that, this is such a dynamic case. It's very, very interesting from a legal and factual perspective. There's a lot of emotion surrounding it. And I think we all sort of agree the last thing we want to have happen here is to have the whole thing be for naught because of some sort of dumb mistake made by the prosecution. This is something that I think really that the law is very interesting. I think this jury is starting to get a little fatigued, and I think we're all ready to get to closing arguments. I'm not sure what I would do if I was the judge on this. And we're talking about Massachusetts. I'm sure there's plenty of Catholic jurors. I don't know how they keep stepping in it.
Yeah.
And sorry, I'm a little under the weather, so you're going to get me in a little more raw today than I might be otherwise.
That's all good. Matt Murphy, for full disclosure, is not feeling well and just joined for a little while, but we appreciate him being here. And of course, this is his first time as a best guest, and hopefully not the last time. But I mean, Matt, just to piggyback to that on that point, I mean, what does a judge do in a situation like this? The first time it was the assistant prosecutor who essentially had Susan Clancy, the grandmother and mother-in-law, on the stand and said, you're Catholic. Don't you know that murder is a mortal sin? This time it came from the prosecution witness. A lot of people think maybe the prosecution coached this particular witness into using the phrase mortal sin. But what does Judge William Sullivan, what does his honor do now? I mean, who does he bounce this off of, and how does he figure out? It seems like he denied the motion for mistrial. But
I think what we'll see is I think that the court can properly admonish the jury either now or later that any sort of reference to religion is not to be considered in any way, shape, or form. And look, when I'd like to believe that the prosecutor didn't coach them to do that. When you're at a point in your case when you're appealing to religious sensibilities to get your case over the net, so to speak. And I'm not saying they did that, but that's such a Hail Mary, to kind of use my own religious reference. It's so desperate. You're going to lose almost always. If you're reaching into the bag of semi-dirty tricks, you're going to lose. A case like this, you want the case to be decided based on the facts and the law and nothing else. The jury's going to be instructed they can't consider penalty, punishment, or sympathy for the defendant or for the little kids. They've got to base their decision solely on the facts and the law. The law in the state of Massachusetts it's almost like it was written for this case. Massachusetts uses what's known as the McCool rule. In California, where I practiced and prosecuted a bunch of murders, and I believe in New Mexico too, John can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe New Mexico is also what they call the McNaughton rule, which is basically it stands for the idea that legal insanity will prevent criminal culpability if somebody does not recognize the nature and quality of their actions. Okay, so what does that mean? That means somebody suffering from a mental illness where their delusions are so severe, in a nutshell, they can't determine right from wrong. In other words, like the devil that pops up on the shoulder, to use that old trope. If the devil says, hey, go over there and stab that person or I'm going to blow up the world, the person's suffering from a mental illness, but they still know that it's a human being that they're killing. If the devil says, hey, go over there and stab that banana or that space alien that just looks like a person, then under those circumstances, they could be found legally insane under the McNaughton rule. Massachusetts and the McCool rule has a third prong, and that is basically somebody who's suffering from a mental disease or defect, and I think that's crystal clear based on this evidence, and she did. The question is, was it postpartum depression or the more rare postpartum psychosis? And then, even then, if she knew that it was wrong, but third prong, it's called the control prong, was unable to conform her behavior or her actions in conformity with what the law required, then they call it lacks criminal responsibility is the language they use. In California, we call it insanity. There they say lacks criminal responsibility. And also another thing is that in California, please, John, correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think in New Mexico too, as soon as the defense offers insanity as a defense, they bear the burden of proving that to the jury. That's the way it works in California. In Massachusetts, as soon as the defense raises mental illness and introduces any evidence in support of that, the prosecution shifts the burden of proof shifts right back to the prosecution, and they have to prove that she wasn't suffering from a delusion of that nature. So that's a big mouthful of information and law. But I think at the end of the day, this is one. Hopefully, it's not going to come down to the experts. To be honest, I wasn't super impressed with any of them on this. I think that Kevin Reddington is doing a very, very strong his performance has been very strong on behalf of his client. I think that the prosecution has been less strong here. And I think that at the end, I think that when we get to closing arguments, maybe we'll see. But, this is the performance in a courtroom in a case like this has a really big impact. And I think that right now, I think that we can see this jury, I can see this jury coming back for the defense, but we still have to get through closing. And again, this is a wild case. All the people outside the courtroom, all that stuff seems to be a sort of a constant in our modern era between Brian Koberger and the Probergers, or Karen Reed, or Luigi Mangione. I guess that's maybe a separate discussion for another podcast, but we sure have it again here. And I don't know what I think about that.
I don't know what I think about it either. And Dr. Jordan, I mean, Matt Murphy just laid that out beautifully. I'm not the quickest or the brightest bulb in the box. I understood maybe about 2/3 of that. But my question is, the jurors are going to be more like me and a lot less like you, Matt, and John. How the hell are they going to figure this out when they get into deliberate? When they go to try to figure this out. I mean, the law is so complicated. There's double burdens. I'm understanding maybe even a triple burden on the prosecution here. Criminally responsible versus not criminally responsible, and it's got to be at the time of the act. How are they going to figure this out?
It all depends on who ends up sitting in those 12 seats. Don't forget, we've got 18 potential jurors, and we don't know yet which ones are going to be the alternates and which ones are going to be the decision makers. But we know there are 12 women and 6 men. Now, I don't for one second think that we're going to get all 12 of those women on the final pick. But, they say cases are won or lost in jury selection. And when they pick the 12 that will be the decision makers, a lot of things are going to come into their thought process, because this truly is a case where you either follow the rule of law or you're unable to overcome your emotions. And I think there was a jury consultant who said, and she's right, in the end, they're going to have to walk over the dead bodies of Cora, Dawson, and Callan to be able to return this verdict. And some will be able, if they can remove themselves from their bias, which is going to be much harder for young women, especially of childbearing age, especially if they have young children. That would be your defense team's worst juror, the young women who have young children or are of childbearing age. You're better off with people who are over the age of 40, males or females, college educated, but you don't need to be college educated to be a smart juror. You really don't. It's really about, are you able to get in touch with your own bias, lift yourself above them, and then follow the rule of law and not be impatient. Read the judge's instructions. And if they do that, and we've all been watching the same trial for the last few weeks, I do think currently the defense has the upper hand, not the least of which is this whole mortal sin debacle that's happened twice. I honestly thought that you might have today, a mistrial. And that kind of feeds the fodder. I loved everything Matt Murphy said about whether or not this was intentional. We don't want to believe that of the prosecution, but a mistrial would almost be a perfect exit if she thinks she's losing, because then it's like, if it had just gone to verdict, I would have got it. But on behalf of the people of Commonwealth, this isn't trying, or it's trying again. I didn't lose the case, but I don't know that if we had a mistrial, they would bother to retry it, given everything that's been happening over the last few weeks. So how do you understand the insanity defense as it is in Massachusetts? To be honest, if you want to plead insane, Mass is a great state or Commonwealth to do it in, because they do use the substantial capacity test, which is much more nebulous than the McNaughton rule that, Matt just pointed out, which is very dichotomous. It's right, wrong, it's black, white. You know the difference between right and wrong when you're committing the act or not. And this is like, you don't have to know anything. You have to appreciate. You have to be laboring under such a defective reason or disease of the mind so as not to be able to appreciate the wrongfulness of your act in the exact moment that you're doing that. All you have to do is open yourself to the idea that she was in postpartum psychosis, was involuntarily intoxicated.
Okay, I've got 1,888 points on Google Play sat there. And I didn't realize till just now that I can give memberships with Google Play points. So I've cashed them in. So I'm going to give some memberships away from my Google Play credit, because I wouldn't spend them on anything else. So I'm going to buy memberships. They're good. That's just going to go to waste otherwise. So who got that one? The Dead Bad Core. Let me do it over on the other one. Did you know you could do that? I didn't realize I could buy.
Hit it on a cocktail.
So if you see me dropping memberships, that's what I'm doing. I was trying to buy 5 in one go, but I think you have to have the full credit, not just like that and then a bit from your bank card. I don't think you can do it that way. I think you've got to have enough to cover the whole thing. So I'm going to have to buy them individually, I think.
To agree that she's not criminally responsible. And as Matt pointed out, there's only, I think, 20% of the states that have the insanity defense put the burden on the state to prove you're not insane. And Massachusetts is one of them. That's a much harder road to hoe, so to speak. Much harder for the defense to prove she is not criminally responsible. Now we just have to have the prosecution convince all these jurors that she's faking it, she planned it, she could not possibly have had postpartum psychosis. And I don't think they can do it at this point. I have to say, based on what I've seen, if I can put my emotions to the side and I tear up every time I think of those children, I would say the defense has the stronger case, but you never know. You could have a stealth juror on there. You could have somebody who just wants this mother to pay, and then you could end up with a hung jury and a mistrial anyway.
Yeah, shout out to Lauren Conlon, whose birthday is today, but she also got some sound with Kevin Reddington right after court. He was sort of hot under the collar, as is expected, upset about what went down. And he said after the first declaration of mortal sin inside the courtroom, he did not want a mistrial, but this time he had his hands tied. John Day, coming to us from Santa Fe, New Mexico. I'm going to play some tape after this, and then we'll let Matt Murphy go. I feel bad. He is not feeling well, and he's a trooper for coming on here, for a little bit, just in and of itself. But Judge Carol Erskine, John Day, she's from Massachusetts. She's also a professor. She tweeted out, and she teaches up in Massachusetts. She said, as I said last week, the prosecutor's mortal sin question was a blatant violation of Massachusetts Rule G, Evidence 610 rule, whatever the hell that is. Now, a Commonwealth expert has again injected Clancy's Catholicism into the case. The Commonwealth appears to be substituting religious condemnation for Massachusetts legal standard of criminal responsibility. This is not merely improper. It is outrageous. The repeated violations now raise a serious Oregon versus Kennedy question, whether the conduct meets SCOTUS's narrow goading standard, prosecutorial conduct intended to provoke a mistrial. John Day, that's a lot, but basically saying they crossed the line with, church and state, and now are they goading a mistrial here? Your reaction to this?
Hate, as a former prosecutor, current prosecutor, hate to think that any decent prosecutor would stoop that low, but it happens. We all know what happens. I think one of the issues is, the judge would not declare a mistrial, but the judge, admonished the jury. And so all the jurors who were taking notes were like, don't pay attention to what I just wrote in my notebook. I mean, that's,
I've got the banner
that's the
up as well.
downside
Thank you,
of when the
Jennifer.
judge draws the jurors' attention to something that they were not supposed to hear. That sticks in their mind. They wonder, why wasn't I supposed to?
Can I just say thank you so much, Jennifer, for doing an amazing job today, dropping links and greeting everybody. Thank you so much.
To hear that. It amplifies the problem, at least in my experience. So there's not much else you can do, though. I suppose the judge could have just ignored it and hoped the jury ignored it, but can you do that? Second thing, of course, Casey and Matt laid out all the off-ramp. The defense has so many exit ramps on this case for finding no reasonable doubt. And they listed them very articulately. That's what's making this tough for the prosecution. And you hate to think that the prosecutors decided that we're losing this thing, so we're going to go for the cheapest shot we can find with the reference to religion. But on the other hand, I think we've all dealt with difficult expert witnesses, especially mental health experts. Some of them tend to think they're smarter than everybody else in the courtroom. And if that was sort of a, going off script, I mean, I've seen that happen too. But again.
Yeah, I don't think you could use Google Play points on Kick, only on YouTube. I didn't realize you could gift memberships using your points. I was just playing around with my points. And, I'd gone to or purchase gifted memberships, and it said that I've got Google Play points and I could use them. And I'm like, okay, but it won't let you split. You've got to have the exact amount to cover what you want to gift. So I couldn't just quite gift 5 in one go.
Because there was a precedent here, because it happened before. To me, that's doubtful. But I think that laying out all the different reasons that the defense has, is good fortune on their side, and this one is pretty accurate.
All right, so here's the moment. This is the witness, Dr. Kirk Heilbrunn. He's on the stand, and this is what caused the immediate break in action, and the judge to go in chambers and then come back out and listen to Kevin Reddington file for this mistrial.
She said, one of the things that she said when asked about what happened is that in the course of strangling each child, she said, "Go to God, baby, go to God." And that was part of her expectation, that she and the children would be together in heaven with God. She was raised as a Catholic, and this, as I understand Catholic considerations, that's not necessarily what happens. But when I asked her about that, when I said, isn't suicide a mortal sin?
Yeah, can I see counsel over here?
And that was all she wrote. I mean, Matt Murphy, I know you're under the weather. Your reaction to that moment, I think that's the most dramatic moment in the trial so far. And there's been a few, literally an objection couldn't even come in because the judge acted so fast. I assume he did exactly what he was supposed to do there.
He did, and I think I agree with John on that. I think John's exactly right. I think that this is an example of having called a million of these guys over the course of my career, as I'm sure John has too. A lot of times, they don't want to be told what to do, and you don't want to have to tell an expert what to do anyway. You give them the facts, you let them render their opinion, and you make the decision to call them or not call them, and you discover everything to the other side after the prosecution. I interpret it the same way John does. I think that was an actual part of their discourse, and I think I don't think the prosecutor, at least I really don't want to believe she coached him into saying that. I think it's more along the lines of, with everything that's going on, they forgot to tell him, don't mention anything about the religious part of your interview with her. Interviewing her is appropriate. Asking her that question for the purpose of a forensic interview, there's nothing wrong with that either. It's introducing that to the jury where we run into problems. So the judge jumped on it. I think the mistrial will be denied, but also, John hit the nail on the head again. As far as the appellate issues go, this is if they are fortunate enough to get a conviction here, or she's found criminally responsible, which I think that's a tough order at this point. That's going to be fodder for appeal forever. I think that the judge that you quoted was reading a little, in my opinion, too much nefarious malice into the minds of the prosecutors, and you see that sometimes in appellate opinions where somebody makes a stupid mistake or is so overwhelmed or just not competent enough to get out ahead of a problem like an expert like this, and then it's interpreted with malice when really there's a great saying, and I'm probably going to blow it on my fever medication right now, but it's never attribute to malice what can be described by incompetence and stupidity. And I think that's what we're dealing with here. And I think that where we're really going to see this is a bit of a mismatch. The skill of the lawyers, and I know John is going to agree with me on this, the skill of the attorneys in closing argument is one of the most important parts of every trial. And a jury can get lost in the law, but they can sure see who's winning and losing an argument. And I think Kevin Reddington with his Massachusetts accent, and look, to be honest, fully bluntly honest, I'm sick of watching the guy. I'm ready for closing arguments. He's done some really good cross-examination from a tactical point of view. He's sparred with the judge. I think he's going to get away with it. I'm really sick of watching the prosecutors, but I think when we get to closing argument, we're going to see a mismatch. He's going to come in with that Massachusetts accent. Like the opening, he's going to speak in low tones, and he's going to fire up, and he's going to get this jury. I think my prediction is he's going to get the jury on his side, on her side, and the law. Again, it is very nebulous. The language is so broad, and I can't remember which one used the term off ramp, but that's exactly right. The jury has a million opportunities here to find her not criminally responsible, and then we're off to the Massachusetts mental health system, where remember, if she gets confined to a mental health facility, the goal is rehabilitation and restoration of sanity, which I think with the right medication, I think even postpartum psychosis usually doesn't last more than, I think, on the outside a year or two. I'm no expert on that, but I think that she'll have her first sanity review. They do an evaluation for 40 days, and she gets her first review in 6 months. My prediction is she would be out in a couple of years. I keep seeing commentators saying she's going to be in there for decades. She's not, and maybe that's the right thing here. I think Dr. Jordan can probably speak more to that regarding the mental health process than I can. But every state's a little bit different, but she'll get out. Maybe that's the right thing. Maybe that's the worst thing ever. My heart just breaks for those kids.
Yeah. I mean, Dr. Jordan, I was going to come to you with a totally different question, but I think Matt asked it. By the way, everyone's screaming at me. You got to let Matt go. I'll play one more piece of video, and we will let him go after that.
I must look like I'm dying to the viewers, so maybe hopefully not.
They're still saying you're better looking than all of us while you're sick. So you got that.
That's definitely not true.
But I mean, I do think this, Dr. Jordan, that this was sort of an innocent mistake. Is there anything the judge could do tomorrow in terms of like voir direing this expert to ask if he was told to include this phrase? He said he was going to address him in the harshest terms possible. He didn't address him today, but I'm just wondering, could something be coming down the road tomorrow?
In theory, I think that he doesn't want to draw any more attention to it. So I would think either it's a mistrial or it's like, let's just move on. oh, jury, for the second time in as many 3 or 4 days, you now need to disregard what you heard there. I mean, even if they were sleeping when the guy said it, they wake up when they see everyone jump out of their seats, right? And then they're like, okay, somebody screwed up. Who screwed up this time? Okay. And none of this works well for the prosecution. I am just like Matt and John. I do not want to believe this, and I love that I have two prosecutors, because when I am wearing my lawyer hat, I work for the defense. And I got to tell you, you just want to assume that every prosecutor is so ethical and committed to the rules of professional responsibility that they would not even have encouraged that, or even subtly suggested to their witness that they drop the mortal sin words again. I mean, they have to know. Either they are disingenuous and they did it so that they can get a mistrial and have an excuse not to win, or it really was an innocent mistake. But either way, the jury cannot unhear it. And you're going to have Catholics, okay, on this jury. We don't know how many. We don't know how devout they are, if they're lapsed. But just the word mortal sin. And this whole idea, delivering them to God is her words precisely. But everything after that, he should have known. Come on, he's an expert. You know what you can and cannot say. So again, if they are like, all right, what she did is a mortal sin, that could work one of two ways, right? I couldn't figure out why she said it the first time last week. Was she trying to have Patrick's mother kind of impeach her credibility by saying, it's a mortal sin, so you're here to soften it because you don't want her to burn in hell? And again, I'm a very lapsed Catholic since I was 3 years old, so I could have all my lingo wrong. But the bottom line is, today was totally different.
I agree, Jennifer.
And I think they're saying it so that the jurors there who believe that she should pay for killing her children will vote guilty, will not find her.
That's what I mean. People are feeling more sorry for Lindsay than those children.
Not
That's what I'm
criminally
hearing.
responsible. So if it was a cheap shot twice, then prosecution deserves to lose just on that, if you ask me. I'd be fine with a mistrial, frankly.
Really? Do you agree
Right.
with Matt Murphy that if she is found not criminally responsible, which is what Matt is leaning toward, that she would be let out in just a number of years, potentially months?
This is what I want to hear.
Asking me or asking John?
You, Casey. No, asking you, Casey.
I'm glad you asked me. because a lot is made of how Andrea Yates is still in, right? After 25 years, she's still there. And everyone says she doesn't want to get out. Oh, actually, I think it's not that she doesn't want to get out. She does not bother to even avail herself of her hearings, of her, to see if she can get out. I think that she knows how people feel about her in Texas. She has no family at this juncture. Rusty remarried and went and had other kids, kind of like Patrick did in this case. And what would her life be like on the outside? I think she's comfortable where she is after 25 years, and it's just easier not to invoke the wrath of the public. Now let's get to Lindsay. She's much younger. I know you're gonna like, I'm gonna hear about it. We're gonna hear about it in the chatter. If I had been Lindsay Clancy and I know that she is paralyzed, I would have voluntarily had my tubes tied in the interim, just to send a message. I never plan to have more children. Whether I get out in 20 years.
Can she have children though? Would she be able to biologically give birth? Or be able to give birth or have a C-section? And she's incontinent. Oh my gosh. That would be...
Or get out in 3 months. Hey, don't forget, Lorena Bobbitt, 2 weeks, and she was out, okay? Insanity defense worked really well for her. But if Lindsay gets out, I think our fear is not that she hasn't been punished enough. I think our fear is that she could have more children, right? She could remarry. She could have more children. Of course she could. And we're worried about that. So, long story short, when we start thinking about, will she get out? How long would it be before she gets out? I agree with Matt. The postpartum psychosis only happens in the first 12 months after you've given birth. If she never gives birth again, it's never going to happen again, okay? If she has a different brand of psychosis, that's a whole different ballgame. But we don't even have anyone who can testify who has witnessed her in a psychotic state. So that's worrisome as well. But I do think that if she is found not criminally responsible, she will get the mental health care she needs. I think politically she's going to spend 3 to 5 years, but I don't imagine she'll spend more than that if it really was postpartum psychosis.
Yeah, and they've already said in testimony that she was doing better after 3 years at Tewksbury, that she had been weaned off a bunch of medications, that she seemed more stable. And I don't know if that's to set up a possible release. Before we get to the next piece of video, John Day, I mean, in your estimation, just how close were we to a mistrial?
Yeah, but everyone's
right on the
different.
precipice today.
Yeah, but then playing devil's advocate, just because one person could get pregnant, paralyzed, doesn't mean say someone else is going to be able to. It's everyone's individual.
Yeah, but judges are so reluctant to do that if they think they've made some kind of progress. Again, what choice did the judge have other than to say, don't pay attention to this? Of course, that's going to alert the jurors that it's something they want to know. What's the basis for that? But again, I think it's an important issue. We may be making too much out of the at the end of the day, the fact of the jury makeup, Catholic, not Catholic, whatever, as if there's some monolithic Catholic approach to the facts of the case. I mean, if you're going to have, right now it's 18 jurors, a number of different affiliations. I don't know that that's somehow going to strike a chord across the board with the Catholic jurors. I think at the end of the day, they've been watching this trial. They've been taking notes. We don't know much about what's going through their minds. We do know, I think the concept or the image of stepping over 3 bodies is going to be very difficult to get past if you're the favoring a defense verdict. But this is a trial that's really ripe for a hung jury, I think. I mean, I think the possibilities of them not being able to come to unanimous agreement is pretty strong.
Yeah, and Tim Jansen on our show regularly has been calling that from day one. Okay, here's now where Kevin Reddington, they come back from the break, and he makes his case for, begrudgingly, he makes his case for a mistrial. We'll get Matt's take, and then we got to let Matt go. I can hear my Jewish mother screaming at me to let him go. What am I doing? But here we go.
A lot of work on the part of, thank you, Judge. Your Honor, this has been obviously a long trial and a lot of work on the part of everybody involved, from the court to the staff to the prosecutors to myself, and needless to say, the strain on Lindsay Clancy. I have to move for a mistrial reluctantly. The reason is that this is intentional misconduct on the part of the prosecution. You know that this whole idea of injecting Roman Catholic faith, it's about brought up the concept of mortal sin.
I'm going to skip till they talk because we've heard this.
Court start with God Save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and So Help You God. Interesting question to pose if you want to address that. But what do you make of Kevin's argument?
Yeah, he doesn't want to try this thing.
Jennifer's like, I'm not gambling a dime because I'm going to win that giveaway. Oh, that's on the other channel, isn't it?
Any more than anybody else does. I think that what he's doing.
I think Jennifer's the top of the leaderboard on all the boards. That tells me something, doesn't it? That is amazing. She's at the top.
What is in there? It's some of it's performative, but a lot of it is he's trying to cover his own butt just in case the jury does convict. He needs to make a record so he's not accused of what's called IAC, or ineffective assistance of counsel. He has to bring a motion for mistrial. I think he knows that the court's going to deny it. I think there were probably conversations already indicating the court was going to deny it. What I don't like about it is he doesn't have to accuse the prosecutor of doing it intentionally. He doesn't have to accuse them of prosecutorial misconduct. Like I said, incompetence versus
you're recuperating.
Intentional malice are two very different things, and we live in an era now where,
very loyal,
in my view,
dedicated,
tactical accusations of intentional prosecutorial misconduct are way too common, and there's no consequence for doing it. I don't like it. It's one of the reasons why I'm kind of sick of it.
I think Bo is third place on the big channel. So we've got $500, $250, and $100 to give away on the 31st of August. Well, whoever it is at the end of that stream on that day, then they win.
That's me too, to be honest with you. He has everything he needs to win this case based on the facts and the law. He's done a good job representing his client up to this point. And they know that was a huge screw up. The jury saw it. I come from a Catholic family too. If somebody did that and I'm one of those jurors, I would be offended that somebody is trying to appeal to my religious sensibilities. And I could easily separate those. I think most people can. Most Catholics I know can. And I think that would backfire immediately the minute it came out of the prosecutor's mouth. But you hear it again, the judge stops the proceedings. The only people that look bad right there is the prosecution. That was a good day and a good moment for the defense for all of those reasons. So, he's making his record. I think he's beat up on these prosecutors enough, and we haven't even started yet. When we get to closing, just wait. He is going to pound them into dust, and he wants that. He's going to get there. He's going to get his moment. He knows the judge is going to deny it. He also knows the whole world is watching, and he's having his day. He's an excellent trial advocate in my view. But let's get to closing arguments, see what the jury does. And I'm going to go sit in an ice bath because I got a fever of about 101. So
I hope
I
you
really
will
appreciate. I love being on a panel with our other two guests. And thank you so much for having me on the show. I hope you invite me back.
Yeah, we 100% will. Appreciate you being here. This is why we have the best guest in true crime, Matt Murphy, ABC News. He's the man. Thank you, Matt. Feel better.
Thanks, guys.
How you get the points, Nolene, is when it says points drop, you say exclamation mark. Well, you type exclamation mark, claim all together, and then it will say you claim 250 points. And I've got a box that counts all the points up throughout the month or the week, depending. Sometimes we do weekly ones. So we've got a YouTube one going. We've got the 2 Kick channels have got giveaways. We've got 3 giveaways. It could be you get a hoodie from my merch store, or a t-shirt, or a coffee mug, a travel coffee mug. So you just claim those points. Now you can gamble with them, but that's risky. I mean, if you're not looking like you're going to win anything, then, you know, have a play with the points, you know, if you wish. You get points for watching, you get points for being a member, you get points for gifting memberships and kicks or super chats. But the big points, and if you're a new watcher, you get 1,000 points. So when you came in for a first time watcher and chatter, you got to chat, not just watch. You get 1,000 bonus for the first time joining. So if you get a membership, you get bonus points, and you get bonus points for watching as a member. So you got to be in it to win it, and it can change daily who's at the top of the leaderboard. But so we're doing a cash giveaway on the main Kick channel, but on YouTube I'm going to give her like a hoodie or a coffee. You know, it could be a travel coffee mug. They're quite cute, or a hoodie or a t-shirt. So you've got to be in it and join in, and it's all for fun. But you can win something. We've given a lot away over there. Numerology profiles we give away. We do loads of stuff over on Kick.
All right, take care.
Mainly because most of the people that watch me on YouTube have moved over to Kick. So if they weren't on Kick, then they'd be over on YouTube, but they prefer it over there. So.
You heard it. Casey Jordan, Matt Murphy just said that Reddington is going to, again, and he had an issue with Tim Cruz, the district attorney, in openings, and now he's probably going to open up, as they say, a can of whoop ass. And that is coming from Matt Murphy, not the whoop ass, but the other part. People are yelling at me. Casey, why is this? I mean, I think I know the why, but I haven't seen a trial. I won't say the KR trial. Outside of that, this is a very divisive trial. I mean, you have people split almost along what we're used to seeing in political lines. I mean, half the people want her in a gas chamber, and the other half want her in a psychiatric hospital, and maybe even back out in society. Why the heated emotions on both sides?
That's only on Kick.
Not just a lawyer, you're a criminologist. What's going on with the human mind there?
Okay, have we learned nothing since the Andrea Yates case? Because I covered that 25 years ago. I remember it was 25 years ago this summer. I was like driving to Yukon Law, and I heard the vitriol, the incredibly caustic, like before we ever got the facts of the case, everyone was like, hang this woman, electrocute this woman. That, I have to say, is a knee-jerk reaction to any mother killing her children. I mean, it's a Medea thing. It's like, from Greek mythology, how could a woman kill her children? But, you know, Medea killed her children to get back at her husband. This woman, if the cyber sleuths could have in any way proved that Patrick was having an affair, that there was, you know, any other reason that she would, out of vindictiveness or revenge, try to kill her children, we would have uncovered it by now. It's not there.
Exactly.
It's not there. We haven't found it. So now we are left with the evidence on the table, which is that for years she has been struggling, really struggling with mental health issues. She has been seeking help.
If you've not had
and
it,
I
then
think
no.
there is this kind of there, but for the
I've
grace
got
of God,
some
go
out, yeah.
If you haven't struggled with mental illness, God, I hope you never do. I'm good, but I've had family members, and just living with it and witnessing it will tear your heart out. So when we start Monday morning quarterbacking and going, well, why didn't Patrick or her mother take the children away once she said that she might harm the children? Why didn't they have her involuntarily committed? Okay, once we stop and start doing these questions, because she doesn't want to lose her children, and she doesn't want to lose her license to be a nurse. She does not want to be involuntarily committed and lose her marriage and fill in the blanks. So I'd say the big reason, and I know I always have a roundabout way of getting to an answer to your question, Joel, is that I think almost all of us have known someone who has struggled with mental illness. And so we are kind of, in the last 25 years, I would like to think we have really opened our minds and started to destigmatize mental illness. But the bringing of these charges against her seems draconian, honestly. I'm a little bit surprised that they even brought this case. I think they bring it for political reasons because they don't want to look soft on crime. No prosecutor does. And to answer to the people of the Commonwealth who want to see her hanged like a witch at the Salem witch trials. And I would like to think that we have made, you know, some inroads with understanding mental struggles. There is zero evidence that she killed her children maliciously. There is zero evidence that, you know, she planned this for months. You know, it really kind of comes down to, are we going to do, you know, the humanitarian thing, or are we going to satisfy our bloodlust? That's how I see it. And trust me, I have the heart of a prosecutor. And if I start talking about the children, I will start crying, because that's how emotional I get on this subject. But, you know, why are we here? I just think that it's pandering to the public sentiment that someone has to pay for the deaths of these 3 children. And I get it. But sometimes you have to shake your fist at God or at Satan, whoever you think was in her mind at that time when those exercise bands got wrapped. And you just can't believe that any sane woman would do that. So I truly think the defense will prevail, not because, I want them to, but because I think they have the stronger case.
Yeah, I mean, John Day, we are the global phenomenon. I boast, but it is true. We have over 50 countries represented. And I see a lot of people in places like the UK, Amsterdam, other places saying this would never happen in our country. But then you've got this comment, this question right here, and it comes up all the time during this trial. So mental illness is a pass. And then you throw in to the mix this woman, Latarsha Sanders. She was convicted in Brockton, Massachusetts, which is where Kevin Reddington is from. Her conviction was just overturned. She was a poor African-American woman, went on trial for the murder of her 2 children, filicide. She's convicted almost immediately. The conviction, again, was overturned because they did not, I think there wasn't enough evidence handed over in terms of her mental health. But there's also clearly an issue in our country where wealthier people, O.J. Simpson and others, they just had a difference, a 2-tier justice system. We're going to see what happens with Nick Reiner. But fundamentally, where do you draw the line with mental illness? And I agree with Casey. There's nothing here to say that she did this maliciously, but when is mental illness okay to just deem someone not criminally responsible, and when is it not?
So that question from the viewer, is mental illness a pass? I mean, that really is the fundamental question. And a lot of people would ask that. A lot of people would say, this was an act of pure evil. It was something that we ought to deal with as a society and as a community to make sure that we send a message that we're not going to tolerate that. That's, on one hand, that's a very respectable, honest approach to this. But when we dig a little deeper, is mental illness a pass? It's a pass when we apply the law to the reality of this. And if you cannot, if the defense has done its job and established for the jury that she could not appreciate either the illegality of her conduct or the fact that it was wrong, or that she could not certainly control her ability to determine right and wrong, that's when it becomes a pass. And it's too simplistic for me to say that, in the sense that it's not just that. But that's why, I mean, we can sort of parse the Commonwealth of Massachusetts standards here, because they're unlike most of the other jurisdictions. But there's a reason that they are that way in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and that's because it's a recognition of what's going on kind of in the human condition. And we don't have a blanket punishment for the mother who kills 3 children, just saying, okay, she killed 3 children, so she needs to go away forever. There is an effort to understand what's going on in the human mind. And that's Casey's area and not mine. But I'm thinking about, as we're having this discussion, I'm thinking about what the jurors are doing every single day. And, we don't know, obviously, until the final accounting is made here. But they are looking at a woman who comes into court every day in a wheelchair, is paralyzed for the rest of her life. And the defense has put out a message here that this is not someone who can be punished or treated in the same way we treat, for lack of a better term, ordinary criminals, that there's something else going on here. And so they're asking the jurors to dive pretty deep into the human psyche, and they're having to explain that to them. It's not just a matter of right and wrong. It's a matter of what was going on way deep down in this woman. I mean, she sought help, as Casey said. There's a history of her seeking help. This is not just one situational act. And I think that's going to resonate with jurors, because unlike opportunistic crimes, where we've seen plenty of those, sadly, but this is one that has a backstory. This is one where you can't say as a prosecutor, she's making this up. There was something going on, and whether or not it was addressed appropriately or properly, and whether the medication was appropriate, those are all sort of armchair quarterback questions. But at the end of the day, these jurors are going to be looking at this woman in a wheelchair with the ammunition that the defense has provided. And I think I agree with Matt and Dr. Jordan that this is very likely going to be, if it's not a hung jury, it's going to be on the road to acquittal.
Yeah, and John, let me just come back to you. So there was this admonition from the judge, essentially saying, you didn't hear what you just heard. All the stuff about Catholicism, all the stuff about mortal sin, you can't factor it into your decision-making. I mean, how nervous would you get as either a prosecutor or now a criminal defense attorney when a judge says that? Because you can't unhear what you just heard. You can't unring the bell.
Right. I mean, I've talked to a lot of jurors post-trial, and that's always something that sticks in their mind when a judge says, ignore that. Don't pay any attention to that. It's just human nature. We do that every day. If somebody says, forget what I told you. Well, I mean, it's not possible. But that's something the judge had to do other than, declare a mistrial, which nobody really wanted in that situation. And Reddington was doing obviously what he had to do. Matt said it. He's trying to avoid IAC, effective assistance to counsel, but he's got to feel pretty good about where he is right now going into the final days. But as a regular juror, you're wondering what that means. And so suddenly it becomes something that's got some heightened influence or some heightened meaning in your trial notes. And it looks like they've all been keeping pretty good notes, you think, or at least they're going to be able to compare when they get back into the jury room.
Casey Jordan, I've been trying. People are accusing me of being biased in this trial in favor of the defense. I happen to like Kevin Reddington, and I like his style, and I know a lot of people he turns off. I'm a fight fan, and Brockton, Massachusetts is the home of Marvin Hagler and Rocky Marciano, and he's got that grit. I find out he's a black belt in karate, but everyone's saying get prosecutors on. So I bring John Day on. I bring Matt Murphy, who's sort of the face of prosecution as an ABC legal analyst, and both of them say it's going toward a defense, either win or a mistrial here. How come I can't find people to come on here to say that the Commonwealth is destroying the defense?
Because they're not. And
now you're going to send your hate mail to Casey. But
no, honestly, listen, I pride myself truly, because as I say, I have the heart of a prosecutor, and yet because I already have a full-time job at the state of Connecticut as a professor, I can't be a prosecutor. So when I do work, when I do trial work, I'm on the defense side, and almost exclusively in mental health defenses and issues. So you think that I'm bandwagoning for the defense? Listen, this case.
Okay, I've set up some rewards over on I realized I hadn't got my point reward system switched on fully. So we've got emoji only chat, 500 points on the new channel. Subscriber only chat, that should be 1,000, not 998. That was weird. You can save for a numerology profile, 25,000 points. They're high for a reason, because I do sell them on my website. So if you've got any other requests, let me know. I need to make a 2-month subscription. Any other requests for rewards on the other channel, let me know.
It's just, we are, why? I would argue that because the people who are saying the defense is winning are looking at the facts of the case and comparing it to the letter of the law, and it's just turning out this way. This is not our emotions. I did not walk into this case thinking I'm for the defense. Trust me, my heart is like, you kill your kids. But from the outset, I was disturbed that people were saying Lindsay Clancy in the same breath as Susan Smith. No. This is entirely different stuff. And you can't lump all of these women who kill their children into the same basket. Some of them are evil. Some of them do kill their children to try to get a man or get back at a man, or, because they truly are psychopathic, which is entirely different than psychotic people. Be sure to do your research carefully and don't use the words interchangeably. But you know what? I love that you keep reading quotes from some of our European viewers and listeners, because one of the things I teach women in criminal justice, and we do a whole month on women as offenders. And that I just was talking about Marie No, the woman who killed 8 of her 10 children and passed it off as postpartum, as SIDS, when in fact she smothered all 8 of them. Let's not put her in the same basket or conversation as Lindsay Clancy either. But this is a case where if you approach it, and again, your European sentimentality, I have to tell you that one of the biggest watershed events that I had in my teaching career, and this is going to really age me, back in the early 90s, when I moved from New York to Connecticut, there was a case going on, and I still have that clippings from the newspaper because, in 1992, there was no big internet to download everything on. A woman named Dawn March threw her baby off the bridge of my hometown of New Milford, Connecticut, into the water, and that baby died. People testified that she was speaking in demonic voices, that she said the demon was making her do this to get back at the husband who was cheating on her and had left her. And it sounded, she went to the Judge Draconis, who is long retired now, and a female judge. They brought this plea bargain to the judge, and the judge refused to accept it. Refused. She said, I want this woman sent for a mental health eval. That baby was just a few months old. Do you not know about postpartum psychosis, depression? Let's send her for this psych eval. And sure enough, it ended up that Dawn March, the judge found her not guilty by reason of insanity. And she spent, I think, maybe 5 years in a mental institution, and got out and has never killed anybody or aggressed against anybody ever again. In the process of doing that research, I discovered that in the United Kingdom, you can't even charge a woman with anything above manslaughter if she kills her baby that she gave birth to in the first 12 months of that baby's life. Murder is not even an option. Not even an option. Real quick, and I'm sorry I'm geeking out on you a little bit, Professor Mode. It says, this is just because I think we could learn from this. This has happened in the United Kingdom since 1938, whereupon the trial of a woman for murder of her child being a child under the age of 12 months, the jury are of the opinion that she, by any willful act or omission, caused the death. At the time of the act or omission, she was laboring under disturbed reason. This is where we get our insanity defense. Because she has not fully recovered from the effect of giving birth to the child, or by reason of the effect of lactation consequence upon the birth of a child, the jury is going to not be able to do anything more than the equivalent of manslaughter, maximum 1 to 3 years. With psychiatric evaluation. So I mean, they've had this since 1938 in the United Kingdom, and we still want to put women who kill their children in the first 12. And by the way, I can give you a case. How about China Reynolds? She put her baby, trigger alert, put her baby in the microwave when it was 1 month old and cooked it to get back at her boyfriend who was cheating on her. Okay, right. So, but and she obviously was not found insane. She's still in prison. And maybe that makes you feel better, but this is a poor African-American woman. Maybe if she'd had a good defense attorney like Kevin Reddington, she would be in a mental institution. I just need us to think deeply about this and whether or not we are being that society that just wants people to pay instead of being enlightened and going, well, gosh, there's a lot of evidence that postpartum psychosis is real, and Andrea Yates had it. And, 25 years later, I think Lindsay Clancy probably does too.
Yeah. I mean, John Day, it's so troubling. I didn't mean to cut you off, but this comment right here, I think you were just about to say something. Any woman can just kill their baby is the question, rhetorically.
No, I was just going to say, I could listen to Dr. Jordan geek out for the rest of the night. I'm learning a lot. So, but I think she's making the distinction, which I think is important right now, which is the difference between a Susan Smith case where there's a motivation, like Susan Smith with the guy who's like, your kids are in the way, end of story, right? This is not that story. As Casey points out, it's very different. And I think it's important.
That's a very good point. Look, let me take my pin message down. If she killed 3 random kids, not hers, we would be seeing it differently, though. Yeah, what if she was in postpartum psychosis, but went and killed somebody else's children? Good point.
Make that distinction as we're sort of evaluating and discussing and analyzing from a distance what's going on. There are certain those cases where Susan Smith, there's a motivator, right? This is entirely different in my view. And right, I mean, I do criminal defense, but I also continue to take on prosecution assignments in the appropriate area. So, I mean, and I came into this thinking, yeah, I want to see what the prosecution has that somehow supports and establishes that they're doing the right thing. But I think we've seen enough from the defense. And as I said, and I was, talking, as Matt pointed out too, I think there are so many ways for the jury to find, to go with the defense version. I don't think the prosecution, they're doing what they can, but at the end of the day, as Casey's point is, are we doing the right thing by taking these women in this situation? It's not a universal, there's no man who is going to be given an evaluation for this as part of a postpartum psychosis or postpartum depression. I mean, it's not universal, and we've got to be conscious of that. And we've got to be conscious of what's underlying it and her own backstory. So I think if you come into it with an open mind, if you've watched the testimony, if you've read the transcripts or you've seen the highlights, I think it's not unreasonable to come down on the idea that Reddington is doing a good job. And by the way, I spent the first 7 years of my life outside Boston, and I would have sounded just like Reddington if I hadn't gotten out of there. So I like his accent. I like listening to him. So.
Yeah. If you lived there, you might not have gone to Harvard either. You would have wanted to get out of Dodge. But Calypso here.
Maybe UConn, maybe. So.
Yeah, maybe. I can name at least 10 nationally recognized people right now who think she is guilty. Email me, Calypso. I'll do my best. I mean, sometimes we have to beg people to come on. Email me, survivingthesurvivor@gmail.com. I've been trying. I'm telling you, I'm trying. But email us. I'll get it straight to Meave Mellon, and we'll try to figure it out. But John Day, let me come back to you on something here that it's just a pet peeve of mine right now. Everyone's talking about the psychosis, and I know Massachusetts law is not your thing necessarily. From what I understand, Casey, feel free to weigh in after John, but in order for them to find this jury to find her not criminally responsible, it doesn't mean that she had to have been hearing a voice or even have been psychotic. They just need to figure out in that moment of time whether she thinks she's criminally responsible or not. There's been everything is centering around psychosis, but that is not, as far as I understand it, is not the legal threshold. It's just criminally responsible or not criminally responsible.
Right, and that's Casey's area, but I don't think there's actually not an actual postpartum psychosis diagnosis. Is that right? No,
it's not in the DSM. It's a diagnosis, but not currently in the DSM. I almost guarantee you it will be next edition.
Yeah, that's what are they on, 5 or 6 now? What is the?
We're on 5.
5. Okay.
Yeah. So, I mean, what about Casey? Just explain that. I mean, everyone is saying, well, she didn't hear a voice. She did hear a voice. She didn't hear a voice. She did hear. Do you even have to know if you're a juror? Does she have to have heard a voice to find her not criminally responsible?
No, not at all. Okay, so psychosis is what we keep talking about because it would most cleanly explain how this happened when we have no history of evil and what she did appears on its face to be intrinsically evil. a psychotic episode would best explain it. And this is where I'm going to tread a little lightly because I have, how to put this? I have witnessed psychosis in someone I lived with and was a family member. And it is absolutely horrifying when it happens. And if you don't ever see that, you probably won't believe the complete and utter change of personality. You know, we always talk about people getting shark eyes. It's like the adrenaline that I witnessed blew the pupils and I saw the blackness in the eyes. And I've interviewed people who've been attacked by people, you know, women who've said, my husband attacked me, you know, when I saw him going into psychosis. And I've been in prisons interviewing offenders, convicted murderers, and seen the psychosis in the middle of an interview. It doesn't just come and go like stepping in and out of a body. There's like this post-seizure state where it can take hours to actually come back to normal. So it doesn't surprise me that when she jumps headfirst out of the window, I do not believe for 1 second that was a staged suicide attempt. You dive headfirst out of a window onto frozen ground that's like concrete, you are expecting to die. And she, by all accounts, she should have, if Patrick hadn't found her.
Wow.
It comes down to this. Could she have had that? Maybe she's had it before, but no one was around to witness it. It doesn't mean it was the first time, but it would really explain, given all of the mental health issues she had been under for years, plus the 3 months from October to January where everyone said she was getting worse and her behavior was changing dramatically, and that no combination of drugs or changing of drugs was working to make her better. Sometimes when you get the right combination of drugs that can lift the depression, it actually frees the mind to be, if you will, susceptible to psychosis. And this, you know, everyone keeps going, mental illness, she doesn't get a pass. It's all mental illness in degrees. It is incredibly complex. And here we have no witnesses during the act of the killing of the children. So it comes down to this. Could it have happened? Could she have been in a psychotic state? Clearly, yes. Just because it had never happened before doesn't mean it couldn't happen in that hour. We know this is basically what is proven under law, exactly what happened to Andrea Yates. 9 o'clock, her husband goes to work, wife and kids sitting around the dining room table eating cereal. Her mother-in-law is due at 10 a.m. And in that 1 hour, she gets up from the table and drowns all of her children in the bathtub because of a command hallucination from Satan that she needed to deliver her children to God to save them from her evil self. Satan was getting through to her. This is almost carbon copy what Lindsay Clancy has said, and also Deanna Laney and so many other women who have said they killed their children to deliver them to God to save them from themselves, the mentally ill mother. And we just, you know, we have to be open to the fact that it's possible, given that there is no history of so-called malice, evil, antisocial personality disorder, psychopathy in her past. So again, a long-winded answer, but it's in Massachusetts, the prosecution has to prove she was not in a psychotic state. And the evidence, because it is so heinous and her attempt to end her own life is so carbon copy of Andrea Yates, I don't know how it could be anything else. That's the conclusion I've come to after listening to all of the evidence.
Yeah. Well, and conclude that she had control over her. She could have controlled herself. I mean, it's the inability to control herself that the defense is trying to hit on as
She
well.
can't conform her behavior to the law.
Right.
She can't conform her behavior.
And Joel, that's where the comment by the prosecution expert could even backfire, raising God into it, because, you know, you're coming at it from the other side, from her belief at the moment. You know, again, we're trying to recreate 18 minutes from 3 years ago in this woman's life. And that's difficult to do. It's the job of the prosecution to try to establish that. But I mean, there's been so much that the defense has been able to, I think, bring up skillfully. And at the end of the day, it's just what's in those jurors' notes. You know, what are they taking in with them to the jury room?
Yeah, I'll tell you, day 19, and I'm still conflicted. And it's not a cop-out. There's some days where I feel like this woman deserves the worst punishment. And there's some days, you know, I'm the son of a psychiatrist and a social worker, so you'd think I'm, you know, more empathetic, I guess, towards mental illness. And I want my dad's no longer here, but you know, I asked my mom, what would my dad say? And she said he would probably say it's, you know, in a lot of ways, 6 of one, half a dozen of another. If she goes to prison for life, it's going to be miserable. If she goes to a psych hospital, it's going to be maybe even more miserable. But sounds like Matt Murphy and Casey think that she could get out, and it's just I'm conflicted. I've said this publicly too. We were at a party Saturday, and we have friends who are very good friends of someone that was in Lindsay Clancy's wedding party. And they say that Lindsay was a phenomenal mother and never got in trouble. She was the exact opposite. She was like a goody two-shoes and was just all she ever wanted to do was be a mom. So these stories that you're hearing from defense witnesses appear to be accurate. And how do you go from that to where we're at today? But I mean, John Day, you're a prosecutor, and one of the rubs against the prosecution is they don't have a motive. They don't have a theory here.
I was just going to say that. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Joel,
please elaborate.
Sorry, just let me talk over you, but I was just going to say, I mean, when you're putting together your prosecution, you're putting together your case, you don't have to establish a motive, but every juror wants to know why. And they can't do that here. They cannot do that. The defense can do it if you've listened to the defense and the experts and the theories. The prosecution just can't connect the dot from A to Z about why. And if they can't do that, what's the alternative? It's what the defense just told you. So they don't have the prosecutorial theme that you want as a prosecutor, if that's your goal. And that's not going to happen in this trial.
Yeah, and John, but so here comes the following question. How do the 3 babies get justice if Lindsay gets no consequences for unaliving them? And one of the weirdest circumstances could be a mistrial, and then the DA decides not to retry the case. If I'm right about it, she could potentially just walk away. My iPad just shut off, even though it's fully batterized. John Day, am I right about that? Like, if there was a mistrial, and maybe Casey's closer to Massachusetts here, I don't know, but if there's a mistrial and Tim Cruz does not retry her as the district attorney, is she a free woman, essentially, John Day?
As far as I understand it, yeah. In my jurisdiction, there's a mistrial. There's no conviction. I mean, if they say they're going to retry it, that's a whole different story. But the question, I mean, such a good question from the viewer. How did the 3 babies get justice? Sometimes in our system of justice, the criminal justice system, you don't get the justice that you're looking for. You have to look at it on maybe a deeper or more spiritual or more a different level than just something coming out of the courtroom, just walking out of the courtroom with the verdict that you wanted. If you believe that that's the goal here, you might be disappointed if there's an acquittal or there's a hung jury here. It's certainly reasonable and human to want to say, I want justice for those 3 children who were murdered, completely innocent little ones, heartbreaking. But if you're looking for our system to provide it, sometimes it doesn't. And that's something that's, those of us who deal with it every day, I think you kind of get immune to it or numb to it, that you're not always going to see the justice that you want. It's got to come from some other source. But in this case, if there's even if there is an acquittal, for example, if the jury buys the defense theory, is there a little more understanding perhaps of the postpartum situation, of the mental health situation of, I mean, has this raised the consciousness on those issues? Is that what this trial is going to be all about? I don't know if that's a victory of some type or justice of some type, but if there is a verdict from this jury that's consistent with that, then maybe the point of this is we've learned something.
This is interesting, this super chat. Thank you. The 3 children get justice by holding the medical industry to a higher standard. In a lot of ways, Kevin Reddington has put the mental health care professionals on trial here. And it's hard to believe there's a DSM-5. This country has been around for 250 years. It seems like they should be maybe updating that, maybe at least be up to 17 by now, especially with the advent of mental health care in the country. Just another question or two, because I don't know how much more of this I can take. If you're just joining us, there was a motion for a mistrial today. It was denied, but the trial got, in essence, pushed back a day. There's going to be another witness tomorrow, and then some jury instructions and closings on Wednesday, and then it's going to go into the hands of the jurors. Final question for Casey. This witness for the prosecution who got the prosecution in all kinds of hot water day with the mortal sin comment said something that we hadn't heard before. Kirk Heilbrunn said that Lindsay was hearing a voice, a male voice, for 18 consecutive minutes. This is what she told him. We never heard that. We just heard a voice, but now you're hearing a voice for 18 consecutive minutes. If I'm a juror, that's, I mean, it grabbed my attention as a non-juror, but now it's grabbing my attention as a host of a podcast. That's a long time for a male voice to be talking to you in what appears to be some form of a psychotic state. Do you think that impacts jurors, that number?
The 18 minutes?
Yeah.
Sure. I mean, but I can also tell you that people who are in a state of psychosis do not have a good grasp of time passage. They lose time. They don't have, if you will, a barometer for how much time is passing, nor for how many times they've experienced it before. I can tell you one thing, people who are, especially someone like Lindsay, who is a nurse, and granted, she's, everyone's like, she should know better. She's a labor and delivery nurse. She is not a psychiatric nurse. This is, she is entrusting her mental health to the experts, which I actually really like. Because this is, you don't want to solve your own mental illness by, Googling on WebMD. But, the 18 minutes, I wouldn't zone in on that. I would really zone in on the fact that the voice, the command delusion, and she said to somebody, I forget who it was before, that a dark figure had been talking to her, and not really specific about who the dark figure was. Listen, the only thing that could really convince me that she was making this up and malingering is if she had a file on her computer where she had done deep dive research on Andrea Yates and Deanna Laney and all the other women who have said, I heard the voice. Usually I thought it was God, but it turned out to be Satan telling me to deliver. It was God, but then it was Satan. And this is what Andrea Yates said, that the dark figure, the voice said, I'm going to get your children. I'm going to take them to hell because you are mentally ill and you can't protect them and you're damaging them and you've made them susceptible to my demonic grasp. And so Andrea truly believed, and I believe it, that by killing her children, she would ensure that while they were innocent and pure, they would go to heaven, no mortal sin. And then she would be going to hell, but she was already in hell because of her mental illness. Okay, just understand this is a narrative we've heard before, and it is indicative not of women who researched other insanity cases, but of women in the throes of postpartum psychosis, especially women who are devoutly religious. Okay, and that's key as well, because all of them have been devout in whatever, whether it's Catholicism or Baptist or whatever they are. They absolutely believe in good and evil and Satan and God. Now, with this expert, he was okay saying that she thought she should send the babies to God. The mortal sin thing was a whole different, kettle of fish, because it suggests that she deserves to go to hell no matter what. Because mortal sin, murder, and suicide, I think, don't get a pass for mental illness in Catholicism. So I truly don't believe he said it on purpose. I don't think he was trying to, derail the trial, but it was a lot given last week. And I really hope the jurors, this is the only thing I really hope, as both a lawyer and a criminologist, because I can see all sides of this coin, to set aside the personal bias that somebody has to pay for the unaliving of those children. We, as John said, we have miscarriage of justice all day long. We have people who don't pay for murder all the time. And you just understand that nobody bats 1,000 in the criminal justice system. To the extent that if you are religious, I believe these babies were delivered to God immediately. They don't need justice, all right? We want revenge. There is a difference. So, do a deep dive on your own emotions on.
Where did she get 18 minutes from? Like, who the hell said that?
I like it when people are held accountable for their evil deeds and their evil thoughts when they concur at the same time. But I don't think that's this particular case.
Yeah. Dr. Jordan, there will be heat, no doubt, about that, because people do want justice. And I guess, it's how you define that justice. And if you are, I guess, a very religious person, maybe you think that, the ultimate arbiter of justice is the man or woman upstairs. And, but I know Casey's comment will have a lot of people pulling their hair out and some agreeing.
I think I'd have to watch him again. When you're taking in a lot of information, you don't always absorb it the first time around
with her. But she is... she's a criminologist. She knows her stuff. She's an attorney. She is host of Criminal Appeal, the podcast. Check it out. John Day is a former prosecutor and criminal defense attorney in Santa Fe, New Mexico. John, tough question here. I like the name, by the way. Jem from Canada. John Day, what grade would you give this prosecution team for their strategy and delivery of the case? And then another couple quick questions for you, and we'll say goodbye.
I mean, a C. As a prosecutor, you take the case as it's handed to you, but there's a difference in how you present it, how you put it together, what you do in front of the jury. And if you want to establish the moral high ground here, which may be the way that this ought to be tried, you've got to do something to counteract the, admittedly theatrical, but also experienced side of Reddington, who is coming in there with a, lifetime of trial work and knows what he's doing in front of a jury. And as a prosecutor, look, it's different. The prosecutor is what they call a minister of justice, right? That's right out of the ABA standards for prosecutors. It's not, you don't just, scorch earth your way to get a conviction. You have a higher moral standing going into that courtroom than any old defense lawyer like me when I'm a defense lawyer. You have to stand for something greater than just, we're going to win this thing no matter what it takes. And sadly, I've seen so many prosecutors who I think don't live up to that. But I think in this case, they could have taken a different approach. A lot of it is just stylistic. This may be the personalities of these prosecutors, but it takes a very special, unique prosecutor to vault that thing up into the higher moral ground to match an incredibly experienced defense lawyer.
Yeah. And John Day, thank you for that. Last question. How do you see this playing out in the deliberation room? I mean, it's so heated in the chats, people literally yelling at each other. And sometimes juries get heated themselves, but we don't know these people right now. It's 12 women and 6 men. It'll be whittled down to 12 people. How important is the jury foreperson? Just take us inside that deliberation room in terms of how you think they play this out to try to figure out the answer here.
Jurors, every single jury trial, hundreds of whatever. Every single juror has taken it seriously. They understand what their job is. They understand that it could be them or their family or their friends on the other side that they've been sitting through this trial watching. I've never had a juror who didn't take it seriously. The weight of this is on them. I mean, they know that they are identified with the justice system, with the judge. The judge is their friend. That's their only friend in the courtroom, really. That's their protector. So when the judge sends them back and gives them this assignment and says, okay, now you've got to make a decision. I mean, it's incredibly weighty. The jurors I've talked to talk about that moment, but they also, they take it as a job that they have to do. I think, picking a 4-person is one thing. That doesn't, it certainly helps if it's a competent and a sort of a leader who can guide the discussion. But this case, again, it may wind up with such, it's going to be emotional. Again, I agree. I think that there's a good chance of a hung jury, if not an acquittal. I think it would be, of course, we could all be wrong, and they could be coming out of that jury room angry and wanting somebody to pay. And that's something that happens too. We have missed it. We may have missed all the signals, but for what it's worth, my experience is this is not on a fast track to a conviction, but they're taking the job seriously. They're going to be glad when it's over, but they know that the weight of this entire thing is going to be on their shoulders pretty soon.
Yeah. We know for sure it's going to be day 20 tomorrow and then day 21 for closing arguments on Wednesday. Does the verdict come back quickly? Do we have to wait? Typically, you get it before the weekend. Does that mean we have a 2-3 day deliberation? Time will tell. None of us have any idea, but I do know that Casey Jordan was here, host of Criminal Appeal, John Day as well, a criminal defense attorney in Santa Fe, New Mexico, and a shout out to Matt Murphy, who is not feeling well, but made his debut on STS, of course, the ABC News legal analyst, and I do hope that he comes back, and I'm sure he will. So huge thanks to the guests of the America. Be kind, rewind, don't murder, and we will see someone, or see you, not someone. We'll see you tomorrow. Been a long few weeks here, but we'll see you at 8:50 in the morning. Thank you, everybody. See you 8:50 a.m.
Trisha, do you have a verdict watch emoji at least on Kick? Yes, on Kick. I'm limited. I have not got many spaces on YouTube, unfortunately, because the less members you've got, they reduce your emoji. They don't do that on Kick. They give you 60 channel, 60 members. You get 120 in total. YouTube needs to get their act together. We've still got quite a lot of members, but we need 22. Well, it doesn't matter. On Kick, yes. I'm going to watch one more thing. I'm going to watch a bit of Lawyer, You Know. Let me do. Got a verdict watch, haven't we? Verdict watch. And what was the other one? Hold on. What did you say? Yes, we've got a verdict watch and verdict in, which is like scrolling. So when the verdict comes in, we can scroll. Verdict watch, we can just spam the chat with verdict watch. Let's close that out. All right, I've got too many tabs open, so I just want to watch one more. Because I'm not going to probably do anything on the main Kick channel tonight because I don't want to overdo it. We've got guilty, not guilty. Bo's on it, look. We've got guilty and we've got innocent. Got any other suggestions? I can't put all them on YouTube, though. They'll have to just be on. One more thing. Let's see what Lawyer You Know says. Miss Salsa, if you're in the bushes, this is for you. She might have a little crush, maybe. B. Tim can't stand him. Hold on.
And
B. Tim can't stand him. I think he's all right. I've just not been watching him much after the Johnny Depp trial.
lack of work on this case. But then in the middle of that cross, it kind of maybe felt like it was starting to go the other way. Was Reddington pushing too hard? We'll talk about that. And then we will get to who I think is the Commonwealth's best witness in this entire case. The theory and angles that he looked at this case and the actions of Lindsay Clancy and the potential motives and what happened and why it happened are exactly what I thought would be the prosecution's best theory and theme this entire time, but we haven't heard anybody say it. But they knew this guy was going to testify exactly like he did. They had his report. They talked to him. They paid him. He was their expert. Why is this the first?
One way to get Miss Salsa out the bushes. What was that? On who? Crush on Lawyer, you know, maybe. Beat him, can't stand him. You like him. Who else likes Lawyer, you know? I think he's all right.
First time we're hearing all of these.
I know it sounds crazy, but I don't find men with brown eyes attractive. He's attractive, but it does. They've got to have really nice blue eyes.
Is it too late?
Why? It's just
has the jury already made up their mind? And right as the case was seemingly building for the Commonwealth, boom, it all came crashing down with yet another act of what I think at this point, I don't know how you can call it anything else but intentional misconduct. You guys flashed the bat signal. You wanted the live now. I happen to be watching it live right now. So guess what? We're doing it live. Hit that like button. Let's get to it.
I could have skipped that.
All right. So we are going to get to everything that happened today. So do not worry. We are not going to rush through it. Even though we are doing it earlier than we usually do. We've started early enough to give me plenty of time to where I need to get to tonight for the practice that usually makes me start later. If you guys have not been watching, get ready for potentially the craziest day of the entire trial. Because we've had aspects of this on other days. We've had almost the same exact mistrial type of thing pop up where Reddington didn't even ask for mistrial. Guess what? Today he asked for one. That's how bad it was. We'll talk about the differences in strategy and why now and not before. We had a witness shredded on cross on other days. We get some of that today. We have Reddington maybe going too far. We had that today. And we actually had a good expert explain some things from a different perspective than maybe a lot of us have been thinking in this case, which is how trials go a lot. So we're going to start with Reddington's continual shredding of Dr. Mack. It started today with Reddington bringing up other cases that have hurt Mack's credibility. And we've heard in other cases when something really bad happens for an expert, that can literally affect your career. Because once you're shredded on the stand under oath and you answer certain ways to certain questions, good lawyers are going to find that. They're going to highlight it, and they're going to make that a continual experience for you for the rest of your career on cross-examination, which should affect the people that are deciding whether or not they want to hire you. And if anybody's asking, how do you avoid something like this? You don't hire an expert witness that has this in their background. Yes, John Doe, that's exactly how I felt today. We're doing it live. We're doing it live. Let's go. All right. So he brings up these other cases. Let's talk about some of them.
Can you cite that case again, please?
Sure. Commonwealth versus Torres, 342 MAL 2021, Pennsylvania, where the court held that that would be Abram Mack, was apparently certified.
Yeah, if you want to go and chat over on Kick, that would be. Kevin was pissed off today. Yeah, that's his name, isn't it? Kevin Reddington. If you want to chat over on Kick, that will help boost the where the only box we need to tick for verification is the showstopper. But I know the numbers are lower over there, and it's okay. We'll get there. We just need a good boost. Maybe one day I'll drop everybody off over on the true crime side and give us a boost. We'll get there eventually. So good.
Only in child and adolescent psychiatry, you lacked forensic certification to testify in the field that you were ostensibly going to testify in. Does that refresh your memory?
No.
Did you testify? Did you testify in Commonwealth versus Torres in Pennsylvania?
I don't remember.
No. How about Commonwealth versus Carter in New Jersey? You remember that one?
No.
Do you recall that the court held on an appeal that you used an approach that fell below the standard of forensic practice?
No.
How about Feder LeBron versus the Secretary of DCF, 710 Fed 3rd, 1202 in Florida? You remember that case, I'm sure, right?
I do.
And in Feder, there was a gentleman, Mr. Feder LeBron, who was a Navy veteran, who was a single father and had a child. And he was a member or a person that was able to get benefits from what's called TANF, T-A-N-F, Temporary Aid to Needy Families. You remember that?
I do.
And the state of Florida decided that because needy families consisted of either minorities or drug users or people that would not be reliable to work in the confines of working underneath the TANF, so they wanted to have blood testing and drug testing of all the people that were temporary aid to needy families, right?
That's your conception of what was happening with that.
Well, it's my conception from reading the case, sir. Do you agree, sir, that TANF is an acronym for temporary aid to needy families?
Yes, it is.
Do you agree, sir, that this gentleman, Mr. Feder LeBron, was a plaintiff in a lawsuit against the state of Florida?
Yes.
Do you agree, sir, that it was in federal court?
Yes.
Do you agree, sir, that in federal court, the court held that, in fact...
Right, I pinned the panel link if anybody is watching in the bushes and wants to
you
come
were
up.
unqualified to give an opinion that you attempted to give, saying that it was perfectly appropriate to test
You
by
let
way of
in this-
urine or blood people that are benefiting from the TANF program, because your testimony was that they belong to a class of people that I guess had to be tested. Right?
I don't agree with your conceptualization.
Okay, so the court ultimately ruled that your argument, your testimony on behalf of the state of Florida, the government,
sorry.
you indicated that TANF benefits, applicants for TANF were people that were involved with drug use, violence, and higher rates of suicide. Remember those words, those three words?
The testimony that I provided.
Do you remember testifying, sir, about the people that are the beneficiaries of the TANF program, people that need aid because of needy families, are people that should be tested by way of blood or urine? And your argument, sir, was because they are of a class that would be more likely to commit a crime or have suicide or drug use. Did you testify to that?
That is not the way that testimony or that report was presented. No,
okay,
I disagree.
so yeah.
So he starts out with, you weren't qualified for this, you weren't qualified for that. That's not your right specialty. You're trying to keep benefits from veterans' families. That's the type of stuff you do. That's the type of expert you are.
Wow.
And, sometimes in cross-examination, we talk about the answer doesn't matter as much as the question. That's where Reddington's going down this line of questioning.
Answer is no. Let's keep it that way. Your answer is no. So you recall, sir, that there was an appeal, and in fact, on the appeal, it was determined that, yet again, you were not qualified to offer a relevant opinion because, number one, you never studied the TANF population. Recall that?
No, that is not the correct conceptualization.
Says you. Number two.
Says you. Counsel's testifying objection, no objection. What are they doing? Why aren't they objecting? When he starts going really hard, if you want to make it feel like he's a bully, which I think it's possible for some jurors to think he's a bully type lawyer, you have to object and point it out and highlight, like you also agree he's a bully if you're the Commonwealth when he does stuff like that. Because if not, they may think he's exactly right. And he's just overpowering this witness with the facts. Now, this all looks very horrible for this witness. The Commonwealth is going to come up on redirect and say, well, isn't it true the only reason your opinion was discounted is because you looked at data from the entire nation and not just Florida? And he says, yes. And while that may pacify this a bit, to me, it also sounds like, oh, so you didn't do the right investigation again? Are you a lazy type of that's where my mind starts to go. I'm just being honest. I have nothing against this guy personally, never seen him before in my life. But it seems like there might be some similarities and some issues of his testimony. Welcome to everybody that's coming from Watching with Melanie Live. Glad you guys are coming over. I can only imagine how she reacted to today.
I like how he shouts her out.
And yeah, all I could say is woof as
His
well
face light up.
at the end of the day today.
You did not survey any data. Recall that, sir?
Specifically in Florida is the nuance on that issue.
And number three, that you had no research whatsoever on the data that you based your opinion on. Would you agree with that, sir?
No.
Do you agree, sir, that the court held that you relied on other researchers' studies and didn't make any effort whatsoever to form an opinion based on your own research? Do you agree with that?
I don't remember the specific language of the court.
All right.
He didn't say no. He just said he doesn't remember the specific language of the court. Oof.
You recall that ultimately your testimony was stricken?
No, I don't believe that it was stricken.
Okay.
And the parallels is the important part between past trials and how it went for him on cross Friday. Clinton said, "Hey, Peter, spent my entire workday listening to past lives. Thank you for everything you do. Have a great day, chat. You know." Sounds like a fun day. Make the time fly.
In any event, sir, you would agree with me that you have a memory of Avram Mack being subject to this attack, if you will, by the attorneys on behalf of the people that were involved with.
This is super chat. Catching my bus live. Been watching from afar since Daryl Brooks. Thanks for all you do, Peter. See, she's been watching since Daryl Brooks, and she's just chatted live. Wow,
Right? You remember that much, right?
that is what you call a bushwatcher.
Yes.
Okay.
I do.
Thank you. Now,
All right. So that's how he started out the day, which it was a real bonus for Reddington to be able to take the weekend. And we're going to hear some questions he prepared, I think, that, he heard about over the weekend, and regroup and come out firing, because this was exactly how you would want to start or end a cross. And he got to start his cross twice, and he gets to end it once. So that's a bonus if you have the goods. He talks about how he and the other expert talked to Lindsay Clancy together. They interviewed her over 3 days. Of course, they're going to say we did it for Lindsay's benefit, so we wouldn't have to, bother her multiple times, but it was still 3 days. He had only a 15 to 45 minute conversation with the prosecutors, I think he said, but he makes hundreds of thousands of dollars as an expert witness. The judge had to step in multiple times and control the witness and help control the witness and help him from going out on a tangent. He says, we all work together, me, you, the prosecutor's like, I didn't work with you. You didn't work with me. He had to make that clear, again, kind of testifying. 4 to 5 hours was the first interview with Lindsay. And then I think the third day was like a 3-hour interview. In the middle, he didn't go. Kirk, the second witness, I don't know why. He called him Kirk, so Reddington started calling him Kirk to make him seem like they were buddies, so now it's stuck in my head as Kirk. Lindsay Clancy, no exaggeration on the MMPI. Everybody seems to agree with that. And then they start to go round and round a little bit with postpartum psychosis, postpartum depression. What are the definitions? Where is it found? What does it mean? Do we do it right? Well, maybe we should do it better like other countries. Things that I would argue are irrelevant to this case and not necessarily appropriate arguments. And from my perspective, I thought Reddington, he didn't get lost in this, but I thought he went a little too round and round in the middle of this cross-examination today on some of the details that I felt like Reddington had already won on. Don't give Mac the opportunity to explain, which he never really did that great of a job at it, in my opinion. But also don't give the jury the opportunity to potentially feel bad for him, because I would be a little bit worried about that. It doesn't seem like Reddington is, based on the way he's acting. I also think that he has a vibe for this jury at this point. We're 19 days into this trial. He's been spending a lot of time in that courtroom with those jurors, picking up. He said he's too scared to look at him in one of the interviews, but he's understanding the vibe, in my opinion. He also does what my dad loves to do this. It's not one of my moves, but what are you smiling about? What's funny? Something funny here? Something you're happy about? Something here?
Yeah.
Red did that to him. I've been sitting at counsel table many times when my dad has done that with witnesses. It's a way to catch the witness off guard. Then they got to figure out, how do I act? Do I stop smiling? Do I smile more? They talk about how a lot of other experts, including some of the Commonwealth experts, diagnosed Lindsay Clancy with bipolar 2. And how Gelada was even suspicious about bipolar 2. Spinelli, Resnick, Zeisel all said, Resnick and Zeisel, I think, said bipolar 2. Spinelli, who we're not going to hear from, said bipolar 1. He didn't see any psychotic traits from Lindsay. And then we're going to get to another point where this was a long cross-examination, by the way. Reddington's like, can you answer this question without waxing and waning? And the answer to that question is no. And then the judge steps in and is like, brother, this is how this should go. You're not asking questions.
The judge was getting quite fed up with this witness.
As the witness. And this is the most I think I have ever seen in any trial I've tried myself. Sorry, I feel like I'm screaming. In any trial I've tried myself, or any trial we have watched together on YouTube, I don't think I've ever seen a judge help a criminal defense attorney more in controlling a witness than we have seen this judge specifically with this witness specifically.
Psychotic features throughout the medical records.
So it's your understanding from reviewing her medical records that Lindsay never indicated that she was not participating in reality, that she was in a disassociated state, that she was out of touch with reality. You're telling this jury you never saw that?
I did see that that component that you discussed with her physician.
Great.
I don't see that as a sign, strictly speaking, of psychosis. It may have been in some cases, but I don't see any signs of psychosis or delusions.
Like in this postpartum psychosis, sir, you'd agree that delusional beliefs, distorted reality is a symptom, yes or no? Not waxing and waning with your answer, yes or no?
Are you referring to an authority there?
Doctor, hold on. Here's the way this works, all right? You don't really ask a lot of questions. You answer the questions, all right? If I told you before, if you can't answer a question the way it's framed, just let me know, and I'll tell counsel to frame it in a different way, all right? So that's the rules. That's how it works here. So
that's not great. Because who does the jury always love? The judge. They almost always love the judge. And the judge is basically like, Reddington's right. You're being difficult. Please stop asking questions. I've already told you this. And I've already told you if you can't answer the way he's asking you to answer, say, I can't answer that with yes or no. And I, the judge, will make him ask a different question. It's really, really bad. Another really, really bad thing here with Mac was that he said, Reddington asks, when she talked about harming the children, should she have been asked more questions on that? And he said she was. And Reddington's like, she was by who? He didn't have an answer. It's like, why didn't anybody dig in more when she was saying such concerning things? Then Reddington says, are you saying that she was given good medical treatment by all these people? Is that what you're saying? Are you going to stand with this team? You know what I used to say in the Karen Reed case? It's like, sometimes you've got to be on the side of Proctor if you're on the side of the prosecution. And that's a problem for some people, including some witnesses. So he's asking this witness, are you on the side of Tufts and Gelada and all these medical providers in this case? And do you know what Mac said? I have no opinion on that, which is probably fair. Probably not appropriate for him to comment on the medical treatment if he didn't, review it for that reason. And he is not giving an opinion on that. But if you did review it and you did think they did a good job, I would assume you'd say yes. And he didn't say yes. So if I'm Reddington, that's something I might sprinkle into closing. And when I asked the Commonwealth's own expert if they thought those doctors did right by Lindsay Clancy, he had no opinion on that. He didn't say yes. That's pretty damning to me. Then he talks about how blood tests and other testing could have been helpful in giving them more information. And thyroid levels could be very important in a number of psychiatric conditions. I thought that was incredibly important. Incredibly important. Then on redirect, Reddington points out, he can say yes or no on redirect. I'm objecting to leading.
Who's that?
They talk about the relationship with Park Dietz, just a referral, nothing big there. Oh, they did talk about how the interview with Lindsay Clancy was recorded, and she asked who paid for the recording, basically, or who wanted the recording. And he said he didn't know. And then they wanted to play the recording. And I was like, what? How are you going to play the whole recording? Like, there's a million reasons why you can't play the whole recording. And the judge, they ended up going to a sidebar, I think, after an objection, and they didn't. My guess is the defense hired the videographer to videotape the interview. And to me, There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. We do that all the time. We do it on the personal injury side when they do their compulsory medical exam, which is basically they examine our client. And one of the reasons we do it is for the timestamps, because half the time they know everything about our client and they can give an opinion about our client about exactly how an injury happened or how they're faking or whatever in a 6-minute conversation with them. So we videotape it for that reason. We videotape it to make sure what they testify to later is actually what happened. Because I've literally had doctors, board certified orthopedic, spine surgeons, whatever, say that our client said something that is nowhere in the recording. And later they have to admit, well, that was what I inferred from what they said or whatever. And so I have no beef with anybody recording an interview with the other side's doctor. It's kind of like body cam footage, right? It's objective. It doesn't lie. And then I already mentioned how the Florida issue was he had nationwide data instead of Florida data. Recross. He's like, I didn't have anything to do with your scheduling issues. Did I? And the witness was like, I'm not sure. All right. Kirk Heilbrunn. I'm going to answer some questions before we get to the second expert, who I personally thought was the best witness for the Commonwealth in this entire trial, potentially. Kim said, since the mistrial was not...
This is from today. Well, I know Crimson in Australia, but this is today's trial in America. Well, we're technically now into the 25th, but you're in the America in the 24th. This is from the 24th. Jennifer Lynn has just gifted a membership. Hold on. Who did that go to? Wait a minute, another tab. Owl Lover 73. Welcome to the True Crime Dark Side Bushes. Yeah, it was a good day actually. Well, if you like excitement in the courtroom, meaning a bit of energy, then yeah, it was a spicy day today, but sort of a short day as well.
Granted, I'm going to save the mistrial questions.
Oh,
when
the defense motion was it for a mistrial, and the judge denied.
It comes to Zoom. How does that work? Can the expert have people in the room they're not supposed to? Can they have documents up that they can see or that we can't see? They're not supposed to. Thank you, Peter, for all you do. Now, they should say it should be as close to like you're sitting in court as possible. And you can review your report, but you should tell the lawyer questioning you, or ask the judge, is it okay if I review my report? Just like they do when they're sitting in the witness stand.
Not like this man.
The morning was rough. Listening to Mighty Mac dodge every single question was excruciating. Props to Shreddington for staying cool.
Shreddington.
So what was your guys' assessment of that first back and forth? Outside the beginning where I think Reddington absolutely destroyed him with some of his prior disqualifications, what did you guys think about the rest of Cross? Do you think Reddington, bulldozed him? Do you think he looked like a bully? How do you think it went the rest of Cross?
I don't think he looked a bully. I'll give him that. I think he was just sick of that man's bullshit.
Jaw is still on the floor, and so grateful to not have to wait for your take on today's proceeding. Absolutely wild. So our normal time will still be the nighttime live, but when all this kind of exploded and everybody was like, oh, you got to get on now, I was able to do it. So here we go. Kids get hurt and go hungry when people start wanting to drug test recipients of benefits. They can't help if their parents do drugs. So I think there's a whole discussion on that.
I know B. Tim might be listening in the bushes. I think I don't know whether it's that he doesn't like him or whether he really doesn't like him because he's a civil lawyer. He's never done criminal, and the fact he talks on criminal.
And I see where you're going with this. I just don't think it's the discussion for this video. But maybe if we cover a case like that, that would be cool. Up another mistrial question. Okay, Michelle, unpopular opinion. I disliked this next witness way more than I disliked Mac. I think sometimes lawyers see expert testimony differently. Okay, can be very true. You guys tell me, which witness did you think was worse? Which witness did you think was worse? Mac or Kirk? Put it in the chat. First Commonwealth expert I called him smarmy from the get-go. Looks like I was right. Not credible in my opinion, but the second I felt was very credible. I agree. and felt the Commonwealth had a great expert with great info until, yes, we'll get to the big misstep. I think and feel that the defense will win this case. Well, we will see. So funny. Sorry, I'm screaming is repeated 5 to 10 times a day. Mediterraneans, Greeks, and Italians. It's true. It is true. I say it at least 5 to 10 times a day. I don't know why that's not coming up.
Miss Salsa will be like, I don't mind
all right.
shouting at me.
So now let's get into
Italian,
Kirk Heilbrunn, the psychologist, who I thought had a good resume.
Not shouting, but Miss Salsa will be thinking, well, you can holler at me any day.
Explains the forensic evaluation, the difference between treatment and patient, which was a little shot at Zeisel, I thought. If you're being the forensic doctor, you don't want to also treat the patient because you can get biased, and treaters just want to help the people get better. Forensics want to get the investigation right. 75% of the work he does is for the defense, 25% for the prosecution, which I always think adds credibility when you call a witness that usually testifies for the other side. Sometimes he doesn't agree with the side that hires him. Sure, everybody says that, but they talk about retainer or retention bias, like whoever retains you, you're biased towards them. Yeah, that's true.
Actually, Peter used to have very short hair and no beard. I went back to his early streams like 5 years ago or more, and he had short hair, very short hair, and no beard.
Goes through everything reviewed. He spent 180 hours on the case, 10.5 hours with Lindsay Clancy, interview and testing. And then he did collateral interviews with Patrick and Lindsay's mom. Kudos to him for that, number one. But number two, while he did try to take some shots at some of the defense witnesses, I also think he made a lot of the Commonwealth witnesses look bad too. Because he was able to talk to them. And throughout this case, the Commonwealth has tried to be like, oh, you tried to talk to these people, but you couldn't, right? They wouldn't talk to you. It's like, well, clearly they talked to this guy. He didn't come up with a joint diagnosis with Mac, even though they went and did this together. They actually had different diagnoses. Then he goes through his major findings. We hear a lot about the history that we've already heard about, what her complaints were. He did say intrusive thoughts she had, but not auditory hallucinations, which is going to be a big deal later. Talks about McLean, and he goes through her diagnosis. She said
he sent them home for the day, said to them about the religious thing. But he's going to give them proper instructions on what the law is, and what to. But I think he said to strike out that part of the testimony. Then they'll be back tomorrow. They've got another witness tomorrow, and then they think there'll be closing arguments on Wednesday.
He admitted she had a bunch of different diagnoses, a bunch of different pills, a bunch of different complaints, and that he agrees, or his diagnosis is bipolar 2. He wasn't sure. He took episodes, but eventually thought it was hypomania, so he came with bipolar 2. He also talked about how different it was doing this all 3 years later, which to me is important. And we're going to listen to a pretty big chunk of his opinions, but I do think the way he explained the timing of his findings, that on its own could potentially be reasonable doubt for some of these jurors. You guys let me know if you agree or disagree.
First, and this was, of course, 3.5 years after the alleged offense. So it's going to describe, much of it is going to describe her thinking and feeling and behavior in April of 2026 rather than January of 2023.
So this is the witness who brings in religion, and it all went to
that's always a challenge when you try to reconstruct what happened some time ago. And so some of these tests were administered from the standpoint of what was it like for you back then. But the MMPI was delivered in terms of how you're doing right now. And she, on the response style scales that I talked about earlier, she showed a slight tendency to underreport, to deny unusual experiences, although she did that in a way that was pretty sophisticated.
one of the reasons it's going to be over quicker, they said 6 to 8 weeks originally, so it's going to be about 3 weeks. But they did, remember they brought that, they agreed, I don't know the legal term, is it, when they agreed to drop a lot of the witnesses, basically, a lot of the evidence, and she's not denying it. So that cut the trial down a lot. I don't know the right terminology.
She's a bright woman.
So she underreported in a way that was sophisticated. What do you think he meant by that? Because to me, all of the things that may sound positive for the defense, he has found a way to use them for the Commonwealth, which to me is what a good expert does. It's what a good lawyer does as well.
And so given this, we kind of take into account a little bit the fact that she might be underreporting a little bit in terms of what's really wrong with her. However,
which is also exactly what we saw throughout her actual treatment.
There are a number of what we call clinical scales on this test, and she was not elevated on any of them, meaning that she's not actively symptomatic in many areas or in great distress in certain ways. But there was one scale that is elevated, and that is the suicide and death ideation scale, thinking about suicide and death. And I should say that Ms. Clancy has been on 1-to-1 suicide precautions, which is the highest level of precautions that a hospital can take, since she came to Tewksbury.
And one of the things he did throughout the entirety of his testimony is talk about how serious and severe her attempt at self-harm was. I mean, just absolutely making the Commonwealth look foolish for any attempt that they tried to undermine or minimize just how serious and severe her attempt on her own life was. They knew, I cannot overstate that they knew what this guy was going to say. How could you possibly make those arguments about a fake self-harm or it wasn't real or she didn't cut deep enough when you knew this guy was going to come and talk about her attempt? It made no sense to me. But then we're going to get to his kind of overall opinion. And this is the big chunk we're going to listen to. He's going to talk about what she did, why she did it, the motive in his opinion, which is almost exactly like the motive I said. I don't know why they didn't just argue this. If their experts agreed, of course, I'm not saying make it up. But if you knew this guy was going to testify this way, why are you not saying this in opening so the jury knows it's coming, so the jury has a proper framing of the case, so when Reddington makes good points, they're like, oh, wait, we know the Commonwealth has an expert that's going to explain this X, Y, and Z. So let's get to that opinion here.
Applying to Ms. Clancy. I mean, it wasn't job related. She wasn't in the military or the police.
Did you come up with 2 possible explanations?
I did, yes, which is on this slide.
And so
I think I missed the beginning of this because he basically says they didn't spank their kids. They felt bad when they yelled at their kids. These are not the type of parents that do something like this to their kids.
The why question is it could well be something that is valuable to know when we're thinking about whether she understood that something was wrong or when she was thinking about whether she could conform her conduct to the requirements of the law or control herself. The why question seemed important. So if I could have the next slide.
Sure. And in evaluating the why, did you come up with 2 possible explanations?
I did, yes, which is on this slide.
And so can you explain that, please?
I can, yes. There are a number of reasons in my experience why people harm one another, why people kill one another. And most of these reasons ended up not applying to Ms. Clancy. I mean, it wasn't job related. She wasn't in the military or the police. It didn't have to do with money or property or fame or anger or being callous or abusive or being afraid or doing it. So none of those there was any evidence for. But there were a couple of things that started to have some evidence for, and this is what it looked like. One is the psychosis, the possibility that she had a severe mental illness, experiencing hallucinations, delusions, that sort of thing. And
so he does admit there's two major reasons he can think about why this would happen the way it did with somebody like Lindsay Clancy. And one of those two reasons is psychosis. And to frame it the way that he did, again, I also thought was smart. If he was my expert, I would have been happy with a lot of what he said today, not everything. But framing it that way, maybe the jury starts to say, which one is more likely, psychosis or this other example he's going to give? That's not the law, obviously. That's not beyond a reasonable doubt. They have to prove it is absolutely not psychosis, and it absolutely is the second theory we're going to get to. But the way he frames it, maybe frames the way the jury's going to think about it.
As part of that, on January 24th, experienced those symptoms that we're going to talk about in a minute. And I'm calling that the first bullet point there, acute psychosis with command hallucinations. The second possible explanation was as part of an attempt to take one's own life, as part of a suicide, one might harm one's children if you thought that would prevent them from suffering. And let me see if I can give you an example of that.
So he's going to give an example, but that's kind of what I said from the beginning. It's not automatically psychosis for somebody who wants to take their own life to also take out their kid's life. Frankly, I think you could make an argument of selfishness, right? You don't want anybody else to have your kids, or you don't think anybody else could do as good of a job, or they're not going to be as happy if I'm not around. And that doesn't have to be a psychotic break. Like, that can be a logical line of thinking. It's wrong, like I said. But of course, that doesn't take into account the medication, what effect is it having on her brain, the lack of sleep, the hallucinations she reported. If you believe her, we'll hear what he says. So, I mean, it doesn't take the full context into account, but it is another explanation. And that's the explanation I thought the Commonwealth would go with throughout this entire trial, and they haven't. And it is even more mind-boggling now to know they have a retained expert who was going to say this exact theory. If you go back days and days of videos, I was talking about this. Like, this to me is a plausible motive that we just haven't heard from the Commonwealth. I don't get it. John, why don't you do a poll of who was worse, Kirk or Mac? I think Mac blew away Kirk in the comments that I saw, but we have two people now that think Kirk as well.
If one of us were to learn, and we had no doubt in our mind that the Holocaust was coming tomorrow, and we thought that was going to be awful, and I can't live through that, and so I'm going to take my own life. If I had children, the question might come up, do I take them with me? Do I take their lives as well? Now, I'm not saying that I would definitely do that, but
when he started going down this route, I knew what was coming. I thought it was either religion or some sort of like, he probably wouldn't use the term MK Ultra, but some sort of religious or cult type talk.
I'm saying is that it would come up as a possibility in what I thought about. And so there ended up being, in my mind, two possible explanations for why she did what she did. The first being the acute psychosis with command hallucinations, and the second being this was a serious suicide attempt, and she wanted the children to be with her so she wouldn't be separated from them, and so they wouldn't have to suffer after she was gone.
Kelly says, how are they prosecuting this in good faith when their expert said two possibilities and one is psychosis, and it's on a slideshow? Well, it's easy. He's saying, here are the two possibilities. I'm going to disprove psychosis to you, and I'm going to prove possibility number two to you. That's what he tries to do with his testimony. Now, you may not buy it, but that's how they can do it in good faith. Tracy said, the DSM does not list postpartum psychosis, so Mac would not agree to call it postpartum. Biggest problem with the back and forth. Well, and the timing of what is considered postpartum in certain books and not in others. Again, the semantics argument, I thought Reddington had already won the battle or won the war, whatever the conversation is, and he had another battle for no reason almost.
Now, in a minute, I'm going to talk about the evidence that I saw supporting each of those. But I will tell you right now, in advance of talking about that most of the evidence that I saw supported the second one and not the first.
And so, Dr.
Most of the evidence I saw supported the second and not the first. I would have liked him to say all of the evidence, if it was true, of course.
If we could go to the next slide and you could talk to us, tell us what evidence you saw for acute psychosis with command hallucinations.
Yes. The first was, that's what she said. I asked her that question, and that's the way she explained it happened. She said, sometime on the afternoon of January 24th, 2023, that she heard a voice, and the voice said, "This is your last chance. You have to kill the kid so you can kill yourself." If she actually heard a voice like that, that would be evidence of psychosis being experienced and what we call command hallucinations, where the voice is instructing her to do something. There were some other possible things that made me think that it could be a severe mental illness that she was experiencing, and two in particular. One was thinking that others might know her thoughts. Now, this is something that is a symptom of psychosis called thought broadcasting if it's experienced in a certain way. In thought broadcasting, if I'm experiencing that, I literally have the idea that if I'm thinking it, you can hear what I'm saying, just as if I were putting it on the television or podcast or a movie or whatever. It's just coming out that way. I asked her about that, and she said, and other people asked her about that too, and she said it was not thought broadcasting, but these were very vivid thoughts, and she thought that it might be that people could hear them as vivid and strong as they were. The second possible symptom is that thinking police might take her children. Now, in some of the records, I saw people saying, "Wow, this looks like a paranoid delusion to me," and I will tell you that it didn't look either paranoid or like a delusion to me. And here's why. I'm a healthcare professional, and that means that in Pennsylvania and every other state I know, I'm a mandated reporter. If someone tells me in therapy or in an assessment that they think that a child is going to be injured or severely hurt or that might happen, then I'm required by law to contact Childline in Pennsylvania. Ms. Clancy is a labor and delivery nurse. She's a healthcare professional as well. And so it's one of those things where if she had said to a psychiatrist, psychologist, anyone providing treatment, that she thought she was experiencing ideas like she might harm her kids, she would know as a mandated reporter that they were legally required to report that. Now
So I've heard this and I get it and I understand how that sounds logical, but thinking people can hear your thoughts to start that, there's a lot going on to me that is delusional, right? Like even if there's some logic mixed in, I don't think for you to be in psychosis that everything is illogical and nothing makes sense. I think there's got to be more context to it. Peter, how stark is the contrast between this judge and Judge Cannoni treating the defense fairly? About as stark as you can get. About as stark as you can get. Peter, this whole day was woof. It was some woof, but also some finally some competent evidence from the Commonwealth, honestly. I have been feeling secondhand embarrassment for them as a lawyer. This is what an expert should look like. You might not like him, and of course he goes off the rails. But the beginning of this, and there are some fair comments, we're going to hear some criticisms of him that we're going to get to that I agree with. But this is still, these criticisms he talks too much, or he's reading off his report too much, or he's performative, fine. But you can say those about a lot of experts. Mac was incompetent to me. That's how I felt listening to him. I don't understand how the next doctor was able to read his testimony like a script, and he brought up mortal sin if that wasn't planned by the Commonwealth. We're going to get to the mortal sin stuff, but I think he's checking his notes like a lot of experts do, and it doesn't bother me. And I don't think Reddington had a problem either. We didn't hear him object.
My dog.
Do you think he went? Okay, hold on. Can the video be admitted and played to get Lindsay Clancy's word in by the defense? Can he play it during closing? No. The cross of Mac was rough. I agree. No, he's not going to be able to play that during closing.
Damn.
I actually thought Kirk was credible. Even a lot of times thought he was good for LC. Then he contradicted himself so much. Then there was the big bang. Okay. Okay, sorry. This is more about the end. This is about the end. Why isn't the actual DA trying this case himself? A lot of district attorneys don't actually try cases anymore once they're elected, but Think we might have a guess why with how difficult this has been. Peter, if I find the second Commonwealth expert and the defense expert both equally credible and cannot come to terms either way, as the Commonwealth case not proven, is that not guilty? Absolutely, Sarah. And if you're talking specifically about the mental disease or defect and what effect it had on Lindsay Clancy, if the Commonwealth did not prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she could understand the wrongfulness of her actions or they have to prove that she could either do that or she could conform her actions to the law, they lose. It's the same type of, it's funny, Nico LaHood. You guys remember Nico LaHood? He actually called me about this case today. I think he's doing a podcast. He wanted to just kind of talk through some stuff with me today, and he's awesome. And I was pumped to talk to him. And we were talking about how it's becoming just like your everyday reasonable doubt case. Like they can't prove, let's even say Karen Reed, right? If they can't prove an accident, they can't prove she killed John O'Keefe. And if they can't prove it, it doesn't matter about actual innocence. It doesn't matter about conspiracy. None of that matters. Not proven is not guilty. And in Massachusetts, it's the same exact thing when it comes to the mental health defense. If they can't prove it, meaning disprove it, then it's not guilty. And it's feeling more and more like that. Kirk is performative, albeit a great witness, until he started to screw up.
Hey,
I thought it was good strategy to get a conviction, period. They're desperate. Where is the physical evidence? 18 minutes. So we're going to get to him talking about the 18 minutes. Let's listen to more of his opinion here.
I know you've been on holiday, Alma. Have you been following any of this? And I don't know. If it's a hung jury, will they try it again? I don't know. Unless they'll come to a deal. I don't know how it works. Technically, they're meant to do another trial, but they might go for not guilty. We might be shocked and all go not guilty.
Might not mean that the police would literally come and take her kids away, but it would mean that there would be an investigation. She would have to answer questions, and it might be that for a period of time she would be separated from the children.
And doctor, is it?
Well, she answer?
I thought he was done.
I don't know. Well, we'll find out. Were you done?
I just want to ask a follow-up question about your last point. Is that okay?
Oh, yes, that's okay.
No, I'm just saying what
you mentioned you didn't think it was a delusion. Is it true that a delusion is a fixed false belief?
Yes, that's the way it's defined.
And so Ms. Clancy thinking that if someone knew she thought of harming her kids might be taken away, that's not a false belief, correct?
Well, that was what I was trying to say, is that
before you interrupted me, that's what it felt like. He even got a little annoyed, I feel like, with the Commonwealth. Yeah, it doesn't bother me that he's reading it from his notes. But maybe it bothers some witnesses, right? I mean, some jurors, because you guys are like, why does he have to read everything? Doesn't bother me as a lawyer. Why are they so long-winded? Strategic tactic. Let's wear down with excessive words. I think they just, some people, and lawyers included, think they're so smart, and they're the smartest people in the room, and they need to explain something to a jury, and this is their job. So therefore, they're going to make sure they do it. And sometimes it takes a lot of words. Isn't it overcharged if either theory is correct? He's not saying either theory is correct. He's saying these are the two possibilities, and here's the reason why only one possibility works. I don't think the video is in evidence, unless I missed that. I thought they tried to enter it into evidence, and it was objected to. I could be wrong, though. If it's in evidence, then yes, absolutely, Reddington can play it. Either side can play it if it's in evidence. A lot of people are in prison right now for M. They committed thinking they were doing something good. How would Elsie be any different if she could not conform her actions to the law? That's why in Massachusetts. Like, even if I think it's good to, hurt somebody, that's not always going to be an insanity defense, a psychotic break. It's not always going to hit that.
it is not a false belief. It's quite possible that it could come to pass.
And if you could continue with your discussion of why the evidence you saw for acute psychosis.
Yes.
Okay, so people are saying it is in evidence. Okay. Oh, they admitted it. Okay, then I missed that. That's my bad. That's my bad. I thought they went to sidebar and it didn't get in. So it is in evidence. And if it is in evidence, then the defense can absolutely play it in closing. I don't know that I would. I think all of that has kind of come out good for the defense personally. It's going to be like the way the jury perceives it and thinks. And even if this guy won over a couple jurors, it would really shock me in this case if there's a unanimously guilty verdict. I'm thinking more and more of the chances of a hung jury, but I would be really surprised at a unanimous guilty verdict here.
The other point there at the bottom is that it's appealing as an explanation because it could explain acts that seem so out of character for her. You don't have to get complicated at all. It's just, I had a psychotic episode. I heard a voice. Voice told me to do something terrible. I did it.
And after considering the evidence for acute psychosis, command hallucinations, did you then consider evidence against acute psychosis with command hallucinations?
I did, yes.
And what did you see?
One of the reasons, well, the first bullet point here is that the way she described this as happening is that she heard a voice that she'd never heard before, experienced an hallucination, and she's never experienced it since, but she only experienced it for the 18 minutes or so that it took to kill the children.
So he gets 18 minutes from the timeline, at least his reading of it. What do you guys think about that point? I know you guys, people are going to be angry about it, that, feel a certain way in the way this case is going. To me, I think that there are jurors that would plausibly agree that I've had people in my life say this to me, well, isn't it convenient she only heard these voices right when Patrick Clancy left for that period of time, and he's going to call it 18 minutes? Isn't it convenient that's the only time she had command hallucinations, never before, never after? I do think that is a compelling argument for what the state is trying to say, which is basically she's lying about the voices. I think that's what they're saying.
And to put it mildly, that would be a very, very unusual pattern or manifestation of how this kind of thing comes about. Very unusual. I've been doing this kind of evaluation for many, many years, and I'm always very careful when someone tells me that they experience a symptom only during the course of committing an offense.
No. And not only was it just during those 18 minutes, that also happened.
No, we're not on verdict watch yet, Jacqueline. It's not over yet. We've got another witness tomorrow. We're still on rebuttal. And then we've got closing arguments probably Wednesday. And then we'll be on verdict watch after that. So not until about Wednesday. I don't know, Vixen. I don't know about her actually walking free.
To be the same 18 minutes where she is committing a crime. That's what he's arguing. I don't think logically that that's a bad point.
Why is that? Why are you careful when someone tells you that they only experience?
What do you want me to put on the poll, Ibamos, and I'll do that for you? Guilty, not guilty. Well, it's not guilty or not guilty. She's guilty, but is she guilty? Is she not criminally responsible is the words they're using. Don't think they've used insanity, have they? They've used criminally responsible. Which do you want? Like, was she guilty? I don't know. How are the word in it? Is she criminally responsible or not? That's the question, isn't it? I need to put my fan back on. Hold on. Is she criminally responsible? Yes or no? That's the question, isn't it? Let me do a poll.
Experience this voice during a criminal offense?
Well, because it provides a convenient way of.
So chat's flying. Lots of people only hear voices when alone. That's not what he said. He didn't say, oh, it's convenient. She only hears them when she's alone. She only heard them one time when Patrick left, when she was committing a crime. Basically, he's saying to create this defense. That's, I think, what he's saying. People are saying Patrick's civil suit says something else. We'll see. And somebody else said, I can't wait till Kevin Reddington shreds this guy. Always keep an open mind, because cross is the best tool to find the truth. So I'm not taking everything this guy says as Bible truth, but as he's testifying to me, I'm like, finally, I think some points for the Commonwealth, which I think it's been very difficult for them to move the ball up the field at all.
of lessening your own culpability. I mean, it's always possible, but as I said, I find it very, very rare. Whereas an explanation for why somebody did something, somebody might look at that and say, it's a convenient way of somebody looks at me and I don't have the same culpability that I would otherwise.
And he's using the whole, some people would say, it's like, Doc, is that what you're saying? Because you're here testifying. Some would say, or are you saying? Because some would say, doesn't feel like proof beyond a reasonable doubt to me.
And what was the next?
Right, I put a poll up on the YouTube, not YouTube, Kick side. And if you can't see the poll, refresh. And if not, just put a yes or no in chat. Is Lindsay criminally responsible? Yes, no, or still undecided? Let me know. If you can't see it, just write it in chat. I'm still undecided. The bit I can't get on board with is, how the heck do we know if she was in psychosis? I still don't know. Nobody's really cleared it up for me.
Part of evidence that you saw against acute psychosis?
Listened properly.
There was some discussion of whether this was postpartum. And so she was about 8 months away from having given birth to Callan, her youngest child. And most of the explanations, or most of the sources of authority, like DSM-5 or the Cleveland Clinic, will point to maybe 1 month after birth or 2 months after birth or something like that. But the farther away you get time-wise from the birth, the less likely it is, under those kinds of authority, to be postpartum. Now, it could be something else. And there were certainly some things that I saw that were symptoms of depression and other sorts of things that she experienced in January. But it was, given the time, it was less likely, I thought, to be postpartum. Then the next bullet was inconsistencies in her account. To me, when asked about this, she said, the voice said, "This is your last chance. You have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself." And it just kept repeating that, and only that, for about 18 minutes, or the duration of the time it took to do this. There were other times, though, for instance, when she was in the hospital after this happened and was talking to a psychiatric attending, when she said that the voice had said other things, for example, the children will suffer without you, or you have to take the kids with you, or things like that. So inconsistency is important because it suggests inaccuracy. In other words, which version is accurate? Is it the first? Is it the second? Is it neither? I mean, here it couldn't be both, because she said, I only heard this. To some people, she said that. And then I heard this plus this. To other people, she said that.
So, Doctor, if she had said to a third person that it was a different version, such as you have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself because there's a danger to you and the kids, would that be a further consideration of the inconsistencies?
Objection. Yeah, overall.
The more inconsistency there is.
Can we have a basis for that, please?
What's it asked as a hypothetical?
Hypothetical, yes.
I'll allow that.
So it's not based on evidence, it's hypothetical.
It's hypothetical.
Lawyer semantics. Now we're going to ask it as a hypothetical, not based on evidence in this case.
You might have to repeat the question.
So if the person has a third version of what happened, what the voice said, and what the reasons the voice gave, would that be important in your assessment as well regarding inconsistency?
Objection. It's speculation. It's not based on evidence, and there's no foundation for a hypothetical question.
Let's just ask it as a hypothetical. You know,
the judge is trying to help everybody keep this case going smooth, basically. The selfishness theme should have been the prosecutor's theme from the beginning. It is the first lucid explanation of what happened here other than psychosis. I agree. Now, are they going to be able to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt? I highly doubt that. But at least they've given us something plausible now, because I couldn't even find that before this. I don't think someone in their right mind would have to ask others if their thoughts could be heard by others. I tend to agree. First time comment. Have thought from the jump. She wanted to die and didn't want to leave the kids without her. even with Patrick. Love lawyer, you know, I share with everybody. Thank you so much, Nancy. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a motive, if you want to call it that people could understand, unlike so much of what the Commonwealth has said throughout. Can Lindsay Clancy be criminally responsible if malingering? Yes. Yeah, people that malinger can both be criminally responsible and not. It's not like a end all be all, but sometimes it can make you look really bad in front of a jury. Peter, how do we get PPP into the 2029 DSM-6? I think this case could be a real help for that, honestly. Things like this, shining a light on this, exposing it, highlighting it, making sure everybody's talking about it is usually how society makes change. The reading of his paper and the mortal sin comment made me think those weren't his reports, more like questions pre-written and answered from the Commonwealth. Interesting. I don't think a guy like this hold on, I got to find the comment. Here it is. My husband was a forensic police sergeant and said someone who testified 300 times like Dr. Kirk knows better. Agree? Absolutely. That's where I'm just like, these prosecutors aren't inexperienced. This guy's not inexperienced. They use the same language. We're going to get to all that. Doesn't feel like a mistake to me. And you know, I like to give people the benefit of the doubt, sometimes annoyingly so for all of you guys. Amber said, I would never ask you to give up your time for the chat, you know, and a live sesh, except tomorrow, say 9 a.m. when Reddington crosses. You busy? Asking for a friend. So here's what I'm thinking, Amber. I am doing my best later this week to try and have big chunks of time available in case we get a verdict midday to do the verdict live.
Kevin, I'll be honest, I think I'm erring on what you've just said. I'm sort of undecided, but leaning more towards criminally responsible. And that might be unfair, but that's where I'm at. They've not convinced me otherwise so far.
That is my goal, to see if I can do that. All right, let's keep listening to his opinion. Maybe the Commonwealth will finally get to a hypothetical.
This and go that way.
Doctor, a hypothetical question for you. Assuming that a person has already given two versions of a voice, what the voice said for them to do, and then gives a third version of what the voice told them to do.
Maybe closing arguments where it's all condensed down will help me, because at the minute I'm still...
Would that be significant to you in assessing the inconsistencies?
Objection for the record. No, overrule. Go ahead.
What I would say is the more inconsistency there is, the more problematic I find it to take any one particular account and say this is the accurate one.
And then what other evidence did you find against acute psychosis?
So again, two theories. He spent a lot of time disproving psychosis. Then he's going to spend some time proving the motive theory.
There's some research that's been conducted on malingered hallucinations, which are accounts of hallucinations that are exaggerated or fabricated. And I found it useful to look at those, look at that research and see what it suggested and kind of lay out there in terms of the way she described it. So some research suggests that that one consideration is whether the voices are internal or external, whether they're coming from your own thoughts or whether they're coming from outside of your head. And Ms. Clancy perceived this voice as external, which is more consistent with genuine hallucinations. However, command hallucinations are often, in about 88% of individuals reporting them by one count, accompanied by a related delusion. Ms. Clancy did not report any accompanying.
So Michelle posted this percentage earlier, and she's like, well, why wouldn't that apply to Lindsay Clancy? He's going to explain why, but I agree with you.
Delusion. Michelle. Ms. Clancy did not report any accompanying delusions. So thus far, you've got 1 point for genuine and 1 point for possible exaggerated. Then there's frequency and control. Genuine psychotic hallucinations are more often intermittent than constant. They'll come and they'll go. You'll hear it.
Sounds like Lindsay Clancy.
Stop hearing it. You'll hear it again.
But that's not the only psychotic delusion, right? The audible voices, the command hallucinations are not the only psychotic delusion. The intermittent nature of it, I feel like, goes right in with what Lindsay Clancy's experts were saying.
Stop hearing it, and this can extend over a period of time. Ms. Clancy, in this instance, reported that the voice was constant for 18 to 20 minutes, and then it stopped. It had not been experienced before, and it has not been experienced since. And she also did not report having any...
Well, actually, in some trials, they do ask they write questions down, and the judge reads. I don't know if it's allowed across the board or whether some judges allow it, others don't. I've seen that in trials where questions have been. I saw that, I'm sure, in the Johnny Depp trial, but that was civil, so I don't know.
Control over the voice or over her actions in response to the voice. Then the next item is content. So genuine hallucinations are often familiar, use both genders, and are clear rather than vague.
That's weird to me that they normally use both genders. That's like something research shows. I just thought that was interesting. Is there a chance Reddington requests a Bowden jury instruction, chance of getting it for police misconduct? Is that what that is? I don't know why he would. I might be missing the application here, but I off the top of my head, I wouldn't think so, but I don't know. What are the chances the jury disregards more of Kirk's testimony than just the mortal sin related testimony? They must sense that the witness went over the line, even if they didn't see the mistrial discussion. Well, we're going to talk about exactly how the day ended to where you could be exactly right. If the command hallucination was fake, but Lindsay Clancy was suffering from severe compulsions to unalive herself and her kids and resisted conforming to the law for months, she did conform to the law for months, but then couldn't resist it anymore. Then came the crime, irresistible compulsion, and can't conform to the law. Honestly, it's a very confusing question, but I want to say, if she faked the command hallucinations and the jury felt that way, I think it'd be very, very hard for them to vote not guilty. If they thought she kind of made all this up, even if she was suffering from a mental disease or defect and a psychotic break. After knowing this was coming in his testimony, do you think it now makes sense why the prosecution brought up mortal sin originally? Gosh, I'm going to save these. Sorry. Here, I'll just answer that one now. It is very, very, very important that they use the same exact language of Lindsay knew, or did you know, because you're Catholic. Start it with you're Catholic. Second, follow it up with, you know, it's a mortal sin. That says everything you need to know. They will say psychosis was exactly 18 minutes. How do they know? She jumped out the window and was unconscious for weeks. They can't prove 18 minutes. I agree with that, but I think he's talking more about the command hallucinations than the entirety of the psychosis. How impressive is it that Kevin Reddington is 75 years old and performing at this high of a level by himself at trial? It's amazing, amazing. If she was hallucinating, I wonder how long it would have lasted if she didn't jump out the window. Her heart stopped and got medical care around the clock afterwards. Not strange to me. Certain symptoms would have been stopped. I think these are all fair discussions for the jury to have. Why didn't the judge throw Kirk out entirely? I don't know if that's what Reddington asked for. Somebody else asked, too late for Reddington to ask for sanctions, feel the witness should be removed and the entire testimony stricken. Tuning in from Melanie Little's stream. Is it too late? He probably made that argument if he was going to make it. And again, I just think it's something the judge wouldn't really do. Okay, John sent me the voting. Who was the worst witness? Mac, 86% to Kirk's 14. I feel the same way as the chat. They admitted the psych interview so the jury can watch. Won't the question about her mortal sin be in the video? If Kirk asked her, is that allowed? So I missed that part. I don't know if they had a discussion about potentially editing it, cropping that out. I would have to assume there are things that are
That's a good point, Luxury. Luxury Lives, welcome in. What do you mean, Pamela? Oh, what happened? Sorry. I was getting the thumbnail ready for tomorrow.
Them almost entirely in a genuine way, that you're being as accurate as you can, except with one exception. When I ask you about one experience or one symptom and you exaggerate or fabricate that, it's very, we can't pick that up through our testing. So what we have to do instead is we have to kind of develop our ideas about.
Sorry, I was getting carried away then, getting ready for the trial tomorrow, and I didn't realize I'd shut it down and shared
How it might have been experienced, what it was consistent with, what the disorder is. We take a broader approach, which is what I've tried to do in talking about this.
We'll go to the next slide, please. And was there further evidence against acute psychosis?
Start with the question of thoughts or hallucinations. I've already said that I found the account of hallucinations to be, as she described it, it would be very, very unusual to experience it that way. Never having, not before, not since, constantly for 18 minutes.
That was my fault. My fault.
However, if this was a thought, an unwelcome, intrusive thought, but still a thought, that's basically, this is your last chance, you have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself, then that would be consistent with thoughts that she'd been experiencing for some time.
So does that mean they were intermittent psychotic thoughts?
She'd been having thoughts about harming herself, that she was, it was going to be very difficult for her to do this in a way that was, that made sense. She was experiencing thoughts about hurting herself because her brain might have been damaged. She was experiencing thoughts about hurting the kids. She was experiencing all sorts of unwelcome thoughts. If that were the case on January 24th, if these were thoughts, then that would be consistent with what she'd been experiencing for months before.
So the thoughts becoming a hallucination is the issue for him, and why he thinks that sudden change in state, mental state, was faked or exaggerated, is what it sounds like. Peter, there's a difference between hallucination and a delusion. The hallucination was hearing the voices. The delusion was that she believed it. Peter, do you keep notes from trials you cover on which experts not to use? You know, it's funny, we do the inverse, right? If it's a really amazing expert, then we might write down their name potentially to use in the future. Could the coping be building a snowman or exercise? Bowden, reasonable doubt because police conduct sloppy, incomplete, or biased investigation. Karen Reed points out things cop didn't investigate properly, like the nightstand drawer, and cops took PC. I don't think that that's the big deal in this case, personally. 18 to 20 minutes is a long time, and hearing consistent command hallucinations as a former prosecutor and judge, lawyer you know is the best analysis out there. Where Burke, Judge Burke, I appreciate that. Means a ton. Means a ton.
So that was something that made more sense to me, that rather than an auditory hallucination, it would have been an unwelcome, intrusive thought. The next bullet is her response to her husband's question, what did you do? So when he got home around 6 p.m. on January 24th, and the house was quiet, and he went in, thought people might have been playing hide and seek with him, called downstairs, didn't get an answer, called upstairs, didn't get an answer, went upstairs, found the bedroom door locked, unlocked it with his key, went in, saw some blood there, saw the window was open, ran downstairs, and he saw his wife, Lindsay, lying there semi-conscious. And he said his first question was, what did you do? And her response was, I tried to kill myself. Now, I thought that if she had actually experienced this command hallucination, that she might have said something like, I did what I had to do, or I did what the voice said, or something like that. But no, she said, I tried to kill myself.
So I disagree with him that proves what he thinks it proved. And again, the jury doesn't have to agree with him, but I at least understand where he's going with that. And that's kind of my point. And maybe the bar is so low for Commonwealth witnesses at this point, but that's why I think he was the best Commonwealth witness. At least he was giving some plausible explanations for some real facts that have come out in this case.
This is consistent with my looking at this and starting from the perspective of this is a serious, highly lethal suicide attempt. And that's the way to understand it.
A serious, highly lethal attempt, not a fake, superficial nothing burger.
And then the last bullet point has to do with the recovery of memories. So when she regained consciousness that night in the hospital, one of the things she said is that she wasn't able to remember what had happened. And she was informed of it. But if this had been a genuine memory loss, then human memory is funny. And one of the things that happens is that when you're trying to remember something that actually happened, things can interfere with that. Things that you read, things that you're told, other sorts of things like that. So it would have been hard to understand how she would.
You can collect your collectibles now, but I've got 38 more minutes to go on this channel. I don't know about the other
Cover
one.
that memory accurately, including the particular memory of the command auditory hallucination when it said.
And doctor, did you already go over the first bullet point, the inconsistencies in her description of knowing wrongfulness?
56.
Yeah, I'm gonna pass on that one. Go to the next slide.
Okay, you don't.
Very weird. But was he trying to pass on the mortal sin topic? That is a fair question, and I think that's a possibility that he was trying to pass on it. And they're like, well, wait, let me ask you more about it, which leads me to believe they're doing this dance together. I truly believe they're doing this dance together. Rocky Balboa said, I've never seen a more biased judge in my life. How is it appropriate for the judge, for Reddington to touch witnesses and badger them? I think it's interesting that people feel this way when a judge is maybe leaning a little more towards the defense than the prosecution, which I would agree with in this case. I think he is. I think there might be reasons for that. And people asking, why did he want to pass on this? I honestly, truly believe, I thought when it happened real time, I was like, oh, that was probably the mortal sin part and he wants to pass. But then he seemed all too excited to go into it, which is what we're about to watch.
That's not a consideration?
Well, there were some additional inconsistencies in terms of whether she knew that when I asked her whether she was aware that it was illegal or immoral, she said basically, I wasn't thinking about this at all. No thoughts, no decisions, none of that. It was just all action. One of the things that Dr. Resnick wrote in his report is that she was intellectually aware that it was wrong or illegal, but not morally. And what she said to me is that I just don't think I wasn't thinking about that at all. I didn't know any of that.
Okay. And if we could go to the next slide, I think if you could describe for us the evidence that you saw for suicide combined with altruistic filicide.
Yeah. Altruistic filicide is a term that's used that means killing your kids out of love, not because you're trying to be cruel or for material gain or because you want them out of your lives or any of that, but killing them out of love so that you could
cute in that recess. The recess one's cute.
They wouldn't have to suffer, so you could prevent their suffering. And what she did, I thought, was begin with what I said a minute ago was a highly lethal and very serious suicide attempt.
And that was preceded
It was preceded by months of thoughts and impulses about you should harm yourself, you should kill yourself, your brain is damaged, that sort of thing. And that, I think, is the beginning of the way to understand what happened that day. The second point is that, as I said before, she didn't like to leave her children, whether that was for date night or school or going back to work or anything. She did not like to leave her children. And if she had taken her own life, then her children would have been without her, and she thought that they would suffer. And she'd been having these thoughts both about herself and about her children over a several-month period. And the other thing that I will say is that she was in pain. She was suffering. She was doing a little bit better than she had been before she went into McLean, but she...
So he's kind of leading up to the mortal sin comment, which is minutes after the PowerPoint. So Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. Not really sure there, but we'll see. Fiction Blue said, why are the experts able to testify to the ultimate issue in the case? I know it's an issue in the Sarah Boone's appeal. Thank you for covering. So it's different in these kinds of cases when they talk about, did she have psychosis? Yes or no? Could she understand right from wrong? Yes or no? But they're not actually making the decision from the jury. I understand your question, and it does feel like they are testifying to the ultimate issue, but they're not saying she's guilty or not guilty, which it's a semantics argument, and it's always different in these affirmative defense type cases.
Was still in pain. She was suffering. I think she was even desperate. And that is something that is often characterized as people who try to take their own life. They're in pain, they're suffering, and they're trying to put a stop to it. And I think when she decided at some point that she was going to put a stop to it, then she had to answer the question of what to do about the kids. And she didn't want to leave them. And she was convinced that they would suffer without her.
For the next slide. And further evidence that you saw for the suicide combined with altruistic filicide?
There was. One of the things that she said when asked about what happened is that in the course of strangling each child, she said, go to God, baby, go to God. And that was part of her expectation, that she and the children would be together in heaven with God. She was raised as a Catholic, and this, as I understand, Catholic considerations, that's not necessarily what happens, but when I asked her about that, when I said, isn't suicide a moral sin?
Yeah, I see counsel over here.
Yeah, can I see counsel over here? Nobody's happy. And he's even showing, like, we'll hear what the judge says. We're going to listen to the entirety of the comments of the judge. But he's like, you know, she wanted them to go to heaven, and that's not really how Catholics believe. First off, I think you're treading into water of she's delusional. Like, if she is a Catholic and understands it, what she's doing is not going to work out the way that she says she believes. But, you know, regardless, putting that aside, that's why we don't bring this into it, especially when this guy's not a theological expert. They didn't have these deep theological conversations with Lindsay. Like, it's just inappropriate. It's guilting the jury. It's maybe guilting Lindsay Clancy. It's bolstering witnesses. It's attacking other witnesses. It is wrong in this case. Now, you guys have some good questions I'm going to get to now on this. Some dealing with maybe religious beliefs can come into certain cases, and they absolutely do. And we've had a case like that. My dad specifically, I think it was when I was a kid, and I remember reading articles about it, that we'll talk a little bit about this. But since the mistrial was not granted, should Reddington ask the witness to be completely excluded? He can. The judge is not likely to do something like that drastic in this situation. Could this mistrial be grounds for appeal? This is a great question. If Lindsay Clancy loses and is convicted, not once but twice have they done things that, in my opinion, are intentional misconduct. And I think this case should be overturned if she's convicted because of this. And I don't feel bad saying it. The prosecutors did this intentionally, in my opinion. Peter, if a mistrial is granted, will the Commonwealth assign different prosecutors? Because these two aren't cutting it, in my opinion. They can. It's up to them. We saw they did in Karen Reed's situation. So how can Lindsay Clancy's chaplain testify about her religious conversation of the kids being safe in heaven while today's witnesses can't recount such?
Good point. That's a good point.
They didn't use religion. They were talking about Lindsay Clancy's statements in the moment. Go with God, that her kids will be in heaven. Number one. Number two, the defense didn't object. Maybe if they would have objected, the judge would have told them not to. It's not the same as using the religion they are with the Catholics and the mortal sin question. I don't know what to say to you except that those two things seem different to me. It seems like they seem different to the defense attorney and the judge as well. If you see them as the same, I think it would be a fair question to ask the judge. Do you think he went for a mistrial this time as opposed to last time because last witness was more damaging to the defense? Or he thought maybe it was a mistake not to ask for a mistrial last time? I don't know. I don't know why he decided to do this time rather than last time. What he says is, well, we're going to hear his arguments in a second. We're going to hear Reddington's arguments. Peter, this is BS, and Dr. Clear doesn't know religion, and he was coached. Disgusting, in my opinion. He definitely doesn't seem like he knows religion, even from how he explained it, and using the same language feels like coaching. Could the judge reverse his ruling and decide to grant a mistrial tomorrow if he changed his mind? Reddington could ask for a reconsideration and the judge could reconsider. I think it's unlikely, but it's possible, yes. If Elsie is lying about hearing the voice, it makes more sense for her to lie now and say that she heard voices since, in my opinion, she is being honest to a fault. Possible. If she's found not criminally responsible, do you feel like there could lead to copycats, lots of delusional people out there? It's possible, yes. I think anytime somebody, wins on some argument, people will always try to use it. But a couple things. Number one, I think if she wins, she will be committed to an institution for a very, 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 very long time. Not something I think normal people are going to want to happen. Now, will they kill somebody they wanted to kill and try to use this? Maybe. But can they hide from the motivations or things that might exist and reasons they might want to kill those people? It's very hard to have exactly the same, what I'll call it, maybe this is a bad terminology, but resume for an insanity defense like Lindsay Clancy has, which is why this case is different. Hi, Peter. If new info or evidence comes into light during the prosecution's rebuttal, would the defense then have the opportunity for a surrebuttal is what we call that? Yes, I think it's possible. Love you and Papa George. Thank you. Yes, I think it's possible, but I don't know that that's going to happen. If she did this to the kids because she wanted to save them, is this still psychosis because it's based on something that is not reality? Thanks. It depends on how the jury understands the explanation. That's all I can say. Was there a psychotic break that led her to not be able to control her actions or not? Shouldn't it be allowed since it's in his notes and it was part of his evaluation? She did say, go with God, baby. So that brings in religion. So that's the difference between saying what she said, go with God, versus, I believe that, I don't think any of them said that she said that self-harm is a mortal sin. I think they're applying that logic to say, well, she knew right from wrong because she's Catholic. It's a mortal sin. And if she does this, it had to be logical that she understood this or understood that. I think that's what they're trying to do. Mack versus Shannon Burgess from Karen Reed's trial, worst misrepresentation. I think Burgess. I think definitely Burgess. I don't think it's that close of a call, but you guys let me know. All right, there's a lot of the same questions. And so I'll put them on there. But the go with God, baby versus somebody telling us what is and is not a mortal sin to bolster their testimony or say Lindsay Clancy should have known X, Y, and Z if she didn't explain to them, the reason I didn't do this is because I know it's a mortal sin because I'm Catholic. That would be a very different conversation than the one we're having. Okay, I'm going to jump ahead here to the arguments for mistrial and the judge's comments. We're cutting it close on time, so I want to make sure we get to all this.
Motion. I'm going to allow argument in regards to the motion. I'll hear first from the defendant, and then I will hear from the Commonwealth. Mr. Reddington.
Thank you, Judge. Your Honor, this has been obviously a long trial and a lot of work on the part of everybody involved, from the court to the staff to the prosecutors to myself, and needless to say, the strain on Lindsay Clancy. I have to move for a mistrial reluctantly. The reason is that this is intentional misconduct on the part of the prosecution. You know that this whole idea of injecting Roman Catholic faith, the concept of mortal sin, into this trial occurred, I don't even remember now, about a week ago. And I objected, but before I could get the objection out, Your Honor had us at the sidebar at the same time and very forcefully, in my opinion, indicated to the jurors that they should not consider that to any degree. At the time, I put on record the fact that I did not feel that I felt that the court's instructions were sufficient. They were forceful. They were right on point. And we moved forward without a motion for a mistrial. I made a tactical decision. But unfortunately, at this point, it's a concern I have because this is just over the top. It's the same thing again, talking about religion, talking about heaven, talking about killing people and the impact or the effect that it would have on Lindsay as well as her children. The fact that this is not the first time that it occurred during the trial, and the prosecution has previously brought up the concept of mortal sin, based on your ruling in the past, in conjunction with the fact that they brought it up again, I believe it was intentional misconduct, and I feel that the court should grant a motion for mistrial.
All right, thank you. Kamal?
I mean, I think that's as clear and concisely as you can put it. So religion wasn't off the table for him, then what was he trying to hide in that slide? It's a good question. Do you think Reddington will research and cross about the very unusual case where people have hallucinations only once and persistent for 10 plus minutes? I would bring out cases like that. I think that would be a good argument from my perspective for what he's trying to do. Peter, I'm a high school English teacher. Many department members are loyal fans too. I'm going to use clips of your show to demonstrate how to handle morally difficult situations with empathy. Thank you. Wow. Thank you so much. That's a huge compliment. I really appreciate that. I take that seriously. And I know, like, with this channel comes a lot of responsibility, and I take that seriously as well. Hi from Baltimore. I've got my whole law firm tuned into your channel to follow this case. We love your takes and appreciate your impartial approach. Thank you so much. You guys are awesome. Rather than sanction the prosecutors, I prefer the judge issue a directed verdict in favor of the defense. That punishment would be more deserving for these two. Just another witch trial here in Massachusetts. So judges, and the reason he does not grant this mistrial is to just put Lindsay Clancy back on the street. Not that she would be, I know Section 12 and things like that, but that's not the result he wants in this case. I don't think that's the just result. That's not even what the defense is really asking for. And that's the difficulty of the position the judge is in. Now, he should still do it if legally it's the right thing. I'm not saying he shouldn't, but it would be very, very unusual. Let's hear how the Commonwealth makes their argument.
Honor.
By the way, we have 30,000 people in the chat right now. Our biggest live in this trial to date. Please hit that like button. If you guys are learning something, if you guys have made a comment, if you've made a vote, if you've been here along the ride with us, if you're new, hit that like button. It really helps us out. I appreciate you guys so much for being here.
The question I asked the witness did not ask for any testimony about religion, about Catholicism, about mortal sins, or anything like that. And the slide is still up on the screen. There's nothing on the slide about Catholicism, about mortal sins, about any of that. The witness was explaining his reasoning. I don't think it was intentional on part of the witness either. If we look at his interview of Ms. Clancy, one of the things that this witness has to do is determine whether the defendant knew the wrongfulness of her conduct. And that can be either that it was criminally wrong or morally wrong. And he explored that with her in the interview and asked her about whether she knew it was legally wrong. And she said she had no concept of legal consequences. And then he went on to ask her about moral wrongfulness and about her religion and whether she knew it was morally wrong. And she did say that she had knowledge that suicide was considered sinful. So I believe that's where the witness was going and trying to explain.
Thank you. Why not 49? Said, I love me some Trisha. Sorry I'm late. I had to work today. Well, you know, your job and life comes first. 12 hours and just got home. Well, I hope you can put your feet up and chill out. I mean, we're nearly wrapped up with this. But tomorrow I've got a Brittany J throwback tomorrow. Not tonight because I'm going to be wrapping up soon. And then I'll be back tomorrow. I might come on and do an early one tomorrow and then redirect everybody over to the true crime. But it'll be like a 2-hour throwback, not too long. There's one from the 9th of September, which got Nick the Hat on. So I might do that one tomorrow. But it'll be early for you guys in America.
His reason.
And I think there are ways
about 10 more minutes
together. Obviously, I don't know her exact statements. I think there are ways to say she knew it was wrong, and the way she said it is it was a sin. That's very different than Catholics believe it's a mortal sin. Very different.
I don't think he was intentionally trying to inflame the jury or cause an issue in this case. I know I certainly wasn't, because I didn't ask a question about her religion or a question that would invoke that kind of response. I asked him to explain what was on the slides, and that's not on the slides. So there was no intentional conduct by the Commonwealth. That was not where I intended to go with this questioning. And I don't think that the witness intended to do any harm either. He was just explaining his rationale. So I would ask that the jury be instructed to disregard the answer, and I can speak to the witness and tell him not to talk about that reasoning for behind his thoughts, that he can testify about his conclusions, but to leave that portion of his reasoning out of his testimony.
Well, here's a concern I have, is what the witness did say in regards to go to God, baby, go to God. That was statements that had been made in evidence already. And then he indicated that was part of her expectation, that she and the children would be together in heaven with God. All right. Now we're getting a little closer to problematic area. Then he testified she was raised as a Catholic. And as I understand Catholic considerations, that's not necessarily what happens. How is any of that proper at this point?
Yeah, that's not really what happened exactly. That's him giving his theological opinion on what Catholics believe or what's true about Catholicism. That is not, he's not testifying to the truths about Catholicism. If he wants to say Lindsay Clancy said something, that's very different. Can her baiting him to talk about it be prejudice? You mean the prosecutor? yeah, I mean, if she's baiting anybody, it's a problem. Like trying to get Reddington to talk about it, that's obviously a problem. Weird take, but if LC coded and they keep bringing mortal sin in, could this be LC near-death experience being confused as reality? I'm not sure how to answer that. How do they know it was only 18 minutes? He's basing that off the timeline. That's his interpretation. I think there are other interpretations based on the timeline. If she underreports, could be longer. I guess that's true. But I think she said the entire time. I don't think she said 18 minutes. That's not how I brought it. How would it work if Lindsay brought up the immortal sin? You might be able to get into her comments only, not your religious and theological analysis of them.
It was not, I'm not going to declare a mistrial at this time. What I am going to do is I'm going to bring the jury in. I'm going to tell them to disregard it. I'm going to.
All right, we're going to jump forward to his actual comments to the jury.
All right. Well, members of the jury.
So it's very obvious, right? They have paused the trial 2 times after a mortal sin type comment. This time they get sent out. And then right when they come back, the judge basically reprimands the prosecutor and their witness and then sends them home. The judge also said, I don't want the last thing they heard to be this discussion on Catholicism. So that's why he wanted to do it this way.
Before we broke, there was some testimony from that last witness. And I just want to give you some instructions in regards to that testimony. And I just wanted to let the religion that the defendant was raised with is absolutely an inappropriate area of testimony. It is to be stricken. It is not to be considered. I can't be any more clear of that. It cannot be considered. Secondly, the witness's understanding of Catholic teachings and considerations, again, is immaterial, it's irrelevant, it is to be disregarded based on that testimony. All right? And so, because we had a little bit of a delay due to this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to excuse you until tomorrow. All right? And so the thought is we'll come in, we'll finish.
Anyway, I think we can wrap it up there. Oh my gosh, you had 3 hours sleep, but I'm good so far. Well, I'm tired. But I think it's just, I don't know, is it sleeping odd hours? I don't think that makes me tired as long as I get enough sleep. It's other things that tire me or weigh heavy on me. I got good sleep, but I'm used to doing shifts. From being about 19, I did all funny hours, so I've done all sorts of shifts. It's as long as I get a decent sleep, it doesn't matter when it is. But I know technically you should go to sleep at night and get up in the morning. It's other things that will drain me. I do my work till 5 a.m. later. Oh yeah, like, oh my God, I don't think I get 8 hours. I've logged in my Facebook, Pamela, so I am going to go in and get my list and I will email you. I promise tonight. I'm in Facebook. I don't go in there very often, but I've logged back in, so I will go in your group and get my order done, okay? It is a full courtroom. I used to be able to go on. Oh, yeah. Haven't we all been out partying the night before and then gone to work, or whether you had alcohol or not, and then gone to work with about an hour or 2 sleep? I've done that in the past in the military, and before I went in the military, to be fair, but not now. Oh, gosh. Yeah, I'm feeling it emotionally. Well, I don't know, a bit of both. I don't know. I feel it, but it is 10 to 2 in the morning, so you go to bed, Ivan, more early. I mean, I forget. Like, I get so enthralled, and then I'm like, I've been on here 7 hours, and it's nearly 2 a.m. No wonder, you know. So in the morning, I'm going to go on and do a throwback. Without Brittany, just something staggering tonight, but I'm going to do a throwback, and it's from the 21st of October, so just after the injunction was filed. And Tony Mathis is in chat and all things. And It's 2 hour-ish, 2.5 hours. I'm going to do that in the morning and then redirect everyone to the true crime to do day 20. Whether they stay or not, that obviously that's up to them. It's Trish and Big Applies Bar. It was for last night. We're going to do more of them. Like, we can't do it every night necessarily. Thank you for coming, Z-Mam. We can't do it every night, but it's good to do it a couple of times a week, right? Yeah, that's the problem, Kettle Kevin. I think Big Girl might be going on. Let me have a look. Big Girl, if you're listening, I'll send, I mean, there aren't many, but I'll send whoever's in chat over. Your mum's making pancakes. Yes, I have. Right, Vixen? You've been up since 4:30. I mean, it's nearly 2 a.m. Well, thank you, Kettle Kevin. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. Okay, let me see if Big Girl's on. We're all but finished this video. So thank you to the mods. Thank you to Jennifer, who's been here for the whole stream, dropping links, all the things, all the mods. I don't want to leave anybody out, but I know she's been dropping. Now I've found out on Nightbot we can do timed messages, which helps. Thank you for being here, Nalene, and I hope you come back tomorrow. Let me see if Big Girl's on, and I'll send you all over there. Am I following her on my... I'm sure I'm following her. Let me double check. Is she going on? Send my little audience over today. No, that ain't Big Girl for Life with 8 followers. Who's that? Oh, that's Big for Life. Oh, Big Girl for Life. What's going on? Subscribed, yeah. Let me type in a chat. Are you starting yet? Kick her up the butt. I don't know what she's going over. I'll put ready to end. Paging Big Girl. She's not on yet, so we'll just have to talk a minute. Okay, is there anything else? So Pamela, I'm going to go into Facebook and get the list. And I will message you. Yeah, she's not on yet. Tomorrow I will try and get some emails out. Really need a travel mug. Well, you never know, you might win one. Thank you, everybody. I need to talk to Solero, Josh, to see if we can add 2 different versions of Botrix. Maybe I have to be logged. No, it's not attached. I've got to attach my other one to Discord. I'll figure out. It's not the end of the world. We can always just go in Discord and say, "At everyone, we're live." Yeah, the heat doesn't help. She's live, is she now? I mean, I've got a fan, but let me tell you this quickly before I go to let her get started. Last night when I was live, I went into the bath. Good job. I went downstairs to double check all the windows and doors were locked. I went downstairs. So I've been to have a wash, brush my teeth, all the things. And I'm like, there's not much hot water coming out of this tap. Like, something's not right. I thought, oh no, don't say there's something wrong with the boiler. Anyway, I went downstairs and I heard running water. As I'm going down the stairs, I heard not just running water, but gushing water. I'm like, oh my gosh. And I was like, please tell me I am not getting flooded right now. And I ran downstairs, went in the kitchen, and somehow, because my kitchen taps, you don't twist them on. They're like, the lever just pushes left or, well, you push it out on and then back in off. Somehow the hot tap had got pushed out. Now, it's where the cats go to get in the kitchen window. Because I know I would have heard that. Like all that hot water wasted. And mine is set to just instant hot water. But it wasn't on all that time because I would have heard it because I went downstairs in between to get drinks. And the hot water was on full to the max, gushing. And I thought, I'm just glad the plug wasn't in or nothing. And I think one of the cats had brushed up it. Yeah, the frog helps. It does. It does help. That would be good. Like, God forbid, I don't even want to bring a migraine on. But I like the cool if I get a migraine. That would be good for... Honestly, my stomach jumped and I was like, oh, please don't tell me my kitchen's now flooded. And it must have been one of the cats, because I know I'm blaming the cats, but it must have been life unscripted. But because it's not a twist. Now, if it had been a twist tap, I'd have said, no way the cats do that. But I think one of them has brushed past the tap, because it's just a little bar that sticks out, which... I mean, it's easy done. I reckon the cat's rubbed up against it. And they've gone in the window. Honestly, thank goodness. The only thing that was lost was a lot of hot water, which was very wasteful. But it could have been worse. I was like, oh. Can you imagine if I hadn't gone downstairs until the morning? That would have cost me God knows what. I'm pretty sure it wasn't me, or we've got a ghost, right? The picture fell off the wall the other day. Well, that was the other thing, like unscripted. But yeah, they're not twist ones. All mine are just, all of them are bars that you just push left or right. Well, yeah. I mean, all the doors and windows were shut. Crimson, it's possible. I'm on the fence about ghosts, but that picture that dropped off the wall the other day as well. You remember? It literally just went bang, and the glass did not break, nothing. The picture's unharmed, and it hit hard flooring. Right, I'm going to go now. Let's send you all to Big Girl, and I'll see you all tomorrow. See what she's doing. Let's go and raid her. There she is. Right. I'll see you all tomorrow. Hopefully she'll make you laugh, and we'll be back. We're going to do a throwback tomorrow, so that will be interesting. I know we love a good throwback, and it's just 3 days after the injunction was filed at the court. Take care, everybody. Let's spammer.